Step closer to the hearth, shed the heavy burdens of your day, and let your mind drift into the shadows. Welcome, my friends, to Stories of Crime, your intimate sanctuary where the deepest secrets of the human heart are laid bare. I am so deeply grateful you have joined me here tonight, in this quiet corner of the digital world, where we do not merely listen to tales of mystery, but we truly inhabit them. Tonight, we embark together on a journey of extraordinary intellect and haunting elegance, a masterpiece that forever changed the landscape of detective fiction. We begin Dorothy L. Sayers' legendary debut, Whose Body? A Lord Peter Wimsey novel. Imagine a cold, foggy London morning, where a respectable flat suddenly harbors a phantom. A dead man, entirely naked, wearing nothing but a pair of golden spectacles, lies in a stranger's bathtub. Who is he? Why was he left there? And whose body is this truly? To solve this riddle, we must walk alongside Lord Peter Wimsey, a man of dazzling wit and aristocratic charm, yet a soul quietly fractured by the unspoken horrors of war. This is far more than a classic puzzle. It is a profound exploration of the human condition, a delicate dance between the brilliant light of justice and the terrifying darkness of human greed, vanity, and forgotten identity. It asks us what a human life is worth when it is reduced to a nameless equation, and how far we are willing to go to uncover the truth. I invite you now to close your eyes, let the world outside fade away, and surrender to this exquisite auditory experience. Do not rush, and do not skip a single moment. Every whispered clue, every silent pause, and every heartbeat of this narrative is a step closer to the light. Stay with me, listen until the very last word fades into the quiet night, and let us discover together what lies hidden in the dark. The mystery of the bathtub. Take a deep breath. Let the air fill your lungs, and as you slowly exhale, allow the noise of the modern world to gently fade into the background. Imagine, if you will, the quiet, enveloping stillness of a cold, gray London morning in the early 1920s. The air is thick with a scent of coal smoke, damp stone, and the faint, salty tang of the River Thames winding its sluggish way through the heart of the city. There is a peculiar peace in these early hours, a sense that the world is still wrapped in its blankets, safe from the harsh light of reality. We build walls around ourselves, do we not? We construct homes, lock our doors, and create sanctuaries where we believe we are completely secure. We believe that within these private spaces, we can shed our armor, strip away our social masks, and exist in our purest, most vulnerable states. But what happens when that sanctuary is shattered? What happens when the outside world, with all its chaotic, unpredictable, and sometimes terrifying darkness, breaches our defenses and forces its way into our most intimate spaces? This is the unsettling threshold we cross as we open the pages of Dorothy L. Sayers' masterpiece, Whose Body? It is a story that begins not on a dark, desolate moor or in a sinister, abandoned alleyway, but in the most mundane, domestic, and private room of a modest suburban flat in Battersea. It begins in a bathtub. Let us stand for a moment in the shoes of Mr. Alfred Phipps, a remarkably ordinary, mild-mannered architect who prides himself on his respectability, his neatness, and his predictable, quiet life. On this particular morning, Mr. Phipps awakens with nothing more dramatic on his mind than his daily routine. The world outside his window is painted in shades of charcoal and silver, the London fog pressing against the glass like a curious ghost. He slips his feet into his warm slippers, perhaps feeling a quiet sense of satisfaction with his modest achievements. He walks down the narrow hallway of his flat, his mind occupied with the small, comfortable thoughts of breakfast, tea, and the day's appointments. He reaches for the brass handle of his bathroom door. He turns it. The hinges give a familiar, reassuring creak. He steps inside, expecting the comforting sight of his clean, white-tiled haven. Instead, the air in the room feels strangely heavy, colder than it should be. The light filtering through the frosted glass window is pale and sickly. And there, lying in his immaculate porcelain bathtub, is a sight that defies all logic, all decency, and all expectation. It is the body of a man. He is entirely naked. He is dead. And resting upon the bridge of his nose, catching the dim morning light with a cold, metallic glint, is a pair of elegant, gold-rimmed pince-nez. Can you feel the sudden, icy shock that must have gripped Mr. Phipps's heart in that agonizing second of realization? It is a moment where the brain flatly refuses to believe what the eyes are seeing. The contrast is almost absurd. A dark, surreal painting splashed across the canvas of a quiet, suburban life. There is no blood, no signs of a violent struggle, no water in the tub. Just the cold, marble-like flesh of a stranger, occupying the space where Mr. Phipps expected to wash away the sleep of the night. The presence of the gold pince-nez, those delicate, aristocratic spectacles, perched on the nose of a stark-naked corpse, adds an element of bizarre, a theatrical mockery to the scene. It is a riddle wrapped in an enigma, dropped directly into the quiet lap of respectability. This shocking discovery immediately poses a profound question to our subconscious minds. Why does this image haunt us so deeply? It is because the bathroom is the ultimate sanctuary of human vulnerability. It is where we wash, where we look at ourselves in the mirror without our clothes, our titles, or our social standing. To find a dead stranger in such a place is a violation of the highest order. It suggests that nowhere is safe, that the boundary between the public world and our private souls is paper-thin and easily torn. It forces us to confront our own fragility, our own mortality, in a space where we are accustomed to feeling entirely secure. And then, as if to guide us through this labyrinth of shock and confusion, we are introduced to a character who seems almost entirely unbothered by the gravity of the situation, yet possesses a mind of razor-sharp brilliance. Enter Lord Peter Wimsey. The contrast between the gruesome, silent horror in the Battersea Bath and the whimsical, aristocratic world of Lord Peter is stark and immediate. Imagine shifting your gaze from that cold, damp bathroom to the warm, luxurious library of 110A Piccadilly. Here, the air is rich with the aroma of expensive tobacco, old leather-bound books, and freshly brewed coffee. Lord Peter Wimsey is the very picture of aristocratic indulgence. He is a man of wealth, fashion, and seemingly superficial pursuits. We find him debating the merits of rare editions of Dante, discussing the fine points of auction houses, and bantering with his extraordinarily capable valet Bunter. He wears a velvet dressing gown, sports a monocle, and speaks with a light, breezy drawl that suggests he has never had a serious thought in his life. Yet, beneath this polished, glittering exterior lies a deeply complex, traumatized, and brilliantly analytical mind. Lord Peter is a survivor of the Great War. His whimsicality, his chatter, his obsession with rare books and fine wines, are not merely the toys of a rich man. They are his armor. They are the defenses he has constructed to keep the dark, howling demons of shell shock and post-war disillusionment at bay. When the news of the body in the bath reaches him, we witness a fascinating transformation. The superficial playboy recedes, and the hunter emerges. The mystery is not just a game to him. It is a lifeline, a way to focus his restless, fractured intellect on a problem that can be solved in a world that so often seems utterly chaotic and broken. This dynamic, this beautiful tension between the horrific and the whimsical, is the engine that drives the story forward. It raises the central, burning question that echoes through every page of this opening chapter. Whose body is it? It seems like a simple question, but as we delve deeper, we realize it is a question that touches upon the very nature of human identity. The body looks remarkably like Sir Reuben Levy, a wealthy, prominent financier who has mysteriously vanished from his bed on the very same night. But is it him? If so, why is he in a Battersea bathtub, stripped of his expensive clothes, his dignity, and everything that defined his earthly existence, save for a pair of gold pince-nez that do not even belong to him? Let us explore this first key point, the shocking discovery, through a closer, more cinematic lens. Picture the mind of Alfred Phipps as he stands frozen on the threshold of his bathroom. The human mind is a marvelous machine, but when confronted with the impossible, it often clings to the trivial to save itself from madness. Phipps does not scream immediately. Instead, his eyes lock onto the details. He notices the neatness of the corpse's fingernails. He notices the way the hair is parted, the dampness of the air, the coldness radiating from the porcelain. In his mind, a frantic, silent monologue is playing. This cannot be real. Perhaps I am still asleep. Perhaps this is a dream brought on by a late-night supper. But the body does not vanish. It remains there, an uninvited guest of the most permanent kind. The sheer vulnerability of that naked form strikes a chord of deep, existential dread within us. In our modern lives, we go to great lengths to hide our vulnerability. We wear clothes that signal our status, our profession, our gender, and our personality. We use our appearance as a shield, telling the world exactly who we want them to believe we are. But a naked body has no status. It has no profession. It is stripped of all the superficial markers of identity. It is just raw, human clay. The addition of the pince-nez is a stroke of narrative genius on the part of Sayers. It is an artificial, highly civilized object placed upon a state of nature. It is as if the killer, or fate itself, is playing a joke on our need for order, saying, "Here is a clue, but it will only lead you into deeper darkness." From a psychological perspective, this dynamic of the sudden, bizarre disruption is incredibly important to understand. In our daily lives, we operate on a set of subconscious assumptions. We assume that the floor beneath our feet will remain solid. We assume that when we return home, our things will be exactly where we left them. This cognitive stability is essential for our survival. Without it, we would be paralyzed by anxiety. However, this stability can also become a trap. It can lull us into a state of psychological complacency, where we live on autopilot, ignoring the deeper mysteries and dangers of existence. When a disruption occurs, whether it is a shocking event like finding a body in a bath, or a personal crisis like a sudden loss, a betrayal, or a health scare, our psychological constructs are shattered. We are forced out of our complacency. We are reminded that the boundaries we draw around our lives are illusions. This realization can be terrifying, but it is also the place where true psychological growth begins. It forces us to ask the deeper questions. Who am I when my external world is stripped away? What is truly important to me when my illusions of safety are gone? If you are listening to this and finding yourself in a period of disruption, where the unexpected has shattered your sense of security, let me offer you a soothing, guiding hand. It is natural to feel panic, just as Alfred Phipps did. It is natural to want to run away, to close the door and pretend you never saw the intrusion. But the way forward is not through denial. The way forward is to do what Lord Peter Wimsey does. Look closely, without judgment, and begin to analyze the pieces. To apply this to your own life, start by identifying the safe spaces you have created that may be keeping you complacent. Are you clinging to a routine, a job, or a relationship simply because it is familiar, even if it no longer serves your growth? When a disruption occurs, do not view it merely as a threat. View it as an invitation to examine your foundations. Ask yourself, what is this situation revealing to me about my own resilience? What are the gold pinces in my life? The superficial details I am focusing on to avoid looking at the deeper, more vulnerable truth. By shifting your perspective from fear to curiosity, you can begin to navigate the chaos of life with the grace and intellect of a seasoned detective. Now, let us turn our attention to the second key point, the fascinating contrast between the gruesome crime and the whimsical, aristocratic world of Lord Peter Wimsey. To truly appreciate this contrast, we must understand the historical context of the 1920s. The world had just emerged from the cataclysm of the First World War. It was a generation haunted by death on an unprecedented scale, a generation that had seen the old social orders, the old certainties, and the millions of young lives ground into the mud of Flanders. Lord Peter Wimsey is a creature of this fractured post-war world. When we first meet him in his Piccadilly flat, surrounded by his treasures, he appears to be a man who cares for nothing but his own amusement. He chatters about a rare edition of the Pilgrim's Progress. He fusses over the temperature of his tea, and he treats the news of the Battersea mystery as if it were a delightful new crossword puzzle. But as we listen closer, we begin to hear the cracks in his armor. Let us imagine a cinematic scene within that library. The sun is trying to pierce through the heavy London fog, casting long, dusty beams of light across the rich mahogany shelves. Lord Peter is pacing the floor, his movements restless, his fingers nervously playing with his monocle. His valet, Bunter, stands quiet and watchful in the shadows. Bunter is not just a servant. He is Lord Peter's sergeant from the war, the man who dug him out when he was buried alive by a shell. There is an unspoken, deep bond of shared trauma between them. When the telephone rings, and Lord Peter's mother, the Dowager Duchess, tells him about the body in the bath, we see a flicker of something raw and intense in Wimsey's eyes. The chatter stops for a fraction of a second. The playful mask slips, revealing a man who knows the cold face of death all too well. Why does Lord Peter play the fool? Why does he adopt this persona of the breezy, light-headed aristocrat? Psychologically, it is a brilliant coping mechanism. When a person has experienced profound trauma, the weight of the world can become unbearable. To take everything seriously is to invite madness. By turning life into a game, by treating even the most gruesome murder as a puzzle to be solved with wit and intellect, Wimsey protects his fragile sanity. He controls the narrative. In the trenches, death was random, chaotic, and meaningless. In a murder mystery, death has a cause, a reason, and a solution. By finding the killer, Wimsey is in a subconscious way, trying to restore order to a universe that he knows is fundamentally chaotic. This psychological dynamic is deeply relevant to all of us. How many of us wear masks to protect our vulnerabilities? We might play the clown, the cynic, the workaholic, or the perfectionist. We use these roles to keep others at a distance, to ensure that no one sees the hurt, the fear, or the trauma we carry deep inside. There is no shame in this. These masks are survival strategies, and they often serve us well for a time. But the danger arises when we forget that we are wearing a mask. When we become so identified with our persona that we lose touch with our true selves, we prevent ourselves from experiencing genuine healing and connection. If you feel you have been hiding behind a mask of whimsy, capability, or indifference, let me guide you gently through a process of self-reflection. Recognize that your mask was created for a good reason. It was your protector. Thank it for its service. But then, ask yourself if you are ready to occasionally set it aside. Can you find a safe space, perhaps with a trusted friend, a therapist, or even in the quiet of your own journal, to allow your true, vulnerable self to be seen? You do not have to face your demons all at once. Like Lord Peter, you can take small steps, using your intellect and your passions to navigate your inner landscape. But remember, the ultimate goal of the detective is to find the truth, and the ultimate goal of your life journey is to discover and accept the truth of who you are, beneath all the roles you play. This brings us to the third and perhaps most profound point of our exploration, the stakes of the mystery and the central, haunting question: whose body is it? In the novel, this question is not merely a matter of police identification. It is a battleground of identities. On one hand, we have Sir Reuben Levy, the wealthy, successful Jewish financier who has achieved immense status in British society through his intelligence and hard work. He is a man who is known, respected, and valued. On the other hand, we have the body in the bath. This body, though physically resembling Sir Reuben in many ways, has subtle differences that Lord Peter's sharp eyes immediately begin to detect. The hands of the dead man are rougher, the nails are different, the skin shows signs of a very different kind of life. It is the body of a working-class man, someone who has lived a life of physical labor, someone whose existence was likely ignored by the very society that celebrated Sir Reuben Levy. Imagine the tragedy of this. Here is a man who, in death, has been stripped of his own identity and dressed up, or rather, undressed to play the part of someone else. He has become a prop in a deadly game. His own life, his struggles, his name, his history, have been completely erased, replaced by a pair of gold pince-nez that belong to yet another unknown person. This is the ultimate horror of the crime. It is not just the taking of a life. It is the erasure of an identity. This triggers a deep, existential fear within our subconscious minds. We all have a primal desire to be known, to be recognized, and to have our individual existence validated. We want our names to mean something. The thought of dying and being misidentified, of having our bodies treated as anonymous clay, of being completely forgotten or replaced, is a terrifying prospect. It speaks to our fear of insignificance. We spend our entire lives building our identities, our reputations, our relationships, and our legacies. We want to believe that we leave a unique footprint on this earth. The body in the bath is a chilling reminder of how easily that footprint can be washed away, how easily we can be reduced to a mere statistic, a puzzle piece to be moved around by forces beyond our control. Let us look at this through a practical, real-world example. Consider how often we allow our own identities to be defined by others. In our modern society, we are constantly being categorized, labeled, and put into boxes. We are defined by our jobs, our income, our social media profiles, or our family roles. Sometimes, we look in the mirror and we do not see ourselves. We see the expectations of others. We see the mask we have been forced to wear. We become, in a sense, like the body in the bath, stripped of our authentic self, wearing the gold pince-nez of someone else's expectations. How do we reclaim our identity in a world that is constantly trying to define us? This is where the soothing, mentoring voice must guide you. To find your true identity, you must be willing to do the meticulous, often difficult work of self-investigation. You must become the detective of your own soul. First, begin by examining the labels that have been placed upon you. Write down the roles you play: employee, parent, spouse, friend. Then, ask yourself, if all of these roles were stripped away, who would be left? What are your core values, your deepest passions, and your quietest dreams when no one is watching? Second, pay attention to the gold pince-nez in your life, the things you do or possess solely to look respectable or successful in the eyes of others. Are you staying in a career that drains your spirit just to maintain a certain image? Are you keeping up appearances at the expense of your mental peace? Acknowledge these external pressures and gently begin to detach your sense of self-worth from them. Third, practice the art of self-validation. You do not need the world to identify you, to stamp you with approval, or to recognize your worth for you to be valuable. Your existence is inherently meaningful. By grounding yourself in your own truth, you protect yourself from being misidentified or lost in the chaos of external expectations. You become the author of your own story, the keeper of your own identity. As we bring this first chapter, this magnificent hook, to a close, let us reflect on the journey we have taken together. We began in the cold, damp tiles of a Battersea bathroom, sharing the sudden, heart-stopping shock of Mr. Alfred Phipps as he confronted the ultimate vulnerability of a naked stranger in his tub. We explored the deep psychological impact of this intrusion, understanding how disruptions shatter our complacency and invite us to examine our foundations. We then stepped into the warm, elegant, yet deeply haunted world of Lord Peter Wimsey. We saw how his whimsy and intellect serve as a shield against the horrors of his past, and we learned how we, too, can acknowledge our masks while gently working to reveal our authentic selves. Finally, we confronted the chilling question of identity raised by the body in the bath. We explored our deep-seated fear of insignificance and erasure, and we discovered practical ways to reclaim our true selves from the expectations and labels of the world. Whose body is it? The question remains, hanging in the misty London air like a challenge. It is a thread that, once pulled, will unravel a complex web of greed, ambition, and human frailty. But as we prepare to take our next step into this dark and glittering mystery, let us carry with us the insights we have gained. Let us look upon the world, and upon ourselves, with eyes that are open, curious, and unafraid of the truths we might find. As the fog rolls in closer, swallowing the streets of London in a quiet, mysterious embrace, the clock on the mantelpiece ticks away, marking the passage of time, drawing us inevitably forward. The game is afoot, the pieces are on the board, and the quiet library of Piccadilly awaits our return, where the brilliant, tortured mind of Lord Peter Wimsey is already spinning the first threads of the web that will catch the truth. Stay listening, stay curious, and let us venture together into the next chapter of this extraordinary journey. Meet Lord Peter Wimsey. Welcome, dear listener, to a space where the past and the present blur, where the echoes of a bygone era rise to meet the quiet contemplation of your mind. Close your eyes for a moment, if you can, and let the rush of your modern day fade into the background. Let us travel back to a world of shifting shadows, of cobblestone streets glistening with autumn rain, and of a society trying desperately to dance away the ghosts of a devastating war. There is a peculiar, almost sacred quiet that descends upon London as evening falls, a soft amber glow spilling from the tall windows of Piccadilly, illuminating the swirling mist. In one of those elegant flats, surrounded by the comforting scent of Morocco leather, rare first editions, and the faint, sweet aroma of Turkish tobacco, sits a man who is about to become your companion through a labyrinth of human darkness and brilliant light. His name is Lord Peter Wimsey. To the casual observer, he is the quintessential golden boy of the British aristocracy, a dandy who worries more about the crease in his trousers and the perfect vintage of his port than the serious matters of the world. He babbles. He gossips. He wears a monocle with an air of absolute, light-hearted absurdity. But if you look closer, past the immaculate tailoring and the easy, foolish grin, you will see something else in his eyes. You will see a sharp, terrifyingly brilliant intellect that never sleeps, and beneath that intellect, a deep, aching wound that has never quite healed. For Lord Peter is a survivor of the Great War, a man who has looked directly into the abyss of the trenches, who has known the absolute terror of being buried alive, and who carries the invisible, heavy chains of what they then called shell shock. As your narrator, my goal is not simply to read these words to you, but to breathe life into the delicate, razor-sharp prose of Dorothy L. Sayers. Together, we are embarking on a journey that spans over 4.5 hours, a path that will lead us from the glittering drawing rooms of high society to the cold, sterile tables of medical schools, and deep into the darkest, most twisted corners of the criminal mind. It is a story about a body found in a bath, wearing nothing but a pair of gold pince-nez. But more than that, it is an exploration of identity, of the masks we wear to survive, and of the profound cost of seeking the truth. To understand Lord Peter Wimsey, we must first understand the concept of the mask. Imagine a man standing in front of a mirror, carefully adjusting a perfectly knotted silk tie. Outside, the world is loud, demanding, and full of sharp edges. Inside his chest, a storm is raging. Every sudden sound, every slamming door, threatens to drag him back to the muddy, blood-soaked fields of France, where the earth shook and friends died in the dark. How does a man survive such a memory? He builds a fortress. For Lord Peter, that fortress is made of wit, elegance, and an almost manic commitment to triviality. He plays the fool so that no one will look closely enough to see how fragile he truly is. Think of a time in your own life when you have had to put on a brave face, when you walked into a room feeling completely shattered inside, yet you smiled, made small talk, and laughed at jokes you did not find funny. It is an exhausting, lonely way to live, is it not? This is the human struggle at the heart of our story. Lord Peter's dandyism is not mere vanity. It is a shield. When he polishes his monocle, he is not just checking his reflection. He is focusing his mind, centering himself against the chaos of his own thoughts. Let me take you into a specific moment, a memory that defines the delicate balance of his existence. Picture a cold, gray morning in 1921. Lord Peter is sitting in his library, the silence of the room absolute, almost suffocating. On the desk before him lies a rare folio of Dante, its gold leaf catching the pale light. His hands, usually so steady when holding a magnifying glass or a glass of fine brandy, are trembling. A car backfires on the street below. To any ordinary citizen, it is a minor annoyance. But to Peter, that sudden, sharp crack is the sound of a German howitzer. In an instant, the beautiful library vanishes. He is back in a dugout, the roof collapsing under a hail of mortar fire, the suffocating dust filling his throat, the terrifying realization that he is trapped, buried under feet of heavy, wet earth. He cannot breathe. His heart hammers against his ribs like a trapped bird. In that moment of pure, unadulterated panic, his servant and former sergeant, Mervyn Bunter, enters the room. Bunter does not make a scene. He does not offer empty words of comfort. Instead, with the quiet efficiency of a man who has faced the same demons, he places a cup of perfectly brewed, steaming hot tea on the table and gently adjusts the alignment of the books. He speaks in a calm, low, reassuring tone, bringing Peter back to the present, back to the safety of Piccadilly. This relationship between master and servant is one of the most touching aspects of the narrative. It is a bond forged in the fires of war, a quiet covenant of mutual survival. Bunter is the anchor that keeps Lord Peter from drifting away into the dark waters of his madness. When we look at this dynamic from a psychological perspective, we see a profound truth about human nature and the ways we cope with trauma. The human mind is incredibly resilient, but it is also fragile. When we experience things that are too terrible to process, we compartmentalize. We lock those memories away in dark cupboards of the mind, hoping they will never escape. But they always do, usually in moments of quiet or vulnerability. Lord Peter's intellect is his way of regaining control over a chaotic universe. By solving crimes, by piecing together clues, he is trying to put the shattered pieces of his own world back together. Every mystery solved is a small victory over the forces of darkness, a tiny assertion of order in a universe that once seemed completely devoid of meaning. This classic dynamic of the wounded detective resonates deeply with us because it mirrors our own internal struggles. We all have our trenches. We all have things we have survived, heartbreaks that have left us scarred, losses that we carry with us every single day. When we watch Lord Peter navigate his world, using his intellect and his charm to mask his pain, we see our own reflections. It reminds us that it is possible to be broken and still be brilliant, that one can carry deep sorrow and still find joy, wit, and beauty in life. It teaches us that our vulnerabilities do not make us weak. In fact, they can be the very source of our deepest empathy and understanding of others. Now, let us take a moment to look at this through a practical, gentle lens. If you are listening to this and recognizing your own patterns of hiding behind a mask, of running from your own inner noise, let me offer you some gentle guidance. The first step is to recognize that the mask is not a crime. It is a coping mechanism. It has kept you safe, just as Lord Peter's silliness kept him safe from the prying, judgmental eyes of post-war society. You do not need to tear the mask off violently. Instead, learn to acknowledge it with gratitude for the protection it has offered you. When you feel the anxiety rising, when the ghosts of your own past begin to whisper, Do what Lord Peter does when he relies on butter. Find your anchors. It could be a simple sensory experience, like the warmth of a mug of tea in your hands, the solid feeling of the floor beneath your feet, or the slow, rhythmic sound of your own breathing. Allow yourself to be in the present moment, reminding your nervous system that the danger has passed, that you are safe now, in this space, in this very second. You do not have to solve the mystery of your entire life today. You only have to take the next breath, make the next small, gentle choice. Let us return to the narrative journey that lies ahead of us. Dorothy L. Sayers was a pioneer of the detective fiction genre, and her writing is a master class in style and substance. She did not just write whodunits. She wrote rich, social commentaries filled with vivid characterizations and sparkling dialogue. As your narrator, my approach is to treat her words like sheet music. Every sentence has its own rhythm, its own melody. There are moments of rapid-fire wit, where the dialogue must dance and sparkle like champagne bubbles, and there are moments of quiet, introspective stillness, where the voice must drop, allowing the weight of the emotion to settle in the listener's heart. Consider the contrast between the high society parties Lord Peter attends and the grim reality of the mortuary where the unidentified body lies. In the drawing rooms, the voices are bright, high-pitched, and filled with superficial laughter. The air is thick with the scent of expensive perfume and the clink of crystal glasses. But when the scene shifts to the dissection room of the medical school, the atmosphere becomes cold, clinical, and silent. The prose becomes sparse, direct, and hauntingly beautiful. My voice will guide you through these transitions, helping you feel the warmth of the hearth fires and the chill of the morgue slab, ensuring that you are not just hearing a story, but living it. Let us explore another storytelling example to illustrate this contrast. Imagine Lord Peter at a dinner party, surrounded by politicians and socialites. He is babbling about a rare edition of some obscure Latin text, his voice light and airy, his hands gesturing dramatically. The people around him laugh, dismissing him as a harmless, wealthy eccentric. But then, a guest makes a passing remark about a missing man, a respectable architect who vanished without a trace. In an instant, beneath the table, out of sight of the guests, Lord Peter's hand stops toyed with his champagne glass. His knuckles turn white. His eyes, hidden behind the glare of his monocle, narrow with intense, focused concentration. The dandy has vanished. The hunter has awakened. He asks a seemingly casual question, his tone still light, but the question itself is a probe, searching for the crack in the wall, the tiny detail that will unravel the mystery. This sudden shift in energy is what makes Lord Peter so compelling. It is the thrill of the hidden depth, the sudden revelation that there is a vast, quiet ocean beneath the sparkling surface. This is a dynamic that appeals to our subconscious desire to be truly seen. How often do we wish that someone would look past our casual jokes, our polite answers of fine, and see the depth of what we are actually experiencing? How often do we long for a friend who can read the subtle changes in our voice, the slight tension in our shoulders, and know that we need help, or that we have something profound to say? By entering into the world of Dorothy L. Sayers, we are validating this hidden part of ourselves. We are participating in a story where details matter, where nothing is discarded, and where even the most seemingly insignificant person or object has a crucial role to play. In a world that often feels chaotic and indifferent, where our individual struggles can feel small and unnoticed, This narrative offers a comforting reassurance. Everything matters. Every clue has a purpose, every life has value, and the truth, no matter how deeply buried, can be found if we have the courage and the patience to look for it. As we prepare to dive deeper into the mystery of Whose Body, let us reflect on the journey we are about to take. We will meet a cast of characters that represent the full spectrum of human nature. There is the anxious, honest Mr. Phipps, who finds the body in his bath and is terrified of being accused of a crime he did not commit. There is the formidable Dowager Duchess of Denver, Peter's mother, who possesses a sharp mind of her own, hidden behind a delightfully scattered manner. There is the brilliant, enigmatic Dr. Freak, whose cold, scientific mind presents a formidable challenge to our detective. And, of course, there is Inspector Sugg, the representative of official police bumbling, who relies on obvious conclusions while Peter looks for the quiet anomalies. Each of these characters is a mirror reflecting a different way of dealing with the uncertainties of life. Some react with panic, some with denial, some with rigid, unyielding logic, and some, like our protagonist, with a mixture of curiosity, empathy, and intellectual rigor. As you listen to their voices, as you follow their movements through the foggy streets of London, I invite you to pay attention to which characters resonate most with you. Who do you find yourself rooting for? Whose fears do you recognize as your own? This audiobook is not just an entertainment. It is an invitation to slow down, to engage your mind and your heart in a delicate dance of deduction and empathy. Let the rich, descriptive prose wash over you. Let the rhythm of the language soothe your mind and stimulate your imagination. We are going to walk through the fog together, shining a light into the dark places, not to frighten, but to understand, to bring order out of chaos, and to find the humanity that connects us all. Let us take a deep breath together, releasing the tension of the day, and prepare our minds for the intellectual and emotional adventure that awaits. Let the warmth of the crackling fire in Lord Peter's study wrap around you. Hear the soft tick of the grandfather clock in the corner. Feel the weight of the mystery that is about to unfold. The stage is set, the characters are ready, and the first clue is waiting to be discovered. In the upcoming chapter, we will witness the sudden, disruptive arrival of the mystery itself. The peaceful routine of a London morning is shattered by a frantic telephone call, a call that will pull Lord Peter out of his comfortable world of rare books and into the cold, stark reality of a bizarre and seemingly inexplicable crime. The game, as a certain other famous detective would say, is afoot. But for Lord Peter Wimsey, it is not just a game. It is a vital, desperate pursuit of truth, a way to keep the darkness at bay for just a little longer. Stay with me, listen closely, and let us begin our journey into the labyrinth of the human soul. To truly understand the labyrinth we are about to enter, we must first step into the quiet, amber-lit sanctuary of 110 Piccadilly, and look past the glittering facade of the man who calls it home. Imagine a rainy Tuesday evening in late autumn. The fire in the hearth is a low, comforting hum of red embers, casting long, dancing shadows across shelves lined with priceless medieval manuscripts and rare incunabulary. Lord Peter sits in an overstuffed armchair of dark Morocco leather, a glass of vintage port cradled in his long, slender fingers. To the casual observer, he is the very picture of aristocratic complacency, a wealthy, indolent young dandy with a vacant, foolish expression, perhaps murmuring some triviality about the cut of his trousers or the quality of a cigar. The gold-rimmed monocle perched in his right eye seems less an instrument of sight and more a toy of vanity, a physical manifestation of his refusal to take the world seriously. But look closer. Watch the tightness around his mouth when the grandfather clock strikes the hour. Observe how his fingers tremble, just slightly, as he sets his glass down. This is the man who survived the mud and madness of the Somme, a captain of the rifle brigade who was buried alive under a rain of high explosives. In the dark of the night, when the aristocratic mask slips away, the trenches come back. Let us dwell for a moment on a quiet, painful scene, a real-world window into the fragile machinery of Peter's mind. It is 3 in the morning, and the storm outside has grown violent. A sudden, thunderous clap of wind rattles the heavy sash windows with a sound like a distant motor blast. In an instant, the elegant library vanishes. Peter is no longer in Piccadilly. He is back in 1916, trapped in a collapsed dugout beneath the frozen earth of France. The air grows thick, suffocating, smelling of damp clay and decay. He cannot breathe. His hands claw desperately at the plush carpet of his study, trying to dig his way out of a tomb that exists only in his mind. He is weeping, silent tears of sheer, unadulterated terror, reverting to the broken boy who was dug out of the earth by his men. Then, a door opens. There are no words, no dramatic gestures, just the quiet, methodical presence of Mervyn Bunter, his valet and former sergeant. Bunter does not offer empty platitudes. He simply pours a glass of water, speaks in a calm, flat, military monotone, and gently places a heavy wool blanket over Peter's shaking shoulders, grounding him in the present, pulling him back from the precipice of madness. This is the central tragedy of Lord Peter Wimsey. His brilliance is a shield against his own brokenness. His ceaseless chatter, his obsession with rare books, and his pursuit of criminals are not mere amusements. They are the scaffolding keeping his shattered psyche from collapsing. The detective work is a desperate search for order in a universe that has proven itself to be chaotic and cruel. As your narrator, my task is to bring these complex layers to life. Dorothy L. Sayers' prose is a magnificent tapestry of razor-sharp wit, high society satire, and profound human empathy. To read her words is to perform a delicate dance. I must capture the light, sparkling banter of the Mayfair salons, where Peter plays the fool with effortless charm, while simultaneously conveying the heavy, dark undercurrents of his trauma. The prose must breathe, shifting seamlessly from a light-hearted comedy of manners to a chilling psychological thriller. Over the course of our 271-minute journey, we will walk this tightrope together. We will descend from the glittering heights of aristocratic drawing rooms into the cold, sterile pathology labs of London's medical schools, where the human body is dissected with scientific indifference. We will peer into the calculating, chilling minds of those who believe they can commit the perfect crime, and we will watch as Lord Peter uses his formidable intellect to tear down their illusions. This audiobook is not just a mystery to be solved. It is an intimate exploration of grief, duty, and redemption. So, take a deep breath, settle into your favorite chair, and let the story wash over you. The rain is falling on the streets of London, the telephone is about to ring, and our journey is about to begin. Main Chapter 1: An unwelcome guest in Battersea. The morning air in Battersea always carries a peculiar weight, a damp, clinging mist that rises from the Thames, carrying with it the faint, metallic scent of coal smoke, wet stone, and the quiet, forgotten dreams of working-class London. It is a place where lives are built on the predictable rhythm of the clock, where the milkman's cart rattles along the cobblestones at the exact same moment each dawn, and where the safety of the ordinary is guarded like a sacred relic. We build our homes as fortresses against the chaotic, unpredictable wilderness of the outer world, filling them with familiar ornaments, heavy carpets, and the reassuring warmth of a kitchen fire. We do this because we desperately need to believe that we are in control, that our private spaces are inviolable sanctuaries where the dark, wild currents of human existence cannot reach us. But what happens when the sanctuary is breached? What happens when the most private, vulnerable room in your home is suddenly occupied by the ultimate symbol of the unknown, transforming your quiet haven into a theater of the macabre? This is the profound, unsettling reality that awaited Mr. Alfred Phipps on a morning that began like any other, only to unravel into a waking nightmare that would challenge the very foundations of his sanity. Mr. Phipps was a man of precise habits, a modest architect whose life was a testament to the virtues of neatness and respectability. His house in Battersea was his pride, a quiet, orderly dwelling where nothing was ever out of place, and where the future could be predicted with comforting accuracy. On this particular morning, the gray light of dawn filtered through the bathroom window, casting a pale, watery glow over the pristine porcelain tiles and the gleaming brass fittings. It was a room dedicated to cleanliness, to the daily ritual of purification and preparation for the world outside. Mr. Phipps, wearing his soft woolen dressing gown, stepped across the threshold, his mind occupied with the mundane details of the coming day, expecting nothing more than the familiar warmth of his morning bath. But as he opened the door, the air in the room felt different, heavier, thick with an unspoken intrusion that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The silence was not the peaceful quiet of an empty house, but the suffocating, watchful stillness of a tomb. His eyes traveled slowly, almost against his will, toward the white porcelain bathtub. And there, lying in the cold, empty tub, was a sight that defied all logic. A sight so utterly disconnected from the reality of his life that his brain momentarily refused to process it. It was the body of a man, completely naked, laid out with a grotesque neatness as if he were resting on a bed of state. But it was not merely the nakedness of the stranger that froze the blood in Mr. Phipps' veins. It was the absurd, terrifying contrast of the single item the dead man wore. Perched precisely upon the bridge of his nose was a pair of elegant, gold-rimmed pince-nez, their polished lenses catching the pale morning light and reflecting the horror in Phipps' own eyes. The physiological reaction to such a shock is a fascinating, terrifying thing to behold. In an instant, the fragile construct of Mr. Phipps' reality shattered. The blood rushed from his face, leaving him a ghastly, translucent white. His lungs seized, refusing to draw in the cold, damp air, and his heart began to hammer against his ribs with the frantic desperation of a trapped bird. The human mind, when confronted with a trauma of this magnitude, often attempts to flee through denial. Phipps stood frozen, his eyes locked on those gold spectacles, waiting for the man to move, to speak, to explain this impossible joke. But the body remained utterly still, the skin possessing that unmistakable, waxy pallor of death, a coldness that seemed to radiate outward and fill the entire room. When the realization finally broke through his defenses, it brought with it a wave of pure, unadulterated panic. He let out a strangled, high-pitched gasp, a sound that did not even belong to him, and stumbled backward out of the room, his limbs trembling so violently that he could barely support his own weight. He fled down the stairs, his slippers slacking wildly against the steps, driven by a primal, instinctual urge to escape the presence of the dead, to put distance between himself and the terrifying mystery that had invaded his sanctuary. This visceral reaction of Mr. Phipps reveals a profound psychological truth about the human condition. We live our lives balanced on a very thin tightrope of perceived safety. We tell ourselves stories about who we are and what our world is like in order to function, ignoring the vast, chaotic abyss that lies just beneath our feet. When something occurs that completely contradicts our understanding of reality, it causes a profound cognitive dissonance. The mind is forced to confront the terrifying truth that we are never truly safe, that our walls are porous, and that the unimaginable can intrude upon our lives at any moment. For Phipps, the naked man in his bathtub was not just a corpse. It was a physical manifestation of chaos itself, a reminder that the orderly universe he had so carefully constructed was nothing more than a fragile illusion. If you find yourself facing a moment of sudden, overwhelming shock or crisis in your own life, a moment where the unexpected has shattered your sense of security, there is a path through the panic. The first step is to recognize that your fear is a natural, biological response to a perceived threat, but it does not have to command your actions. Pause and draw a deep, deliberate breath, anchoring yourself to the physical reality of the present moment. Acknowledge the shock without immediately trying to solve the entire mystery of what has occurred. Let the initial wave of adrenaline wash through you, understanding that it will peak and then inevitably recede. By grounding yourself in your physical body, feeling the floor beneath your feet and the air in your lungs, you begin to reclaim your agency from the grip of panic, allowing your rational mind to step back into the light and guide you forward, step by steady step. The cacophony of Mr. Phipps' panic quickly summoned the forces of law and order in the form of Inspector Sugg of Scotland Yard, a man whose approach to criminal investigation was as heavy-handed and rigid as the boots he wore. Sugg was a creature of authority, a man who viewed the world through a narrow lens of suspicion, cynicism, and a desperate desire for quick, uncomplicated answers. Upon arriving at the quiet house in Battersea, Sugg did not see a complex, delicate puzzle requiring patience and nuance. He saw an irritation and disruption of the peace that needed to be resolved as quickly as possible so that he could assert his dominance over the situation. He marched into the house, his heavy footsteps echoing through the hallways, bringing with him the smell of wet wool and the oppressive atmosphere of official arrogance. Sugg's immediate reaction to the crime scene was a massed class in flawed assumption and confirmation bias. He looked at the trembling, terrified Mr. Phipps and saw not a victim of a shocking trauma, but a suspicious character who must somehow be involved in this distasteful business. To Sugg, the most obvious explanation was always the correct one, not because it was supported by evidence, but because it required the least amount of intellectual effort. He assumed that the body must be that of a local resident, perhaps someone associated with a nearby hospital or a disreputable establishment, and that Phipps, along with his quiet, elderly mother, was hiding some dark, sordid secret. Sugg's voice was loud, aggressive, and dripping with condescension as he interrogated the shaking architect, attempting to bully a confession or a convenient narrative out of a man who was already on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He dismissed the unique, puzzling details of the scene, such as the gold pince-nez, as mere eccentricities or irrelevancies, focusing instead on his own preconceived notions of how a crime should look and who the perpetrator ought to be. This dynamic of rushed, flawed judgment is a powerful metaphor for how we so often treat ourselves and others when we are faced with complex, difficult situations. When we are confronted with a problem we do not understand, our subconscious mind, driven by fear and a desire for control, often rushes to find a scapegoat or a simplistic explanation. We construct a narrative that fits our existing biases, ignoring any evidence that contradicts our theory. This intellectual laziness is a defense mechanism. It allows us to avoid the discomfort of uncertainty and the painful realization that we do not have all the answers. In our personal relationships, we often play the role of Inspector Sugg, leaping to unfair conclusions about the motives of those around us, accusing them of wrongdoing based on superficial evidence because it is easier than engaging in the slow, difficult work of empathy and active listening. To break free from this pattern of flawed judgment, we must learn to cultivate what psychologists call cognitive flexibility and intellectual humility. When a crisis arises or when you are faced with a challenging situation in your own life, resist the urge to immediately assign blame or to settle on the first explanation that pops into your head. Instead, take a step back and ask yourself what assumptions you are making. Are you looking at the facts of the situation, or are you merely projecting your own fears, insecurities, and biases onto the canvas of the event? Practice sitting with the discomfort of not knowing. Allow yourself to say, "I do not have enough information yet to make a judgment." By slowing down your thought process and questioning your initial reactions, you protect yourself and those around you from the destructive consequences of prejudice, opening the door to true understanding and resolution. Just as Inspector Sugg was preparing to wrap his heavy, clumsy fingers around the neck of a convenient theory, the front door of the Battersea house opened to admit a figure who represented the absolute antithesis of Scotland Yard's rigid methods. Lord Peter Wimsey stepped into the hall, a vision of aristocratic elegance, dressed in an immaculate suit that seemed to defy the dreary, damp weather of the London morning. He carried a silver-headed cane, and his face wore an expression of mild, almost vacant amusement, as if he had stumbled into the scene by accident while looking for a pleasant spot to take tea. Yet behind that monocled eye and that superficial air of a wealthy, carefree dilettante lay an intellect of astonishing sharpness, a mind that operated on a level of curiosity and precision that few could comprehend. Where Sugg saw a messy, inconvenient nuisance, Lord Peter saw a beautiful, intricate tapestry of clues waiting to be unraveled. He did not rush into the bathroom with heavy boots and a loud voice. He entered quietly, his movements graceful and respectful of the scene. He stood by the edge of the bathtub, looking down at the corpse not with disgust or fear, but with a deep, contemplative interest. His eyes did not skim over the surface of the body. They lingered on the details that others had dismissed as trivial. He noted the quality of the gold pince-nez, recognizing immediately that they were of an expensive, highly specific design, unlikely to belong to a common working-class man of Battersea. He observed the condition of the body's hands, noting the clean, well-manicured fingernails, which suggested a life of leisure or professional intellect, completely at odds with Sugg's theory of a local vagrant or a working-class victim. He paid attention to what was missing as well as what was present, noticing the lack of dirt on the soles of the feet, which indicated that the man had not walked to this place of death, but had been carried, cold and lifeless, into this clean, white sanctuary. Lord Peter's approach to the crime scene is a magnificent demonstration of the power of mindful observation and lateral thinking. He understood that the truth is rarely found in the loudest, most obvious places, but is instead hidden in the quiet margins, in the small, seemingly insignificant details that most people overlook in their rush to find a solution. He did not allow his mind to be clouded by preconceptions or a desire for a quick resolution. He remained open, playful, and deeply curious, treating the investigation not as a grim chore, but as a complex intellectual game that required absolute honesty and a willingness to follow the evidence wherever it might lead. This perspective allowed him to see the profound inconsistencies in the scene, realizing that the body in the bath was not just a tragic accident or a simple murder, but a carefully staged, deeply sinister puzzle designed to mislead the superficial observer. This contrast between the rigid, dogmatic approach of Sugg and the open, curious intellect of Lord Peter Wimsey offers a profound lesson for our own personal growth. How often do we approach the challenges in our lives with a heavy-handed, close-minded attitude of the inspector? When we face a difficult career choice, a relationship conflict, or an internal emotional struggle, we often try to force the situation into a pre-existing box, using old, outdated patterns of behavior to solve new, complex problems. We ignore the subtle clues, the quiet whispers of our intuition, and the unique details of our situation because we are too busy trying to force a quick, comfortable solution. To live a truly rich and meaningful life, we must learn to adopt the mindset of the detective philosopher, approaching our challenges with a sense of wonder, curiosity, and a willingness to look at things from entirely new angles. To apply this Lord Peter-style curiosity to your own life, start by identifying a recurring problem or a source of stress that you have been struggling to resolve. Instead of attacking it with your usual, habitual methods, invite yourself to look at it as if you are seeing it for the very first time. Step back from the emotional weight of the issue and become a detached, compassionate observer of your own life. What are the small, quiet details of this problem that you have been ignoring? What are the underlying patterns, the unspoken fears, or the hidden assumptions that are driving your reactions? Ask yourself unconventional questions, and be willing to explore answers that might at first seem absurd or uncomfortable. By shifting your focus from a desperate search for control to a deep, open-minded curiosity, you disarm the anxiety that holds you back, allowing creative, unexpected solutions to emerge from the quiet depths of your subconscious mind. As the sun began to climb higher in the grey London sky, burning through the damp mist of Battersea, the quiet house of Mr. Phipps became a microcosm of the grand, eternal struggle between order and chaos, ignorance and truth. The discovery of the unwelcome guest in the bathtub had shattered the peace of a respectable neighborhood, exposing the fragility of the routines we use to protect ourselves from the mysteries of existence. It had brought face to face the blustering, blind authority of those who wish to keep the world simple and predictable, and the elegant, fearless curiosity of those who dare to seek the truth, no matter how strange or disturbing it may be. The body in the bath was not merely a corpse, but a silent witness to the complexity of the human heart, a puzzle that could not be solved by brute force or convenient lies, but only by the patient, respectful application of a brilliant mind. And so, the stage was set for a journey that would lead far beyond the quiet streets of Battersea, into the dark, labyrinthine depths of London's high society and its most hidden, sordid corners. The mystery of the naked stranger with the gold pince-nez had only just begun to whisper its secrets, and the echoes of those whispers would soon challenge everything Lord Peter Wimsey thought he knew about justice, class, and the human soul. For the truth, once awakened, cannot be easily put back to sleep, and those who dare to seek it must be prepared to follow its light into the deepest shadows, knowing that what they find may change them forever. As we prepare to step forward into the unfolding mystery, let us carry with us the lessons of this quiet Battersea morning, remembering to guard our sanctuaries, to question our assumptions, and to always keep our eyes open to the quiet, beautiful details that lie just beneath the surface of our everyday lives. Main Chapter 2: The Missing Millionaire. There is a profound and unsettling silence that accompanies the sudden disappearance of a human being from the tapestry of their own lives. It is not the gentle fading of an old memory, nor is it the clean, sharp edge of a publicized tragedy. It is, instead, a quiet tear in the fabric of reality, a space where a voice, a physical presence, and a collection of daily habits once existed, suddenly replaced by an echoing void. We must ask ourselves, what happens to the world when a person of immense influence, a man whose decisions move millions of pounds and direct the destinies of thousands, simply ceases to be where he was? This is the haunting question that hangs over the fourth chapter of our journey, a chapter titled The Missing Millionaire, which plunges us directly into the parallel mystery of Sir Reuben Levy's sudden and inexplicable vanishing. Imagine, if you will, the heavy, velvet-draped quiet of a luxurious bedroom in the heart of London. The year is 1923, and the air carries the scent of expensive lavender water, polished mahogany, and the faint, lingering aroma of a fine cigar smoked hours before. Everything is in its proper place. The silver-backed hairbrushes sit in perfect alignment on the dressing table. The silk pajamas are laid out with meticulous care. The bedclothes are slightly turned back, inviting rest. Yet, the man who was meant to occupy this sanctuary, the wealthy and respected financier Sir Reuben Levy, is gone. He did not leave in a hurry. He did not pack a bag. He simply stepped across the threshold of his own chamber and dissolved into the damp, grey London fog, leaving behind a fortune, a desperate wife, and an absolute absence of clues. This sudden vanishing serves as the perfect, dark mirror to the mystery of the unknown corpse found in the bath in Battersea. On one side of London, we have a man of immense wealth and social stature who has disappeared into thin air, leaving his physical world intact but his body missing. On the other side of the river, in a modest, middle-class flat, we have a body that has appeared out of thin air, with no name, no history, and no clothes, occupying a space where it does not belong. The universe, in its strange and poetic irony, seems to have created a vacuum in one place and filled a space in another, challenging us to discover if these two events are merely a bizarre coincidence or if they are bound together by a single, sinister thread of human ambition and malice. To understand the depth of this mystery, we must first look closely at the simultaneous vanishing of Sir Reuben Levy. Let us step into the shoes of those who loved him and those who worked for him, feeling the cold knot of dread that forms in the stomach when the routine of life is suddenly shattered. Sir Reuben was a man of absolute method. His life was governed by the clock, by appointments, by the steady rise and fall of the stock market. He was not a man given to romantic escapades or sudden, impulsive journeys. When he retired to his bed on that fateful evening, he was seen by his loyal valet, A man who knew the rhythm of his master's breathing, the exact angle at which he liked his pillows piled, and the precise temperature of his morning tea. Yet, in the morning, the bed was empty. The sheets were cold. The heavy front door of the mansion was locked from the inside, and not a single window had been forced. The psychological impact of such a disappearance is devastating. It forces us to confront our own fragility and the illusion of control we construct around our daily lives. We build houses of stone, we amass fortunes of gold, and we surround ourselves with a fortress of our social reputations, believing that these things make us untouchable. But the story of Sir Reuben Levy reminds us that we are all, at our core, deeply vulnerable. In a single, quiet moment, all the wealth in the world cannot prevent a person from being swept away by the dark currents of human design. Let us explore a real-world parallel to this dynamic, a story that illustrates the profound weight of a sudden disappearance. Consider the case of a modern business executive, a woman who had spent decades building an empire of technology and influence. She was a pillar of her community, a mother, a leader whose calendar was booked months in advance. One ordinary Tuesday afternoon, she walked out of her office to get a cup of coffee, leaving her phone on her desk, her purse in her drawer, and her car in the executive parking lot. She never arrived at the coffee shop. The search that followed was exhaustive, involving hundreds of people, dogs, and technological tracking. The silence that settled over her family was deafening. Every ticking clock became a reminder of her absence. Every ring of the telephone brought a sharp gasp of hope, followed by the dull, aching pain of disappointment. The psychological torture of not knowing is far worse than the grief of a confirmed death. It keeps the mind trapped in a perpetual loop of hope and despair, unable to heal because there is no closure, no finality. Why does this classic dynamic matter so deeply to our subconscious? It is because the archetype of the missing person touches upon our deepest fear of abandonment and our fear of the unknown. When someone vanishes, they leave behind a ghost of unresolved questions. Our minds are designed to seek patterns and complete narratives. When a narrative is abruptly cut short, we experience a cognitive and emotional dissonance that can paralyze us. We are forced to look into the abyss of uncertainty and realize that we, too, could vanish, or that those we love could be taken from us without warning. This fear can hold us back, causing us to cling too tightly to our comforts, to become risk-averse, and to build walls around our hearts to protect ourselves from the pain of loss. To guide ourselves through these patterns of fear and uncertainty, we must practice a conscious grounding of our lives. When the world feels unstable, and the fear of loss threatens to overwhelm us, we must learn to find our security not in external structures, which can be taken away in an instant, but within our own internal landscape. The first step is to recognize that uncertainty is not an enemy to be feared, but a natural condition of existence. By accepting that we cannot control every variable of our lives, we release the desperate grip of anxiety. The second step is to cultivate deep, authentic connections with others in the present moment. We must tell the people we love that we love them today, now, without waiting for a better time, so that if the unexpected should happen, there are no unspoken words or unresolved regrets. Finally, we must build a sanctuary of inner peace through mindfulness, meditation, or quiet reflection, creating a space within ourselves that remains calm and undisturbed, no matter how violently the storms of the external world may rage. As we delve deeper into the narrative of the novel, we witness the entry of Inspector Charles Parker of Scotland Yard into this complex web of mystery. Parker is a man of quiet determination, a contrast to the brilliant, mercurial, and aristocratic Lord Peter Wimsey. Parker represents the steady, methodical force of the law, the intellectual craftsmanship that builds a case brick by brick, clue by clue. He does not possess Wimsey's flashing insights or his privilege, but he possesses an untiring work ethic and a deep, empathetic understanding of human suffering. When Parker is assigned to the case of the missing millionaire, he immediately recognizes that he cannot solve it through routine police work alone. He needs a different perspective, a mind that can leap across the boundaries of conventional logic to find the hidden connections. And so, he turns to his friend, Lord Peter. The collaboration between these two men is one of the most beautiful and intellectually stimulating relationships in detective literature. It is a partnership born of mutual respect and a shared commitment to the truth, despite their vastly different backgrounds and methods. Let us picture them in Lord Peter's library, surrounded by rare first editions, the warm glow of a roaring fire casting long shadows across the Persian rugs. Parker sits with his notebook, his brow furrowed with the weight of his responsibilities, while Wimsey paces the room, a glass of fine port in hand, his fingers tapping out a restless rhythm on the edge of the mantelpiece. They are mapping out two cases that seem entirely unrelated: a naked body in a Battersea bathtub, and a missing financier from a Mayfair mansion. This collaboration highlights a profound psychological truth that we are rarely capable of solving the greatest mysteries of our lives in isolation. We need the mirror of another mind to see our own blind spots. Parker's grounded, systematic approach acts as an anchor for Wimsey's soaring, intuitive leaps, while Wimsey's creative genius prevents Parker from becoming bogged down in the mud of bureaucratic routine. Together, they form a complete intellect, capable of navigating both the high halls of wealth and the dark, neglected corners of the human soul. Consider, for example, a classic struggle in our own lives, such as the effort to solve a complex personal crisis or a difficult professional challenge. Imagine a brilliant creative artist who has spent months trying to complete a masterpiece, only to find themselves blocked, frustrated, and despairing. They have all the technical skill, all the raw talent, but they are trapped in the prison of their own perspective. It is only when they share their struggle with a trusted friend, perhaps someone who works in a completely different field, like an accountant or an engineer, that the breakthrough occurs. The friend, looking at the problem with fresh, objective eyes, asks a simple, seemingly naive question that shatters the artist's mental block and allows the creative energy to flow once more. This is the power of intellectual and emotional synergy. It is the realization that we are stronger, wiser, and more resilient when we allow ourselves to collaborate and share our burdens with others. The psychological analysis of this dynamic reveals that our subconscious often holds us back by convincing us that we must be entirely self-sufficient. We are taught to view vulnerability as a weakness and to believe that asking for help is an admission of failure. This belief creates a profound sense of isolation, leading to burnout, anxiety, and a sense of hopelessness when we encounter obstacles that are too large for us to overcome alone. When we embrace the spirit of collaboration, as modeled by Wimsey and Parker, we dismantle this destructive belief. We learn to see cooperation not as a sign of weakness, but as a courageous act of trust and a recognition of our shared humanity. To apply this wisdom to our own lives, we must actively cultivate our own network of support and collaboration. Start by identifying the areas in your life where you feel stuck or overwhelmed. Reach out to someone whose perspective is different from your own, someone who possesses the qualities you may lack. If you are highly intuitive and creative, find a friend who is practical and grounded. If you are analytical and systematic, seek out the company of someone who is intuitive and expressive. Approach these relationships with humility and an open heart, ready to listen as much as you speak. When you face a difficult decision or a complex problem, do not retreat into the dark cave of your own mind. Bring it into the light of conversation, allowing the synergy of shared thought to illuminate the path forward. Now, let us turn our attention to the stark and deeply moving contrast that lies at the very heart of this chapter. The contrast between the missing Jewish financier, Sir Reuben Levy, and the unknown, poor-looking corpse in the bath. This contrast is not merely a plot device designed to create suspense. It is a profound commentary on the nature of identity, class, and the value we assign to human life in our society. On one hand, we have Sir Reuben, a man of immense wealth, influence, and social prominence. He is a pillar of the financial community, a man whose sudden absence causes a tremor on the stock exchange and commands the immediate, focused attention of the highest levels of Scotland Yard. His life was loud, crowded, and filled with a prestige that gold can buy. Yet, in his disappearance, he is reduced to a mystery, a name on a police report, a ghost haunting a luxurious bedroom. On the other hand, we have the man in the bath. He is poor, unknown, and entirely stripped of his dignity. He lies in a stranger's tub, naked, with a pair of cheap gold-rimmed pince-nez perched incongruously on his nose, his body washed clean of any clues that might reveal his identity or his story. Nobody is searching for him with frantic desperation. No newspapers carry his picture on the front page. He is a nonentity, a piece of human wreckage washed up on the shores of Battersea, treated more as a bizarre nuisance than a tragedy. Let us pause and reflect on this profound disparity. Why is it that the death of one man is treated as a national crisis, while the death of another is viewed with little more than mild curiosity? This question cuts to the very quick of our moral consciousness. It challenges us to examine our own subconscious biases and the ways in which we measure the worth of our human soul. Let us picture a cinematic scene that captures this contrast with vivid emotional clarity. Imagine a grand hostel in the heart of a bustling metropolis. On the top floor, in a private suite filled with flowers, soft music, and a team of world-renowned specialists, lies a wealthy patriarch of an influential family, drawing his final, shallow breaths. Below, in the damp, sterile basement of the same hospital, lies the morgue. On a cold stainless steel table, beneath a flickering fluorescent light, lies the body of an unidentified man who was found frozen on a park bench. He has no flowers, no music, and no tearful family members holding his hand. The contrast is devastating. Both men are at the end of their earthly journey. Both have loved, suffered, dreamed, and feared. Yet, the world around them treats their departures with a vastly different level of respect and dignity. This dynamic matters to us because it touches upon our deep, collective yearning for equality and justice. In our hearts, we know that every human life is of infinite, equal value. Yet, we live in a world that constantly categorizes, ranks, and values people based on their external achievements, their social class, and their material wealth. This creates a painful psychological division within us, a sense of guilt and anger that we must constantly suppress. When we read a mystery like Whose Body, we are subconsciously seeking a resolution to this moral imbalance. We want to see Lord Peter Wimsey, a man of the highest privilege, use his intellect and his resources to bring dignity to the nameless corpse in the bath, to treat that forgotten man with the same respect and dedication that he would afford to a peer of the realm. To heal this division in our own lives, we must commit ourselves to a practice of universal empathy and radical respect. We must train ourselves to look past the external trappings of success, wealth, and status, and to see the shared humanity in everyone we meet. When you walk down the street and pass a homeless person, do not look away. Acknowledge their presence with a nod, a smile, or a brief greeting, recognizing that they possess the same capacity for joy and suffering as the most powerful executive in the world. In your daily interactions, practice treating the janitor, the waiter, and the bus driver with the same courtesy and respect that you would show to your boss or a valued client. By actively dismantling the hierarchies of value in our own minds, we contribute to a more compassionate and just world, finding a deep sense of peace that comes from living in alignment with our highest values. Let us return once more to the unfolding drama of our narrative. As Lord Peter Wimsey and Inspector Parker begin to weave the threads of these two cases together, the air becomes thick with a sense of impending revelation. They are entering a world of shadows, where appearances are designed to deceive, and where the truth is hidden behind a mask of respectability. Sir Reuben Levy's disappearance is not a simple kidnapping, nor is the corpse in the bath a simple case of murder. They are pieces of a much larger, more complex puzzle that will challenge everything Wimsey and Parker believe about their world and themselves. Wimsey's investigation leads him to examine the intimate details of Sir Reuben's final hours. He speaks with Lady Levy, a woman whose grief is tempered by a dignified resilience. She describes her husband not as a ruthless financial giant, but as a warm, generous, and deeply devoted family man who had lately seemed troubled by an unseen burden. He had been receiving strange phone calls, and his sleep had been disturbed by dark dreams. Wimsey's sharp eyes notice a small, seemingly insignificant detail in the financier's study: a book on a desk, a scrap of paper in a waste paper basket, a subtle shift in the arrangement of the room's ornaments. These tiny clues, invisible to the untrained eye, begin to form a map of Sir Reuben's mind in the days leading up to his disappearance. Meanwhile, Parker's methodical search for the identity of the corpse in the bath begins to bear fruit, though of a strange and bittersweet kind. He tracks the movements of the dead man through the labyrinthine streets of London, speaking with landlords, shopkeepers, and neighbors who might have seen him. The portrait that emerges is one of a quiet, unassuming man, a worker who lived a life of struggle and isolation, far removed from the glittering salons of Mayfair. Yet, there are anomalies in his story, details that do not fit the narrative of a poor, forgotten laborer. Why were his hands so carefully manicured? Why was his body so meticulously washed? And, most puzzling of all, why did he have those expensive, gold-rimmed pince-nez perched on his nose? The tension between these two investigations builds slowly, like a gathering storm. We feel the weight of the mystery pressing down upon our characters, forcing them to confront their own limitations and the dark realities of the society they inhabit. The contrast between the two worlds, the high-stakes, gold-plated environment of Mayfair and the damp, gray, struggle-filled reality of Battersea becomes more pronounced, serving as a powerful backdrop for the unfolding drama. As we bring this chapter of our journey to a close, Let us summarize the profound insights we have gathered along the way. We have explored the parallel mysteries of Sir Reuben Levy's sudden vanishing and the appearance of the unknown corpse in the bath, recognizing them as two sides of a single, complex mirror reflecting the human condition. We have witnessed the entry of Inspector Parker and his beautiful, synergistic collaboration with Lord Peter Wimsey, learning the value of shared perspective and mutual support in our own lives. And we have confronted the stark and moving contrast between wealth and poverty, challenge and neglect, discovering a powerful call to universal empathy and the recognition of our shared, intrinsic worth. The story now stands at a critical threshold. The threads of the missing millionaire and the unknown corpse are beginning to draw closer together, pulled by the gravity of a truth that is as terrifying as it is inevitable. What lies ahead is a journey into the deeper, darker waters of the investigation, where the boundaries between right and wrong, light and shadow, will be tested to their absolute limits. Take a deep breath and let the weight of these mysteries settle in your mind. Feel the quiet anticipation that fills the air as we prepare to step forward into the next chapter of this extraordinary tale. The path before us is shrouded in fog, but we walk it with a sharp eye, a courageous heart, and a deep commitment to uncovering the truth, no matter where it may lead, or how deeply it may challenge our understanding of the world. Main Chapter 3: The Art of Observation. To observe is not merely to look, but to feel the weight of what is missing. It is an act of profound intimacy, a willingness to gaze into the quiet corners of existence and find the stories that have been deliberately left untold. We begin our journey today in the heart of London, where the rain-slicked streets of Piccadilly reflect the dim amber glow of gas lamps, and the fog rolls in like a silent, grey confession. Here, in the elegant sanctuary of Flat 110A, lives a man who has made the observation of human tragedy his life's singular canvas. Lord Peter Wimsey. To the casual observer, he is the quintessential aristocratic playboy, a man of light words, impeccably tailored suits, and a seemingly frivolous passion for rare books. But beneath this polished veneer of privilege lies a mind that is both beautifully sharp and deeply wounded, a mind trying desperately to reconstruct its own shattered pieces in the aftermath of a devastating world war. Have you ever wondered how much of our daily lives we spend looking at the world without ever truly seeing it? We walk past the people we love, the spaces we inhabit, and the silent mysteries of our own hearts, keeping our gaze firmly fixed on the horizon, terrified of what we might discover if we actually stopped to examine the details. Lord Peter knows this terror intimately. For him, the art of observation is not a mere intellectual exercise. It is a lifeline. It is the thread that keeps his fragile sanity connected to the earth. When the night terrors of the Western Front threaten to pull him back into the muddy, blood-drenched trenches of his memory, it is the cold, objective analysis of a physical object, the distance of a microscope, or the precise cataloging of a rare manuscript that saves him from the abyss. Let us step inside his rooms, where the scent of rich Turkish tobacco mixes with the subtle aroma of freshly brewed coffee and the dry, vanilla scent of old leather. Here, we encounter the true foundation of his existence, a relationship that transcends the traditional boundaries of master and servant, revealing the deep, unspoken currents of human devotion. This is the sacred bond between Lord Peter and his invaluable valet, Mervyn Bunter. To understand Bunter is to understand the quiet power of absolute presence. Let us paint the scene. It is early morning, and the pale, Watery sunlight is struggling to pierce the heavy velvet curtains of Lord Peter's study. Wimsey is pacing the room, his movements restless, his eyes bright with an unnatural, feverish energy. He has spent the night tossing and turning, haunted by the specter of a naked body found in a suburban bathtub, wearing nothing but a pair of gold-rimmed pince-nez. His mind is a chaotic tempest of unanswered questions, and his nerves are frayed to the point of snapping. In steps Bunter. He does not offer empty platitudes or ask intrusive questions. Instead, he moves through the room like a silent tide, adjusting a silver salver here, placing a perfectly toasted slice of bread there. His posture a monument of calm, unyielding stability. He presents a cup of black coffee, poured to the exact millimeter of Lord Peter's preference. In that simple, domestic transaction, there is a profound emotional resonance. Bunter is not just serving breakfast. He is offering a sanctuary of predictability. He is saying, without speaking a word, that the world is still intact, that the floor beneath their feet is solid, and that whatever horrors they must face in the dark streets of London, they will face them together, anchored by the comforting rhythm of their shared domestic ritual. This dynamic is a masterpiece of psychological equilibrium. During the Great War, Bunter was Sergeant Bunter, the man who dug Lord Peter out of the earth when a shell buried him alive. He saw his officer at his most vulnerable, weeping and broken, stripped of his noble title and his sophisticated wit. Because Bunter witnessed the absolute collapse of Wimsey's ego, he is the only person in the world allowed to see the man behind the mask. In the quiet theater of their daily life, Bunter serves as the externalized ego that Lord Peter sometimes loses. When Peter's mind begins to spin into manic obsession, Bunter's meticulous, methodical attention to detail acts as a ballast, grounding the kite before the wind tears it to pieces. When we analyze this classic dynamic, we are looking at a mirror of our own subconscious needs. Every one of us, in our darkest, most chaotic moments, longs for a Bunter. We long for a presence that does not judge us for our fractures, but instead quietly manages the physical world around us so that we may find the space to heal. In our modern, hyper-individualistic society, we are often told that we must be entirely self-sufficient, that to rely on another for our emotional stabilization is a sign of weakness. But this is a dangerous lie. The relationship between Wimsey and Bunter reminds us that human beings are wired for connection and co-regulation. We need anchors. We need people who can hold the space for our vulnerability while gently reminding us of our dignity. How can we apply this profound dynamic to our own lives, especially when we do not have the luxury of a personal valet to anticipate our every need? The secret lies in cultivating the Bunter energy within ourselves and within our chosen circles. First, you must identify what your personal anchors are. What are the small, daily rituals that bring you back to your body when your mind is spinning with anxiety? It might be the deliberate, slow grinding of coffee beans in the morning, the feel of hot water on your hands as you wash the dishes, or the act of laying out your clothes for the next day with conscious care. These are not trivial chores. They are acts of self-preservation. They are ways of telling your nervous system that you are safe, that you are cared for, and that you are in control of your immediate environment. Furthermore, we must learn to be the Bunter for the people we love. When someone you care about is going through a crisis of spirit, resist the urge to offer immediate solutions or heavy-handed advice. Instead, offer the comfort of physical presence and practical help. fold their laundry, make them a warm meal, or simply sit in the room with them in sportive silence. By stabilizing their external environment, you give their weary mind the permission it needs to rest, recover, and eventually, to see the way forward. Now, let us turn our attention to Lord Peter's second great method of navigation, his love of bibliophilia, and how he uses the elegant pursuit of rare books as both a therapeutic shield and a brilliant investigative weapon. To the outside world, Lord Peter's obsession with late 15th century printing, with Caxtons and rare editions of Dante, is merely the expensive hobby of an eccentric millionaire. It is a socially acceptable obsession that allows him to wander through the dusty, labyrinthine alleys of London's bookshops, to engage in long, pedantic conversations with eccentric dealers, and to attend high-stakes auctions without raising a single eyebrow of suspicion. But let us look closer. Let us watch him as he enters a dimly lit bookshop in a quiet corner of Soho. The air is thick with the scent of decaying paper and old glue. Wimsey's fingers, normally so restless, become incredibly steady as he gently lifts a volume bound in aged calfskin. His touch is reverent, almost holy. As he turns the pages, his eyes are not just looking at the typography. They are absorbing everything. He is listening to the whispers of the shopkeeper, observing the other patrons through the reflection of the glass cases, and gathering fragments of gossip about the wealthy and influential figures who frequent these establishments. For Lord Peter, the hunt for a rare book is a mass class in patience and misdirection. When he is searching for a suspect, he does not burst through doors with a warrant. Instead, he enters a room as a harmless collector, babbling delightfully about watermarks and marginalia, while his razor-sharp eyes take in the position of the desk, the dust patterns on the mantelpiece, and the subtle, nervous twitch of a suspect's hand. Because people categorize him as a harmless, slightly foolish dilly-dallying aristocrat, they let their guard down. They speak too freely, they leave papers exposed, and they reveal the truths they would have died to protect from a professional detective from Scotland Yard. This method reveals a deep psychological truth about the human condition, the power of creative distraction. Often, when we confront a problem directly, our minds freeze. The pressure to find an answer, to resolve a conflict, or to heal a wound creates a psychological tension that blocks our natural intuition and creativity. By focusing his conscious mind on the highly structured, intellectually stimulating pursuit of rare books, Lord Peter allows his subconscious mind the freedom to work on the murder mystery in the background. It is a process of intellectual incubation. While he is debating the authenticity of a signature on a folio, his deep mind is quietly connecting the dots of the physical evidence, organizing the chaos of the case into a coherent, beautiful pattern. Have you ever noticed how your best ideas, your most profound realizations, always seem to come to you when you are doing something else entirely? When you are taking a shower, driving along a familiar highway, or tending to your garden, the answer you have been searching for suddenly appears, clear and bright, in your mind. This is not a coincidence. It is the magic of the subconscious at work. When we obsessively focus on a problem, we narrow our field of vision, blinding ourselves to the unconventional solutions that lie just outside our focal point. To apply this to your own life, you must learn the art of constructive diversion. When you are faced with a complex decision, a creative block, or an emotional knot that seems impossible to untangle, do not try to force your way through it. Instead, find your own version of Lord Peter's book hunting. Engage in an activity that demands a high level of tactile and mental presence but is entirely unrelated to the problem at hand. Paint, build models, learn to play an instrument, knit, or lose yourself in the study of an obscure historical event. Let your conscious mind play in these safe, structured sandboxes. In doing so, you ease the pressure on your subconscious, allowing it to do the heavy lifting of problem solving in the quiet dark of your mind. You will find that when you return to your challenge, you will see it with fresh, unburdened eyes, and the path forward will reveal itself with breathtaking clarity. Let us now descend into the cold, clinical light of Lord Peter's private laboratory, where the third key point of our journey awaits us. Here, on a clean, green baize-covered table, sits a tiny, delicate object that holds the key to a human life, a pair of gold-rimmed pince-nez. These glasses were found perched upon the nose of the mysterious corpse in the bath. They are an anomaly, a bizarre, misplaced detail on an otherwise utterly unremarkable, nameless body. Watch Lord Peter as he bends over the table, a magnifying glass held to his eye, his face illuminated by the bright, white glare of an incandescent lamp. He is no longer the laughing aristocrat. He is a scientist, a surgeon of truth dissecting a silent witness. He looks at the quality of the gold frame. It is expensive, highly polished, with double-sprung bridges designed to grip the bridge of the nose with comfortable firmness. He looks at the lenses. They are heavy, thick, and ground with a highly specific, complex prescription, designed to correct a severe astigmatism combined with a pronounced presbyopia. As Wimsey studies these physical details, he begins to paint a psychological portrait of the man who wore them. This was not a poor man. A poor man would not have possessed glasses of such exquisite, custom craftsmanship. This was a man of intellect, a man who spent his hours reading fine print, analyzing data, or working with intricate figures. The tension of the spring suggests a nose of a particular width and texture, a nose that was well kept, perhaps belonging to a man of sedentary habits. Yet, the body in the bath, despite its cleanliness, has hands that speak of physical labor, skin that shows the subtle weathering of a different lifestyle, and teeth that do not match the luxurious care implied by the gold-rimmed glasses. The pince-nez, Wimsey realizes, do not belong to the corpse. They are a deliberate lie, a red herring planted to misdirect the investigators, or perhaps a desperate, final clue left by a murderer who made a single, fatal error of observation. In analyzing this physical evidence, Lord Peter demonstrates the true essence of his genius. He does not look at the object in isolation. He looks at the relationship between the object and the environment. He asks himself, what is the story this object is trying to tell, and does that story harmonize with the world around it? When there is a discordance, a lack of harmony between the object and its setting, that is where the truth lies hidden. This process of physical analysis connects directly to our deepest subconscious fears, the fear of being misunderstood, of being misidentified, and of leaving behind a story that does not reflect who we truly were. Every object we possess, every garment we wear, and every item we place on our desks is a silent ambassador of our inner world. They are the artifacts of our existence. Yet, how often do we surround ourselves with things that do not belong to us? Things that represent a life we think we should be living rather than the life we actually lead. We wear the metaphorical pince-nez of social expectation, presenting a polished, successful facade to the world, while our authentic selves remain hidden, cold and unrecognized, beneath the surface. The psychological weight of this misidentification is staggering. When we live a life based on false evidence, we create a profound sense of cognitive dissonance within our own minds. We feel like imposters in our own homes, playing roles that were written for someone else. The art of observation, therefore, must first be applied inward. We must become the detectives of our own lives, examining the physical and emotional evidence of our daily existence with absolute, unyielding honesty. To do this practically, take a moment to look around the room you are currently sitting in. Imagine you are a detective who has never met the person who lives here. What do these objects say about you? Look at the books on your shelf, the clothes hanging in your closet, the clutter on your desk, or the absence of decoration on your walls. Do these things reflect your true passions, your values, and your authentic journey? Or are they the artifacts of a persona you have adopted to please others, to fit into a corporate mold, or to shield yourself from the vulnerability of being truly seen? If you find a discordance, do not despair. Use it as an invitation for realignment. Begin to deliberately curate your environment so that it reflects your true self. Remove the things that feel like lies, even if they are expensive or prestigious, and replace them with things that resonate with your soul. By aligning your physical environment with your inner truth, you create a powerful external feedback loop that reinforces your sense of identity, offering a deep, subconscious feeling of peace and safety. Let us return to Lord Peter, who is now sitting back in his deep leather armchair, the pince-nez resting in his palm, reflecting the dying embers of the hearth fire. The room has grown quiet again. The rain has stopped, leaving the streets of London glistening like obsidian under the morning sky. In this moment of stillness, we can see the heavy price of his gift. To observe everything so deeply is to feel everything intensely. He cannot shut it off. The same sensitivity that allows him to solve the mystery of the body in the bath also exposes him to the raw, unshielded pain of the human condition. He sees the loneliness in the eyes of the shopkeeper, the desperate pride of the suspect, and the quiet, enduring grief of those who have lost everything. Yet, he does not turn away. He continues to look, to analyze, and to care, because he knows that in a world of chaos and confusion, the act of careful, compassionate observation is a form of love. It is a way of saying to the forgotten and the lost, I see you. I will not let your story be erased. As we bring this chapter of our exploration to a close, let us summarize the profound lessons we have gathered from Lord Peter's domestic sanctuary and his brilliant, wounded mind. We have learned that we cannot survive the storms of life alone. We need the grounding, stable presence of our personal anchors, the bunter energy that keeps us connected to our bodies and our dignity. We have discovered the power of creative distraction, the art of stepping away from our problems to allow our subconscious minds the space to heal and discover. And we have seen the importance of living an authentic life, of ensuring that the physical evidence of our existence matches the deep truth of our souls. But the mystery is far from solved. The gold-rimmed pince-nez still hold their secrets, and the dark water of the Thames continues to flow beneath the bridges of London, carrying with it the cold, unvoiced truths of those who have vanished into the night. What lies ahead for Lord Peter as he steps out of his comfortable study and into the shifting shadows of the city? What dark, psychological depths will he have to plunge into to find the true identity of the man in the bath? In our next chapter, we will follow him as he takes his first steps into the labyrinth, where the boundary between the hunter and the hunted begins to blur, and the cold art of observation must face its ultimate, terrifying test. Let us pause here for a moment, letting the warmth of the fire linger in our minds, before we step out into the rain and follow him into the dark. Main Chapter 4: The Inquest and the Medical Evidence. Welcome, dear listener. Take a deep breath, settle into your space, and let your mind drift back in time, to a cold, fog-draped London morning where the air smells of coal smoke, damp wool, and the faint, unsettling scent of carbolic acid. We find ourselves entering the solemn, wood-paneled walls of the coroner's court, a place where the messy, vibrant mysteries of human life are coldly dissected, catalogued, and reduced to the sterile language of legal and medical evidence. In this chapter, we are going to explore the profound and often disturbing anatomical journey of the investigation, a journey that forces us to look beyond the surface of things and confront the fragile, physical reality of our own existence. What is a body, after all, when the breath of life has left it? Is it merely a collection of bone, muscle, and tissue, a biological machine to be studied under a microscope? Or does it remain a sacred vessel, whispering the secrets of the soul that once inhabited it? As we step into the courtroom, we are not just observing a legal proceeding. We are witnessing the eternal struggle between the cold, analytical mind of science and the warm, desperate human heart that yearns for dignity, meaning, and truth. Imagine the atmosphere in that courtroom. The room is packed to the gills, the gallery overflowing with curious onlookers whose breath mists in the chill October air. The low hum of whispered conversations rises like the murmur of a distant sea, a restless wave of human curiosity and morbid fascination. The light filtering through the high, grimy windows is a pale, watery gray, casting long, summer shadows across the benches. There is a palpable tension in the air, a collective holding of the breath, because everyone in this room knows that they are standing on the boundary line between the ordinary, respectable world and the dark, chaotic abyss of the unknown. On one side sits Mr. Alfred Phipps, the little architect in whose suburban bathtub this mysterious corpse was so inexplicably deposited. He is a pathetic figure today, stripped of his usual fussy dignity, his face the color of old parchment, his hands trembling so violently that he can barely hold his bowler hat. Beside him, Gladys Horrocks, the housemaid, looks pale and defensive, her eyes darting nervously as if she expects the very walls to accuse her of some unspoken sin. And there, sitting quietly in the back, is Lord Peter Wimsey, his golden hair catching the dim light, his face masked in an expression of polite, almost aristocratic boredom, though behind his monocle, his keen intelligence is vibrating like a finely tuned instrument, absorbing every sigh, every glance, and every microscopic detail of the scene. Let us begin by exploring the tension of the coroner's inquest and the deeply conflicting testimonies of the witnesses who are called to the stand. This is where the narrative grid of our story begins to splinter, revealing the deep, human fractures beneath the surface of polite society. The coroner, a man of rigid, bureaucratic efficiency, begins the proceedings with the dry, rhythmic cadence of someone who has looked upon death too many times to be moved by it. He calls Mr. Phipps to the stand. Listen to the sound of those small, hesitant footsteps echoing on the bare floorboards. When Phipps speaks, his voice is a thin, reedy piping, filled with the terror of a respectable man who suddenly finds his entire life, his business, and his good name teetering on the edge of ruin. He tells his story again, recounting how he entered his bathroom expecting a peaceful morning wash, only to find a naked stranger, wearing nothing but a pair of gold pince-nez, lying dead in his tub. The court erupts into a flutter of nervous, inappropriate laughter, which the coroner quickly silences with a sharp rap of his gavel. But beneath the absurdity of the situation lies a deep, psychological horror. Phipps is not just testifying about a dead body. He is fighting for his survival, pleading with the world to believe that he is innocent, that his quiet, predictable life has been invaded by a nightmare. Then comes Inspector Sugg, the embodiment of bureaucratic desperation and unimaginative authority. Sugg stands tall, his chest puffed out, his voice booming through the room with a confidence that is clearly designed to hide his profound confusion. He wants a quick, neat solution. He wants to wrap this case up in a tidy package, even if it means twisting the facts and trampling over the truth to do so. Sugg's testimony is a master class in confirmation bias. He has decided that Phipps and his household must be involved, and so he interprets every piece of evidence, every nervous look, and every minor discrepancy as proof of guilt. The conflict between Sugg's aggressive, heavy-handed assertions and Phipps's fragile, desperate denials creates a suffocating atmosphere of injustice. It is a cinematic, suspenseful moment that makes our chests tighten, because we recognize this dynamic. We have all, at some point in our lives, felt the crushing weight of being misunderstood, of having our motives questioned by someone who has already made up their mind about who we are. This conflict matters deeply to our subconscious because it touches upon one of our most primal fears, the fear of being falsely accused and rendered completely helpless in the face of an unfeeling, institutional power. When we see Sugg attempting to crush Phipps under the wheel of his crude logic, something inside us rebels. It triggers our deep-seated need for fairness and justice. We realize that the court is not just trying to identify a body. It is staging a battle between empathy and authority, between the complex, messy truth of human experience and the convenient, comfortable lies that power uses to maintain its illusion of control. This classic dynamic holds us back when we allow our own fear of judgment to silence us, when we conform to the expectations of others because we are too afraid to stand in our own truth. But it also guides us forward, acting as a catalyst that urges us to look beneath the surface of things, to question authority, and to seek a deeper, more compassionate understanding of the world around us. If you find yourself facing a situation in your own life where you feel misunderstood, judged, or trapped by the rigid opinions of others, let this chapter be a soothing, guiding hand. Step back from the noise of the courtroom of your own mind. Recognize that the judgments of others are often nothing more than a reflection of their own fears, their own need for control, and their own limitations. You do not have to accept their narrative of who you are. Like Lord Peter, who sits quietly, refusing to be swayed by Sugg's bluster, you can cultivate a space of quiet, internal observation. Anchor yourself in your own truth, pay attention to the small, quiet facts of your life, and trust that clarity will eventually rise above the clamor of false accusations. Now, let us turn our attention to the entrance of one of the most fascinating and formidable figures in this entire drama, Sir Julian Freke, the eminent neurosurgeon and head of the nearby hospital. When Sir Julian is called to give his expert medical opinion, the atmosphere in the room changes instantly. The nervous whispering stops. A hush of profound respect falls over the crowd. Freke is a man of immense physical and intellectual presence, with a brow like a marble cliff and eyes that seem to pierce through flesh and bone to read the very thoughts of those before him. His voice is smooth, deep, and utterly authoritative, carrying the absolute certainty of modern science. He steps into the witness box not as a mere observer, but as a high priest of the material world, a man who views the human body not as a temple of the soul, but as an extraordinarily complex, purely physical machine. Sir Julian's testimony is a chillingly detached anatomical analysis. He explains to the court, with perfect, clinical precision, that the body in the bath is almost certainly that of a pauper, an unidentified vagrant from the workhouse or the streets, whose corpse was acquired legally or illegally for dissection by medical students. He describes the state of the brain, the condition of the internal organs, and the physical characteristics of the deceased with a cold, matter-of-fact indifference that makes the skin crawl. To him, this nameless, naked man is not a tragedy. He is a specimen. He is a collection of tissue to be sliced, examined, and discarded in the pursuit of scientific knowledge. Freak's theories of the brain are revolutionary and deeply materialistic. He believes that all human emotion, all morality, and all spirituality are merely the results of physical, chemical reactions within the cerebral cortex. A criminal is not evil. He simply has a malformed brain. A genius is not inspired. He simply has an unusually efficient neural pathway. This presentation of Sir Julian Freak is a cinematic masterclass in intellectual seduction and underlying dread. As we listen to his smooth, logical arguments, we find ourselves almost lulled into agreeing with him. His brilliance is hypnotic. But Lord Peter, watching him from the back of the room, senses something deeply unsettling beneath that flawless, professional facade. There is a coldness there that borders on the monstrous, an intellectual arrogance that leaves no room for the sacredness of human life. Wimsey remembers his own experiences in the trenches of the Great War, where human bodies were blown to pieces in the name of political and scientific progress, and he knows, in his very bones, that when we strip humanity of its spiritual dignity, we open the door to an absolute, terrifying darkness. The psychological analysis of this dynamic is profound. Sir Julian Freak represents the archetype of the cold intellect, the shadow side of our drive for knowledge and mastery over the physical world. In our modern lives, we are constantly encouraged to intellectualize our experiences, to analyze our feelings as if they were biological data, and to treat our bodies as projects to be optimized, quantified, and controlled. This materialist worldview promises us power and certainty, but it also isolates us. It cuts us off from our intuition, our emotions, and our capacity for deep, soulful connection with others. When we adopt Freak's cold, analytical gaze toward ourselves or those around us, we deny the very essence of our humanity. We reduce our suffering to a chemical imbalance, our joy to a hormonal surge, and our lives to a meaningless march toward physical decay. This holds us back by trapping us in a state of chronic alienation and emotional numbness, leaving us feeling empty even when we achieve all our material goals. To apply this lesson to your own life, you must learn to balance your intellect with your heart. When you find yourself overanalyzing your pain, your relationships, or your career, take a moment to drop out of your head and into your body. Feel the warmth of your breath, the beating of your heart, the physical sensation of your feet on the earth. Remind yourself that you are not a machine to be fixed. You are a living, breathing mystery to be experienced. Practice treating your own body and mind with the reverence they deserve, rather than the clinical judgment of an observer. When you look at others, try to see beyond their external performance, their social standing, or their usefulness to you. Look for the spark of shared humanity within them. And remember that our greatest strength lies not in our intellectual superiority, but in our capacity for love, empathy, and deep, unconditional connection. This brings us to the third and perhaps most gripping aspect of the medical evidence: the subtle, baffling discrepancies in the physical state of the corpse compared to the missing financier, Sir Reuben Levy. This is where the plot thickens into a dense, atmospheric fog, and where the true genius of Dorothy L. Sayers's storytelling shines through. Sir Reuben Levy, a wealthy, highly respected Jewish gentleman of the city, has vanished without a trace under incredibly suspicious circumstances. The body in Mr. Phipps's bath bears a striking physical resemblance to Sir Reuben. It is of a similar height, age, and build, and crucially, it is circumcised, a detail that immediately suggests a connection to the missing financier. Sugg and the authorities are quick to jump to this conclusion, believing they have found the body of the wealthy man and can now proceed to hunt down his killers. But as the medical evidence is presented, a series of quiet, devastating discrepancies begin to emerge, like cracks in a sheet of ice. The corpse's hands, though clean, show the faint, indelible signs of hard, manual labor. The fingernails are rough, the skin calloused in ways that a wealthy financier's hands could never be. The teeth are in a shocking state of neglect, filled with decay and showing a complete lack of the high-quality dental work that a man of Sir Reuben's immense wealth would have received throughout his life. Most bizarrely of all, while the body has been meticulously washed and cared for, with the hair freshly cut and the face clean-shaven, there is a lingering smell of poverty about it, an aura of deprivation that no amount of soap can entirely wash away. Picture the scene in the courtroom as these details are laid bare. The medical examiner, a practical man who lacks Freke's philosophical grandiosity but possesses a sharp eye for physical reality, describes these contradictions with a quiet, stubborn insistence. He points to the dead man's hands, holding up a photograph of the fingers for the jury to see. The contrast between the luxurious setting of the bath and the humble, scarred reality of the corpse is jarring. It is a moment of deep, poetic melancholy. Here lies a man who, in life, was likely ignored, pushed to the margins of society, and forced to labor in poverty. Yet in death, he has been dressed in the expensive gold pince-nez of a gentleman, placed in a beautiful porcelain tub, and made the center of a national sensation, while his true identity remains entirely erased. He has become a prop in someone else's deadly game, a blank slate upon which a killer has written a false story. This dynamic of the discrepancy between appearance and reality speaks directly to our subconscious fears of erasure and invisibility. We live in a world that is obsessed with masks, with curated images, and with the superficial markers of success, wealth, and status. We spend so much energy trying to present a clean, polished version of ourselves to the world, fearing that if people saw our rough edges, our decaying teeth, or the scars of our labor, they would reject us. But this chapter reminds us that the truth of who we are cannot be easily hidden or manufactured. Our history is written on our bodies, in our habits, and in the quiet, undeniable patterns of our lives. When we try to live a lie, or when we allow others to project a false identity onto us, we experience a profound inner conflict. We become like this nameless corpse physically present, but spiritually lost, stripped of our true name and our true story. The practical wisdom hidden within this medical puzzle is the call to radical authenticity. Stop trying to polish your image to fit the expectations of a world that only values superficial glitter. Embrace your scars, your calluses, and the raw, unedited parts of your history. They are the honest markers of your journey, the evidence of your resilience, your survival, and your humanity. If you are hiding a part of yourself out of fear of judgment, find a safe space to let that truth be seen. Do not let others write their stories over yours. By standing firmly in your authentic self, with all your beautiful imperfections, you reclaim your name, your dignity, and your place in the world. You protect yourself from being used as a prop in other people's dramas, and you build a life that is grounded in real, unshakable truth. As we bring our thoughts together, let us reflect on the rich, emotional tapestry of this chapter. We have stood in the cold, crowded courtroom, feeling the heavy, suffocating anxiety of the falsely accused and the desperate struggle for respectability. We have listened to the brilliant, chillingly detached theories of Sir Julian Freak, recognizing the danger of a mind that has severed its connection to the heart. And we have examined the quiet, heartbreaking discrepancies of the nameless body in the bath, realizing that our true identity is a sacred thing that can never be fully erased by the masks we wear or the stories others tell about us. This chapter is not just a stepping stone in a detective novel. It is a profound meditation on the human condition, a mirror held up to our own fears, our own desire for truth, and our own fragile, beautiful mortality. And now, as the shadows lengthen in the courtroom and the coroner prepares to adjourn the proceedings, a quiet, suspenseful hush falls over the room. The jury whispers among themselves, their faces grave, their minds clouded by the conflicting testimonies and the baffling medical evidence. The crowd begins to filter out into the damp, foggy London afternoon, their coats pulled tight against the chill, their voices hushed with a sense of unresolved mystery. But for Lord Peter Wimsey, the real work is only just beginning. He stands up, adjusts his hat, and steps out into the grey light of the street, his mind ablaze with a new, terrifying clarity. He knows that the cold, clinical answers of the medical experts have only scratched the surface of the truth. He knows that behind the physical evidence lies a human mind of extraordinary, calculated cruelty, a mind that is watching, waiting, and preparing its next move. As we follow Peter into the fog, we can feel the invisible threads of the conspiracy tightening around us, drawing us deeper into a labyrinth where the boundaries between life and death, sanity and madness, are about to be shattered. Turn the page, dear listener, and let us step forward together into the gathering dark. Main Chapter 5: Shadows of the Great War. There is a peculiar, devastating silence that falls upon a room when the ghosts of our past refuse to stay buried. We often believe that we can partition our lives, locking our darkest memories in sealed vaults deep within the subconscious, while we present a polished, sparkling facade to the world. But the mind is not a series of neat compartments. It is an interconnected web, and when one strand is violently pulled, the entire structure trembles. This is the profound, aching reality that lies at the heart of our journey today as we step into the shadowed chambers of Lord Peter Wimsey's soul. In this exploration of the 5th chapter of Whose Body, we are invited to look beyond the clever banter, the monocle, and the aristocratic poise of Dorothy Sayers' celebrated detective. We are invited to witness a man unraveling, caught in the invisible, suffocating grip of shell shock, a casualty of the Great War who is still fighting a battle long after the guns have fallen silent. To understand Lord Peter Wimsey, one must understand the terrible paradox of his existence. He is a man of extraordinary intellect, a seeker of truth who uses his brilliant mind to solve the puzzles of life and death. Yet, it is this very intellect, this heightened sensitivity to the world around him, that makes him so vulnerable to the horrors he has witnessed. As we begin, picture the scene in your mind's eye with the rich, sensory details of a cold London night. The rain is drumming a relentless, metallic tattoo against the window panes of 11.2 Piccadilly. Inside, the fire has died down to a mound of glowing red embers, casting long, distorting shadows across the bookshelves lined with rare editions. The air carries the faint, aristocratic scents of Turkish tobacco, old leather, and visual residue of fine brandy. On the desk lies the paperwork of the Battersea Bath mystery, a grim puzzle of an unidentified body, a silent testament to human malice. Peter sits in his armchair, but he is no longer present in the comfortable warmth of his library. His eyes are wide, staring into the middle distance, dilated with a terror that has nothing to do with the present moment. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner has ceased to be a comforting marker of passing time. Instead, it has transformed. In the fragile theater of his mind, that rhythmic ticking has become the heavy, rhythmic thud of distant artillery. This brings us to our first key area of contemplation, the sudden, paralyzing onset of shell-shock flashbacks triggered by the grim nature of his detective work. It is a terrifying truth of human psychology that our greatest strengths are often intimately bound to our deepest wounds. Peter's detective work requires him to immerse himself in the details of violent death, to reconstruct the final moments of a victim, and to look closely at the physical wreckage of a human being. But for a survivor of the Western Front, death is not an abstract puzzle. It is a visceral, suffocating memory. The sight of a cold, pale body in a bathtub, stripped of identity and dignity, acts as a psychological key, unlocking the floodgates of memories he has spent years trying to suppress. Let us dwell for a moment on the cinematic intensity of such a flashback. Imagine Peter sitting alone as the night deepens. A car backfires in the street below. In an instant, the elegant Piccadilly flat vanishes. The smells of leather and tobacco are violently replaced by the thick, choking stench of wet clay, chloride of lime, rotting sandbags, and the sweet, sickening odor of decomposition. The carpet beneath his feet becomes the sucking, treacherous mud of a trench in Flanders. He is back in 1916. Buried alive in a collapsed dugout near Cester, the weight of the earth pressing down on his chest, cutting off his breath, while the earth above him shakes with the concussive force of high-explosive shells. His fingers claw convulsively at the fabric of his trousers, searching for a purchase on a reality that is slipping away. He can hear the screams of his men he was responsible for, men he could not save, their voices muffled by tons of fallen earth. The internal monologue is a frantic, looping scream of panic, a desperate plea for light, for air, for a cessation of the noise. The contrast between his external environment of luxury and his internal landscape of absolute horror is a stark illustration of the invisible wounds of war. Why does this dynamic resonate so deeply within our collective subconscious? When we analyze this psychologically, we begin to understand that Peter's struggle is a mirror for our own hidden battles. We may not have fought in the trenches of the Somme, but we all carry our own battlefields within us. We all have moments of past trauma, failure, or heartbreak that we have tried to bury beneath a busy, successful, or cheerful exterior. The psychological concept of the shadow, as defined by Carl Jung, reminds us that the parts of ourselves we deny, reject, or try to hide do not simply disappear. They wait in the dark, gathering strength, waiting for a moment of physical fatigue or emotional vulnerability to break through our defenses. When we see Lord Peter, an archetype of privilege and intelligence, reduced to a trembling, hyperventilating child by a phantom memory, it touches a profound nerve. It reassures us that it is not a sign of weakness to be broken by what we have suffered. It reveals that the mind has its own limits, and that survival is not always a clean, victorious march, but often a messy, ongoing negotiation with our own history. If you find yourself nodding in recognition, feeling the echo of your own unhealed wounds, let this realization act as a gentle, guiding hand. The practical path to navigating these sudden storms of the mind begins with a courageous act of non-judgmental awareness. When a trigger occurs, when a memory or anxiety floods your system, the instinctive reaction is often to fight it, to shame yourself for feeling this way, or to desperately try to think your way out of it. This mental resistance only adds fuel to the fire. Instead, the first step is to practice what psychologists call grounding. You must bring your awareness back to the physical reality of the present moment. Feel the weight of your body in the chair. Look around the room and name 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. This simple sensory exercise signals to your primitive brain, the amygdala, that despite what your memories are telling you, you are safe in the here and now. Allow the feelings to wash over you without labeling them as bad or weak. They are simply waves of energy passing through your nervous system, remnants of a storm that has already passed. As Peter drowns in the terrifying darkness of his memories, a lighthouse appears in the form of our second key point, the deep, unwavering loyalty and tender care of Mervyn Bunter. Bunter is far more than a valet. He is the custodian of Peter's sanity, a brother-in-arms who shared the horrors of the trenches and now shares the quiet, agonizing aftermath. The relationship between these two men is one of the most beautiful and psychologically rich partnerships in English literature. It transcended the rigid class boundaries of Edwardian society, forged in the mud and blood of the battlefield where life and death leveled all social distinctions. Let us paint a cinematic picture of this quiet, sacred interaction. The door to the library opens noiselessly, and Bunter enters. He does not need to ask what is wrong. A single glance at his master's rigid posture, the white-knuckled grip on the armrest, and the empty, terrified stare tells him everything. Bunter does not panic, nor does he offer empty platitudes or tell Peter to pull himself together. Instead, his movements are deliberate, calm, and infinitely gentle. He approaches with a silver tray bearing a glass of warm milk infused with a drop of brandy, a simple, comforting remedy. His voice, when he speaks, is a low, steady anchor in the storm. He does not address Lord Peter with the formal distance of a servant, but with the quiet authority of a sergeant speaking to his officer in a dark dugout. He says, gently but firmly, that it is all right, that the company is in reserve, that there is no firing tonight, and that he is safe. Bunter gently takes Peter's trembling hands, guiding them to the glass, his physical touch providing a vital connection to the present world. He stays by his side, talking in a low, soothing monotone about mundane matters, about the cataloging of books or the weather, until the rapid rise and fall of Peter's chest slows, and the terror slowly recedes from his eyes. The psychological depth of this dynamic is immense. What we are witnessing here is a profound demonstration of what modern psychology calls co-regulation. Our nervous systems are not designed to function in isolation. We are social creatures who rely on the presence and physiological state of others to help us find balance. When Peter's nervous system is in a state of hyperarousal, trapped in a fight-or-flight response, he cannot calm himself down through logic alone. He needs another human being whose nervous system is calm, grounded, and safe to help him regulate. Bunter provides this external nervous system. His calm voice, steady presence, and lack of judgment act as a physiological soothing balm, telling Peter's subconscious that the danger has passed. This dynamic highlights the critical importance of secure attachments in our lives. It reminds us that we are not meant to heal alone. The myth of the rugged individualist who conquers all their demons by sheer willpower is a dangerous illusion. We need our tribe. We need our Bunters. How can we apply this profound truth to our own lives? First, we must cultivate the humility to accept help when we are in the midst of our mental health crisis. So often, pride or the fear of being a burden prevents us from reaching out. We hide our struggles, locking ourselves away in isolation, which only amplifies our pain. To apply this practically, identify the people in your life who represent safety for you. These are not necessarily the people who give the best advice or try to fix your problems, but those who can sit with you in the dark without discomfort, who can listen without judgment, and whose very presence brings a sense of calm. If you do not have such a person in your life right now, work on becoming that person for yourself and others. Learn the art of deep, active listening. When someone you care about is struggling, resist the urge to offer quick solutions. Instead, offer your presence, your calm breath, and your unwavering support. Say to them, in words or through your quiet actions, the equivalent of Bunter's comforting reassurance of, I am here, you are safe, and you do not have to carry this alone. This leads us to our third core area of exploration, how Peter's profound vulnerability makes him a deeply human and relatable protagonist, transforming our understanding of what it means to be a hero. In the traditional Golden Age detective fiction, the investigator is often a figure of cold, intellectual superiority, a thinking machine untouched by human emotion or frailty. Think of Sherlock Holmes, with his forensic detachment, or Poirot, with his orderly gray cells. They observe the human tragedy of murder with the clinical eye of a scientist. But Lord Peter Wimsey is different. He is broken. His mind is a fragile, repaired vessel that can shatter if handled too roughly. He is a man who suffers, who weeps, who knows the agonizing taste of fear and guilt. Imagine the contrast of the morning after his collapse. The sun rises over London, casting a pale, clean light through the windows. Peter stands before the mirror, dressing for the day. He adjusts his tie with meticulous care, places his monocle in his eye, and assumes the persona of the light-hearted, slightly foolish aristocratic dandy. But we, the audience, have seen him in the dark. We have seen him trembling on the floor. This knowledge changes everything. His jokes are no longer just amusement. They are a shield. His aristocratic chatter is a desperate attempt to keep the darkness at bay. His pursuit of justice is not an intellectual game. It is a moral necessity, a way to find order in a world that he has seen descend into absolute chaos. His vulnerability does not diminish his heroism. It defines it. It takes no courage for an invulnerable machine to face danger. But for a man who is terrified of the dark, who knows how easily his mind can be shattered, to step forward and seek the truth in the face of horror, that is true courage. The psychological resonance of this portrayal is profound. It challenges the toxic narrative that vulnerability is synonymous with weakness. In our modern culture, we are often pressured to present a flawless, curated version of ourselves to the world, to hide our struggles, our anxieties, and our doubts. We wear masks of competence and happiness, fearing that if people saw our true, fragile selves, we would be rejected. But the psychological truth is that vulnerability is the very birthplace of connection, empathy, and genuine strength. When we see Lord Peter's brokenness, we do not look down on him. We love him all the more. We feel a deep, warm sense of companionship with him because he reflects our own hidden fragility. His struggle gives us permission to be imperfect. It reassures us that we can be wounded, we can have a history of trauma, we can struggle with our mental health, and we can still be capable of doing great things, of being kind, of seeking justice, and of living a life of profound meaning. To integrate this wisdom into your own life, you must begin the difficult but liberating work of self-acceptance. You must stop fighting your sensitivity and start viewing it as a source of strength. Those of us who feel things deeply, who are easily affected by the suffering of others or the beauty and harshness of the world, are often told that we are too sensitive. But this sensitivity is also the source of our empathy, our creativity, and our intuition. Peter's ability to solve crimes is not separate from his psychological wounds. It is directly connected to them. Because he has known deep suffering, he can understand the pain of others. He can see the subtle emotional currents that a colder mind would miss. To apply this practically, reframe your own wounds not as shameful scars, but as portals of understanding. When you experience anxiety or sadness, instead of wishing it away, ask yourself, what is this feeling trying to tell me? How can this experience help me to be more compassionate to others who are struggling? By embracing your vulnerability, you strip it of its power to destroy you, and instead, you transform it into a source of profound wisdom and connection. As we bring our journey through this deeply emotional chapter to a close, let us reflect on the beautiful, delicate tapestry of human experience we have explored. We have watched Lord Peter Wimsey navigate the dark, treacherous waters of his past, his mind pulled back into the horrors of the Great War by the grim reality of his detective work. We have seen the vital, saving grace of co-regulation and secure attachment in the quiet, loyal devotion of Bunter. And we have discovered that it is Peter's very vulnerability, his status as a wounded healer, that makes him one of the most enduring and deeply loved characters in literature. This chapter is a powerful reminder that our past is never truly dead. It is not even past. But it also teaches us that we do not have to be defined by our trauma. With patience, with grounding, with the support of those who love us, and with a compassionate embrace of our own fragile humanity, we can find our way through the darkest nights. We can stand in the morning light, as Peter does, weary but unbroken, ready to face the world once more. And yet, as the morning sun dissipates the shadows of the night in the quiet rooms of Piccadilly, a new tension begins to stir. The psychological storm may have passed for now, but the intellectual puzzle remains unresolved. The body in the Battersea bath still demands an identity, and the cold, calculating mind behind this grotesque crime is still at large, watching, waiting, and weaving a web of deception that will test every ounce of Peter's restored strength. As we move forward into the next chapter of this intricate mystery, the focus shifts from the internal battlefields of the mind to the external, rain-slicked streets of London, where a deadly game of cat and mouse is about to begin. The shadows of the Great War may have receded into the corners of the room, but in the world outside, the shadows of a brilliant, ruthless killer are just beginning to lengthen. Main Chapter 6: Tracing the Steps of the Deceased. We often believe that the marks we leave on this world are permanent, carved into the stone of our accomplishments, or written in the enduring hearts of those we love. But when a human life is suddenly cut short, when a person vanishes into the thick, damp fog of a London evening, we begin to realize just how fragile those traces really are. To trace the steps of the deceased is not merely a task of logic or a cold exercise in police methodology. It is a quiet, almost sacred pilgrimage into the spaces where a heart once beat, where a mind once planned for a tomorrow that would never arrive. It is an exploration of the silence left behind. Imagine, if you will, the heavy, velvet-draped rooms of the Levy residence. Outside, the rain falls in a monotonous, gray drizzle, washing over the cobblestones and blurring the gaslights into smeary halos of yellow warmth. Inside, the silence is thick, almost physical, broken only by the rhythmic, indifferent ticking of a grandfather clock that seems to mock the sudden stillness of the master of the house. This is where our journey begins today, working side by side with Detective Inspector Charles Parker and the brilliant, deeply sensitive Lord Peter Wimsey. We are not just looking for clues. We are trying to understand the ghost of Sir Reuben Levy, a man of wealth, influence, and profound routine, who walked out of his life and into the absolute void. Take a moment to settle into this space with me. Let the busyness of your own day fade into the background as we step into this quiet parlor. Can you feel the weight of the unanswered questions hanging in the air? Can you feel the gentle, persistent ache of a home that is waiting for someone who will never return? This is the human struggle at its most raw, the search for meaning in the wake of a sudden, unexplained absence. It is a struggle that mirrors our own private moments of loss, when we look at the empty spaces in our lives and wonder where the path went wrong, and how we might find our way back. Our first step along this cold trail brings us face to face with Lady Levy. To watch Lord Peter and Parker interview her is to witness a delicate dance of empathy and razor-sharp observation. Lady Levy sits in a low armchair, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her face a pale canvas of dignified grief. She is a woman who has lived in the warm security of her husband's devotion, and now, that security has been shattered. As Parker asks his methodical questions, his voice low and respectful, Lord Peter watches. He does not just look at Lady Levy. He looks at the room, the photographs, the half-read book on the side table, the subtle, telling details that speak of a life lived in harmony. Together, they begin to reconstruct Sir Reuben's last known movements. He had returned home from the city, dined quietly, received a mysterious telephone call, and then, with a quiet word of reassurance to his wife, walked out into the night. He wore his heavy overcoat, his boots, his hat, carrying the physical armor of a man preparing to face the elements, yet entirely unprepared for the darkness that awaited him. Consider the cinematic tension of this scene. The room is dimly lit. the fire in the hearth casting long, flickering shadows across the walls. Lady Levy speaks in a whisper, her voice trembling slightly as she recalls the exact words her husband said before he crossed the threshold for the last time. She remembers the sound of the front door closing, a heavy, final thud that has echoed in her mind every hour since. In her memory, we see Sir Reuben walking down the steps, his umbrella tucked under his arm, his figure swallowed by the London mist. Where was he going? Who was the voice on the other end of that telephone line that possessed the power to draw this creature of habit away from his warm hearth? As Parker writes down the timeline, every minute becomes a precious, fragile bead on a string of fate. We feel the immense psychological tension of this reconstruction. It is the agonizing process of trying to capture a shadow, of turning a living, breathing man into a series of ink marks on a detective's notepad. Why does this dynamic resonate so deeply within our own subconscious? When we watch this reconstruction, we are forced to confront our own fragility. We realize that our lives, too, are built upon a series of fragile routines. We assume that because we woke up in our beds this morning, we will return to them tonight. We assume that the people we love will always be there, sitting in their accustomed chairs, speaking in their familiar voices. When that routine is violently disrupted, the mind undergoes a profound shock. It scrambles to find order in the chaos, holding onto the most mundane details as a lifeline. Lady Levy remembers the exact silver shillings her husband put in his pocket, not because they are important, but because her mind is desperately trying to anchor itself to reality. In our own lives, when we experience loss or sudden change, we often find ourselves fixating on small, seemingly irrelevant things. This is not madness. It is the soul's way of protecting itself from the overwhelming vastness of grief. How can we apply this understanding to our own journey? When you find yourself facing a sudden disruption or a sense of lost direction, the first step is to honor the mundane. Do not rush to solve the grand mystery of your life all at once. Instead, like a detective on a cold trail, map out your immediate surroundings. Write down the small truths that you know to be certain. Reconstruct your own daily movements, not with judgment, but with a gentle, curious awareness. By honoring the small steps, you begin to rebuild the narrative of your life. You give your subconscious a safe, structured path to walk upon while you navigate the deeper, more complex waters of emotional recovery. As we move deeper into the night of Sir Reuben's disappearance, we find ourselves examining the mysterious phone calls and business transactions that occurred in those critical hours. This is where the trail becomes tangled in the web of human greed, ambition, and secret lives. Sir Reuben was not just a husband. He was a titan of finance, a man whose decisions could move markets and alter the destinies of hundreds of families. Lord Peter Wimsey, with his brilliant, multilayered mind, understands that a man of Sir Reuben's stature does not simply vanish without a ripple in the financial pond. He begins to dig into the records of the stock exchange, the private correspondence, and the logs of the telephone operators. He discovers a series of frantic, late-night transactions, a sudden, inexplicable shift in investments, and a phone call placed from a public booth that seemed to demand Sir Reuben's immediate, secret presence. Picture Lord Peter in his own library, surrounded by leather-bound volumes, yet entirely focused on a scrap of paper containing scribbled phone numbers and stock prices. The room is quiet, save for the scratching of his fountain pen. His friend Parker stands by the window, looking out at the rain-soaked streets, his brow furrowed in concentration. The atmosphere is thick with the thrill of the intellectual chase, yet tempered by a profound sense of melancholy. Every number Peter writes down represents a secret transaction, a hidden motive, a moment of desperation. We see the shadowy figures of the financial district, men in top hats and heavy coats, whispering in the corners of exclusive clubs, making deals that could make or ruin fortunes in the blink of an eye. The telephone, that new and wondrous technology of the era, becomes an instrument of mystery, a conduit for a disembodied voice that lured a wealthy man to his doom. This exploration of secrets and hidden transactions taps into one of our deepest collective fears, the fear of the unknown aspects of those we love, and indeed, of ourselves. We like to believe we know the people closest to us completely. But the truth is, every human being carries a private world within them, a world of silent struggles, secret obligations, and unspoken anxieties. When we uncover the hidden business of Sir Reuben's life, we are reminded that we all compartmentalize. We wear different masks for different stages of our lives. This compartmentalization is a survival mechanism, but it can also become a prison, isolating us from the very people who care for us the most. The tragedy of Sir Reuben is not just that he was murdered, but that he walked out into the dark carrying a burden he felt he could not share with his devoted wife. Let this be a gentle, mentoring guide for your own heart. Look closely at the secret transactions of your own life. Are you carrying silent burdens, emotional debts, or hidden worries that you refuse to share with those who love you? The advice here is simple yet incredibly profound. Practice the art of vulnerability. You do not have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders in absolute isolation. By opening the closed ledger of your heart, even just a little, to a trusted friend or partner, you dismantle the power that secrets hold over you. You prevent the buildup of silent pressure that can lead to emotional exhaustion. Do not wait for a crisis to reveal your true self. Allow yourself to be known, in your strength and in your vulnerability, every single day. Our trail now takes a dark, macabre turn, leading us away from the elegant drawing rooms of the West End and into the cold, sterile, and terrifyingly logical world of the hospital dissecting room. This is the link that begins to tie the entire mystery together, a connection that sends a shiver down the spine of even the most hardened investigator. Lord Peter and Parker discover a strange, unsettling anomaly, a sudden abundance of anatomical specimens in the medical school affiliated with the hospital. At the center of this world stands Sir Julian Freke, a brilliant, cold, and utterly self-assured neurosurgeon who views the human body not as a temple of the soul, but as a complex biological machine to be dissected, analyzed, and understood. Let us step into this anatomical theater, if you have the courage to follow. The air is cold, thick with a sharp, chemical tang of formalin and carbolic acid. The walls are lined with white, glazed tiles that reflect the harsh, clinical light of the gas lamps overhead. On the slate tables lie the quiet, sheet-covered forms of those who have passed beyond this life, their identities stripped away, reduced to specimens for medical students to study. It is a place where death is stripped of its poetry and turned into a textbook. Lord Peter stands in this room, his eyes scanning the tables, his highly sensitive nature recoiling from the cold utility of the space, yet his brilliant mind recognizing the terrifying possibility. What if the body found in the Battersea bath, the body that set this entire investigation in motion, did not come from the workhouse, but from this very room? What if a brilliant mind had used the cover of scientific study to hide a monstrous crime? The contrast between the warm, emotional life of Sir Reuben Levy and this cold, sterile factory of anatomy is stark and deeply unsettling. This cinematic juxtaposition forces us to confront the psychological concept of objectification. In our modern, fast-paced world, we are constantly at risk of being reduced to statistics, to data points, to anatomical specimens in the grand machine of society. We fear losing our individuality, our unique story, and our humanity. The dissecting room is the ultimate physical manifestation of this fear, a place where a human being, with all their dreams, loves, and memories, is reduced to mere muscle, bone, and tissue. When we see Lord Peter fighting against this cold reductionism, we are witnessing the eternal struggle of the human spirit to assert its worth against a world that often seeks to quantify and dismiss it. It is a reminder that our true value lies not in our physical form, but in the intangible, beautiful complexity of our consciousness. How can you apply this realization to your daily existence, especially when you feel overwhelmed by a world that seems to treat you as just another face in the crowd? You must actively reclaim your sacred humanity. Do not allow yourself to be defined solely by your productivity, your bank account, or your physical appearance. Take time to nourish your soul. Engage in activities that have no practical utility but bring you immense joy, whether that is listening to a beautiful piece of music, walking in nature, or writing your deepest thoughts in a journal. By consciously choosing to value the intangible parts of yourself, you resist the cold, dissecting gaze of a purely materialistic world. You honor the temple of your mind and spirit, ensuring that your unique light remains bright and unextinguished. As we bring the threads of this investigation together, we begin to see the shape of the mystery forming out of the London fog. We have walked the quiet, grieving rooms of the Levy household, feeling the heavy ache of sudden loss. We have dissected the silent, frantic transactions of the financial world, realizing how easily we can become entangled in our own secrets. And we have stood in the cold, white-tiled rooms of the anatomical theater, confronting the terrifying ease with which humanity can be reduced to mere matter. Lord Peter Wimsey and Detective Parker have traced the steps of the deceased, not just with their eyes, but with their hearts and minds. They have looked past the surface details to find the human truth hidden beneath. They understand that a cold trail is never truly cold as long as there is someone willing to bring the warmth of empathy and the light of intellect to bear upon it. They are preparing to take the next crucial step into the darkness, armed with the knowledge they have gathered and the deep, silent resolve to bring justice to a world that so desperately needs it. And now, as the rain continues to patter against the windowpane, and the fire in our safe, warm room begins to burn down to a soft, glowing ember, let us prepare to move forward. The trail does not end here. In fact, it is about to lead us into even darker, more unexpected territory, where the boundary between science and madness, between protector and predator, becomes terrifyingly thin. Take a deep breath, let the lessons of this chapter settle deep within your mind, and prepare yourself. In our next chapter, we will follow Lord Peter Wimsey as he takes a daring, perilous leap into the inner sanctum of the suspect, where the final, shocking truths of this case wait to be unraveled. The night is far from over, and the path ahead is fraught with danger, but we shall walk it together, step by step, into the light of truth. And so, our journey continues, stepping out of the warmth of Lord Peter's library and into the damp, unforgiving chill of a London midnight. To truly trace the steps of the deceased, we must not merely look at maps and timetables. We must inhabit the very atmosphere of his final hours. Imagine, if you will, the quiet, dignified residence of Sir Reuben Levy on that fateful evening. The air inside is thick with a scent of polished mahogany, bespoke, and the faint, sweet trace of lavender from Lady Levy's sitting room. It is a home built on decades of devotion, security, and quiet prosperity. Yet, on this night, an invisible shadow has crossed the threshold. When Lord Peter and Inspector Parker arrive to interview Lady Levy, they do not find a caricature of grief, but a woman suspended in a terrible, silent agony. Let us dwell for a moment on this encounter, for it reveals the profound empathy that lies beneath Wimsey's aristocratic facade. As Lady Levy speaks, her voice is a fragile thread, threatening to snap under the weight of her memories. She describes Sir Reuben not as a titan of finance, but as a husband who still walked with a slight, familiar hitch in his stride, a man who took his tea with exactly 2 lumps of sugar and always kissed her forehead before entering his study. Through her eyes, we witness the haunting sequence of his last evening. The telephone rings. In the quiet of the house, that sound is a sudden, sharp intrusion. We can almost hear the vintage, mechanical rattle of the bell, vibrating through the wood of the desk. Sir Reuben answers. His voice, usually so steady and reassuring, drops to a tense, hush whisper. Lady Levy, standing by the parlor door with a tray of tea, notices the sudden tightening of his shoulders beneath his wool coat. It is a tiny detail, a fleeting gesture, but in the hands of a skilled investigator, it is a beacon of truth. The call is brief, the transaction mysterious. He speaks of a sudden meeting, an urgent matter that cannot wait until morning. He assures her he will return shortly, his eyes offering a reassuring smile that would be his final gift to her. He steps out into the fog, the front door clicking shut with a sound that, in hindsight, carries the finality of a tomb. To reconstruct these steps is to participate in a delicate, heartbreaking dance. Wimsey and Parker must track a ghost through the labyrinth of London's financial district and into the quiet, secretive world of late-night business deals. They pore over bank ledgers and telegraph slips, finding a trail of cold, indifferent numbers that represent a warm, living man's final desperate attempts to secure his legacy or perhaps to escape a trap. But as the investigators follow this paper trail, it twists unexpectedly, leading away from the glittering boardrooms of the city and toward a place of sterile, chilling silence, the dissecting room of the teaching hospital. Here, the narrative takes a dark, psychological turn. We leave behind the warm, lavender-scented home of Lady Levy and enter a world defined by the sharp, suffocating smell of formalin and the cold gleam of marble slabs. We must ask ourselves what happens to the human soul when it is reduced to mere anatomical material. In the hospital's medical school, there has been a sudden, unexplained abundance of specimens. To the young medical students, these bodies are tools of their trade, objects to be dissected, studied, and discarded with a casual, youthful indifference. But to Wimsey, every nameless form on those cold tables represents a life, a story, a family left waiting in the dark. The link between Sir Reuben's disappearance and this house of science is a chilling testament to the vulnerability of the human condition. It forces us to confront the terrifying ease with which a person of great stature can be stripped of their identity, their dignity, and their very name, hidden in plain sight among the forgotten dead. As we walk this path with Wimsey and Parker, We are reminded that the search for truth is not just an intellectual exercise. It is a moral crusade to restore honor to those who have been silenced, and to bring solace to those who are left to weep in the quiet, empty rooms of the living. Main Chapter 7: The Direct Accusation. There is a profound and unsettling truth that accompanies us when we venture into the darkest corners of the human psyche. It is the realization that the greatest evils are rarely born of chaotic madness, but rather of an icy, hyper-rational order. When we gaze upon a monster, we expect to see a wild, snarling beast, something easily recognized and shunned. But what happens when the monster wears the immaculate white coat of a savior? What happens when the hand that holds the scalpel of healing is the very hand that conceals the blade of a destroyer? This is the agonizing paradox that Lord Peter Wimsey must confront as he stands on the threshold of a terrible discovery. It is a confrontation not merely with a killer, but with a philosophy that seeks to strip humanity of its soul, reducing the magnificent tapestry of human experience to nothing more than the mechanical ticking of a biological clock. To understand the weight of this moment, we must first step into the quiet sanctuary of Lord Peter's library at Piccadilly. Imagine the scent of beeswax and old leather, the gentle hiss of the gas lamps, and the comforting warmth of a fire crackling in the grate. Outside, the London fog clings to the window panes like a damp shroud, whispering of secrets hidden in the alleyways. Here, surrounded by rare editions of Dante and the comforting, meticulous presence of his valet, Bunter, Peter should find peace. Yet, his mind is a tempest. The phantom sounds of the Western Front, the distant, thudding shells of his own shell-shocked memory, mingle with the sharp, clinical smell of the dissection room. He is haunted by a body found in a Battersea bathtub, a body that does not belong to the wealthy financier Sir Reuben Levy, yet bears a terrifying, silent testimony to a crime of unthinkable arrogance. As Peter paces the room, his long, slender fingers tracing the spines of his beloved books, his thoughts gravitate toward one man. Sir Julian Freke. The name itself carries the weight of scientific infallibility. Freke is a titan of modern medicine, a pioneer in the study of brain pathology, a man who has dedicated his life to mapping the labyrinth of the human mind. To the public, he is a healer, a visionary who looks beyond the superficial symptoms of madness to find the physical, biological root of all human suffering. But Peter, with a heightened, raw sensitivity of a man who has looked death in the face and survived, senses a chilling void beneath Freke's brilliant facade. It is the void of a vanity so vast that it has consumed every shred of human empathy. Let us pause for a moment and examine this growing suspicion. Why does Lord Peter, a man often dismissed as a frivolous, monocle-wearing aristocrat, see what others miss? It is because Peter knows the cost of vulnerability. His own shattered nerves have taught him that the human mind is not a machine to be ruthlessly reprogrammed, but a delicate, sacred mystery. When he speaks with Sir Julian, he does not see a compassionate physician. He sees a high priest of a cold, materialist religion. He recalls Freke's eyes, pale, unblinking, and entirely devoid of warmth. In those eyes, Peter recognizes the ultimate danger of intellect detached from the heart. It is the belief that because one understands the mechanics of life, one has the right to play God. This realization brings us to a cinematic, suspenseful moment of confrontation. Imagine Peter visiting Sir Julian's consulting room, a space that is the very embodiment of clinical detachment. The walls are lined with glass cases containing anatomical specimens, pale shapes suspended in formalin, frozen in a silent, eternal scream. Sir Julian sits behind a massive mahogany desk, his posture perfect, his hands immaculate. Those hands are legendary in the medical world, capable of performing the most delicate neurosurgeries with absolute, unwavering precision. As Peter engages him in a conversational duel, discussing the nature of crime and the physical anomalies of the brain, he watches those hands. They do not tremble. They do not betray a single tremor of guilt or hesitation. But as Peter speaks of Sir Reuben Levy, mentioning the missing financier with a casual, drawing-room nonchalance, he notices a subtle, almost imperceptible shift. It is not a movement of the hands, but a hardening of the muscles around Sir Julian's jaw, a brief, predatory flash in those pale eyes. In that single, fleeting second, the mask slips. Peter realizes that Sir Julian does not view Sir Reuben as a fellow human being, a husband, or a friend. He views him as an inconvenience, a piece of faulty machinery that needed to be dismantled and disposed of. The vanity of the surgeon is such that he believes he has committed the perfect crime, not because he is a vulgar thief, but because he possesses a superior intellect that is above the law. Why does this dynamic resonate so deeply within us? Why does the figure of the brilliant, cold-hearted intellectual terrify and fascinate us in equal measure? It is because it speaks to a fundamental fear buried in our subconscious, the fear of being reduced to nothing. In our daily lives, we strive to find meaning, to believe that our loves, our sorrows, and our dreams possess some transcendent value. When we encounter a mind like Sir Julian's, a mind that views us merely as biological machines, it threatens the very foundation of our existence. It suggests that our deepest emotions are nothing more than chemical reactions, that our consciousness is a cruel illusion, and that we are, in the end, disposable. This is the psychological pathology of the killer who operates from a position of absolute intellectual superiority. They do not kill out of passion or greed, but out of a supreme, solipsistic arrogance that declares, "Because I can understand you, I can destroy you." To apply this to our own lives, we must look at the patterns of detachment we construct to protect ourselves. How often do we, in our own quest for control, distance ourselves from the messy, unpredictable reality of human emotion? When we face a difficult relationship, a painful loss, or a professional setback, do we retreat into a cold, analytical fortress? Do we treat ourselves and others as problems to be solved rather than human beings to be felt and understood? This is the gentle guidance we must take from Lord Peter's journey. To remain whole, we must resist the temptation of clinical detachment. We must have the courage to feel, to embrace our vulnerability, and to recognize that our worth lies not in our intellectual utility, but in our capacity for love, empathy, and connection. As the narrative deepens, we find ourselves drawn into the horrifying details of Sir Julian's worldview. He is a man who truly believes that the human body is nothing more than a collection of meat and bone, a biological engine that can be repaired, modified, or scrapped at his whim. In his mind, Sir Reuben Levy was not a man of honor and charity, but an obsolete model, an obstacle to his own grand design. To understand the depth of this depravity, we must reconstruct the crime through Peter's increasingly focused intuition. The body in the bath was not a random victim of a street brawl. It was a carefully selected substitute, a workhouse pauper whose physical dimensions bore a superficial resemblance to the missing financier. With a chilling, methodical efficiency, Sir Julian used his position at the hospital to orchestrate a switch, using the dead body of the pauper to obscure the fate of the man he had murdered in cold blood. Imagine the sheer audacity of this plan. It required not just physical courage, but an absolute, unshakable belief in one's own immunity. Sir Julian performed his daily rounds, lectured his students, and operated on his patients, all while the body of his victim lay dissected on a slab, disguised as an anatomical specimen for the medical school. This is the ultimate expression of the killer's vanity. He did not hide his crime in the dark. He placed it in the bright, sterilizing light of his own laboratory, confident that no one would dare to look closely at the work of the great Sir Julian Freak. This brings us to the second cinematic sequence, a moment of heart-stopping suspense that unfolds in the dead of night. Lord Peter, accompanied by the silent, faithful Bunter, initiates a secret search of the hospital laboratories. Picture the scene: the vast, echoing corridors of St. Luke's Hospital, illuminated only by the pale, watery moonlight filtering through the high windows. The air is thick with a sharp, chemical tang of ether and formalin, a scent that immediately triggers Peter's memories of the field hospitals of France. Every footstep seems to echo like a gunshot against the cold, tiled walls. Peter's heart hammers against his ribs, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps as he fights back the rising tide of his shell shock. He must remain focused. He must find the physical proof that will tear down Sir Julian's fortress of lies. They slip into the dissecting room, a place of shadow and cold marble. On the tables lie the shrouded forms of the dead, quiet and indifferent to the intrusion. Peter approaches the desk where the laboratory records are kept. His hands, gloved to prevent leaving traces, turn the pages with a feverish but careful precision. He is looking for the discrepancy, the tiny, overlooked detail that every killer, no matter how brilliant, leaves behind. And then, he finds it. A record of a body received from the workhouse, a body that was supposed to have been dissected by the students, but whose disposal records do not match the physical reality of the remains. It is a thread, a single, golden thread of truth in a web of deceit. But the search is not without danger. Just as Peter notes the discrepancy, the heavy wooden door of the laboratory creaks open. A beam of light cuts through the darkness, sweeping across the rows of marble tables. Peter and Bunter press themselves into the shadows behind a glass cabinet filled with skeletal remains. The tension is palpable, a living, breathing entity in the cold room. Through the glass, Peter sees the figure of the night watchman, his lantern swinging rhythmically, his footsteps slow and deliberate. If they are caught here, the investigation is ruined, and Sir Julian will have all the warning he needs to destroy the remaining evidence. Peter holds his breath, his mind racing, forcing himself to remain absolutely still, a statue of flesh and bone among the statues of calcium and dust. The watchman pauses, mutters to himself, and then, with a heavy sigh, turns and closes the door. The darkness returns, but the air remains charged with the proximity of discovery. This secret search represents a profound psychological truth. It is the journey into the shadow self, the necessity of searching the dark, neglected corridors of our own minds to find the truths we try to hide from ourselves. Just as Peter had to enter the terrifying, antiseptic world of the dissection room to find the key to the mystery, we too must have the courage to confront our deepest fears, our hidden shames, and our unacknowledged griefs. It is easy to live in the bright, comfortable rooms of our conscious minds, ignoring the quiet discrepancies and the unresolved traumas that lie in the dark. But true healing, True integration requires us to take up the lantern of self-awareness and step into the shadows. How do we apply this to our daily lives? Think of it as a personal audit, a gentle but uncompromising examination of your own internal landscape. When you feel a sudden, irrational burst of anger, a lingering sadness, or a persistent anxiety, do not brush it aside. Treat it not as a malfunction to be suppressed, but as a clue to be followed. Ask yourself, what is the origin of this feeling? What am I trying to hide from myself? By conducting this inner search with patience and compassion, you will find the hidden blockages that prevent you from living fully. You will discover that the truth, no matter how painful it may be to uncover, is ultimately the only thing that can set you free. As Lord Peter emerges from the hospital into the cool, damp air of the London dawn, the pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place with a terrifying, beautiful clarity. The contrast between the cold, intellectual vanity of Sir Julian and the warm, fragile humanity of his victims is complete. Peter realizes that his task is no longer just to solve a murder, but to vindicate the very idea of human worth. He must stand as a champion for those who cannot speak, for the workhouse pauper whose body was desecrated, and for Sir Reuben Levy, whose life was extinguished to satisfy a surgeon's monstrous ego. The chapter reaches its emotional climax as Peter prepares for the direct accusation. This is not a confrontation to be undertaken lightly. It is a psychological duel between two men of extraordinary intellect, one driven by a profound, empathetic moral center, the other by a cold, self-serving vanity. Peter knows that he cannot simply present the physical evidence. He must break through the ironclad armor of Sir Julian's self-belief. He must make the surgeon realize that his perfect crime was, in reality, a monument of clumsy, human arrogance. Imagine the scene that lies ahead, the final chess match of wits in Sir Julian's study. Peter will not enter as an officer of the law, but as a gentleman visitor, his manner light, his speech peppered with his usual aristocratic banter. But beneath that velvet glove is an iron fist. He will lay out the theory, step by step, not as an accusation of guilt, but as a tribute to Sir Julian's brilliant methodology. He will play to the surgeon's vanity, leading him down a path of intellectual appreciation, until the trap snaps shut. He will show him that the very intellect he used to commit the crime is the instrument of his own undoing. This brings us to the profound realization that vanity is always the undoing of the wicked. No matter how meticulously a crime is planned, no matter how brilliant the mind that conceives it, the ego will always leave a footprint. It is the need to be recognized, the burning desire to have one's genius acknowledged, that ultimately betrays the killer. Sir Julian could have gotten away with a murder if he had been content to be ordinary. But a man of his ego cannot bear to be ordinary. He had to perform the crime as an artistic masterpiece, and in doing so, he left the signature that Lord Peter Wimsey was uniquely equipped to read. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us reflect on the journey we have taken. We have looked into the abyss of pure intellect severed from human empathy, and we have seen the terrifying structures it can build. We have followed Lord Peter through the haunted corridors of his own memory and the physical labyrinth of the hospital, witnessing his courage in the face of both external danger and internal trauma. And we have learned that the ultimate defense against the cold, analytical forces that seek to minimize our humanity is our capacity for connection, for empathy, and for the relentless pursuit of truth. In the next chapter, we will witness the culmination of this intellectual duel. The stage is set, the pieces are in place, and the air is thick with the anticipation of the final, decisive blow. As Lord Peter steps back into the fog-shrouded streets of London, he carries with him the weight of the dead and the hope of the living, ready to face the monster in his own den. We must follow him into that room, holding our breath, as the mask of the healer is finally torn away to reveal the true face of the destroyer. Let us walk forward together, into the quiet, tense atmosphere of the direct accusation, where the intellect of a detective meets the soul of a surgeon in a battle for the very meaning of justice. The corridor of St. Luke's Hospital at 2 in the morning is not merely quiet. It is dead. The air is heavy with the sharp, clean sting of carbolic acid and the faint, sweet, sickening undertone of formaldehyde, which is the very perfume of mortality. As Lord Peter Wimsey slips past the shadow of the great marble archway, his footsteps are swallowed by the heavy, woolen silence of his crepe-soled shoes. He is not just searching for clues. He is hunting a philosophy. He is searching for the physical residue of a monstrous idea. Sir Julian Freke, with his towering intellect and hands that have saved hundreds of lives, has come to view the human body not as a temple of the soul, but as an intricate clockwork toy to be wound up, studied, and, when necessary, dismantled without a whisper of remorse. To Julian Freke, the magnificent financier Sir Reuben Levy was not a man of family, faith, or feelings. He was merely a collection of carbon, water, and calcium, a biological machine whose cessation of movement would serve a grander, more elegant scientific theory. Let us picture the scene as Peter enters the private dissection laboratory, a room bathed in the ghostly, silver glow of the London street lamps slicing through the high, arched windows. Every instrument is aligned with terrifying precision. The scalpels glint like frozen water on the velvet-lined trays. Here, the vanity of the surgeon is written in the very geometry of the space. There is no clutter, no human mess, only the absolute control of a man who believes he has conquered death itself. Peter runs his gloved finger along the edge of a porcelain sink, his heart hammering against his ribs in a syncopated rhythm of fear and determination. He remembers the cold, dismissive sneer on Freke's face during their previous encounter, a look that did not merely look down on Wimsey, but looked through him, as if calculating the weight of his brain and the elasticity of his arteries. In this silent sanctuary of science, Peter begins his meticulous, desperate search for the microscopic remnants of a life stolen. He examines the drains, the crevices of the stone dissecting table where the plaster of Paris might have left a telltale dust, and the glass jars containing specimens preserved in amber liquids. He is looking for the tiny, damning truth that Freke, in his supreme arrogance, believed he was too brilliant to leave behind. For that is the ultimate vulnerability of the clinical mind. In believing yourself a god, you forget that even the smallest grain of sand can halt the most magnificent machine. Peter's fingers find a microscopic speck of soot and a faint smear of grease near the secondary incinerator chute, the tragic, undeniable signature of a body destroyed. This is the moment the theory hardens into absolute, terrifying certainty. The battle is no longer about a missing man. It is a profound moral confrontation between the detective who weeps for the fallen and the surgeon who dissects them without a second thought. It is the realization that the greatest evils are not born in the dark alleys of the desperate, but in the brightly lit, sterile sanctuaries of the brilliant. Main Chapter 8: The Confrontation and Confession. The rain of London does not merely fall. It drapes itself over the city like a heavy, sodden wool coat, pressing the dampness deep into the brickwork, the cobblestones, and the very bones of those who walk its labyrinthine streets. On this particular evening, as we find ourselves standing on the precipice of our story's ultimate revelation, the air is thick with the scent of coal smoke, wet horses, and the faint, sweetish tang of river mud. It is a night when the division between the living and the dead feels extraordinarily thin, a night when the secrets we bury in the deepest chambers of our hearts threaten to seep through the floorboards. To seek the truth is a noble endeavor, but we must ask ourselves, at what cost does the truth arrive? When we strip away the illusions of polite society, when we peel back the layers of wealth, prestige, and intellectual brilliance, what are we left with? Often, we find a cold, hollow space where a soul should be. This is the tragic landscape we enter as Lord Peter Wimsey prepares to corner a monster, not in some dark, subterranean cavern, but in the sterile, brightly lit sanctuary of modern science. Let us step together into the study of Sir Julian Freak. The room is an architectural manifestation of the surgeon's mind. It is vast, orderly, and chillingly devoid of unnecessary ornament. There are no soft cushions here, no whimsical trinkets of a life lived in spontaneous joy. Instead, there are rows of leather-bound medical volumes, their spines straight and unbending, looking like soldiers in a silent army of intellect. A single, high-backed leather chair sits before a fireplace that burns with a clean, hot, almost clinical flame. The light it casts does not flicker with warmth, rather, it throws long, sharp, predatory shadows across the polished parquet floor. At the desk sits Sir Julian, a man whose hands have saved countless lives, yet whose eyes possess the terrifying stillness of a deep, frozen lake. He is a titan of his age, a pioneer of neurosurgery, a man who views the human brain not as a vessel for the divine spark, but as a complex machine of wet clay and electrical impulses. When Lord Peter Wimsey enters, the contrast between the two men is stark, almost painful. Lord Peter, with his immaculate tailoring, his monocle dangling like a silver pendulum, and his superficial air of aristocratic frivolity, seems entirely out of place in this temple of severe reason. Yet beneath that foolish exterior, Peter's mind is humming with a frantic, desperate energy. He is a man who survived the bloody mud of the Great War, a man whose own nervous system is held together by the thin thread of his iron will. He knows what lies in the dark. He knows the scent of rotting flesh, and he knows that the cold intellect before him has brought that rot into the heart of London. As the door clicks shut, the silence in the room becomes absolute, save for the rhythmic, metallic ticking of her mantel clock. It is a sound that measures out the remaining moments of a killer's freedom. Peter does not immediately accuse. Instead, he plays the game he knows best, the game of polite inquiry, of gentle pressure, of slowly tightening the net around a creature that still believes it is the hunter. He speaks of the body found in the bath, that strange, anonymous corpse wearing nothing but a pair of gold pince-nez. He speaks of Reuben Levy, the wealthy, respected financier who vanished into the London fog without a trace. We watch as Peter paces the room, his movements fluid but tense, like a cat navigating a ledge of broken glass. He stops before a glass case containing a human skull, his fingers lightly brushing the cold surface. He asks questions that seem innocent on the surface but are designed to strike at the very foundation of Sir Julian's ego. Because that is the secret weapon of the investigator, the knowledge that every murderer, no matter how brilliant, harbors a desperate, burning desire to be understood, to have their genius acknowledged by the world they look down upon. What is happening in this room is more than a confrontation between a detective and a criminal. It is a psychological duel between two distinct ways of being. Sir Julian represents the absolute tyranny of the intellect, a mind that has severed itself from the heart, believing that pity, love, and moral law are merely chemical illusions to be dismissed by the superior man. Lord Peter, despite his shell shock, his aristocratic cynicism, and his weariness of the world, represents the wounded heart of humanity. He pursues the truth not out of a cold desire for justice, but because he cannot bear the thought of a human life being extinguished and discarded like rubbish. He carries the weight of the dead with him, and in this moment, he speaks for Reuben Levy, the man who was erased. As the confrontation deepens, the mask of the polite surgeon begins to slip, revealing the obsidian hardness beneath. Sir Julian's voice, when he speaks, is a marvel of calm control, yet there is a vibration in it, a low, dangerous frequency that speaks of immense power held in check. He looks at Peter not as an adversary, but as a specimen, a curious biological specimen that has dared to wander into his laboratory. Consider, my dear listener, the immense courage it takes to look into the eyes of a monster and refuse to blink. How often in our own lives do we avoid confrontation? How often do we turn away from the dark truths in our relationships, our careers, or our own hearts because we fear the disruption they will bring? We tell ourselves that it is better to live in a comfortable lie than to face the terrifying clarity of the truth. But as Lord Peter stands before Sir Julian, he reminds us that the only way to find peace, the only way to heal the fractured parts of our world, is to walk directly into the fire of confrontation. We must look at the shadows, name them, and strip them of their power. Let us now unravel the horrifying mechanics of the crime, the grotesque theater of the body swap that Sir Julian Freak executed with such mathematical precision. To understand this act is to peer into the abyss of human depravity disguised as clinical efficiency. Sir Julian's hospital, a place dedicated to healing, possessed a dark secret. A roof trapdoor that led from his private quarters directly down into the anatomical dissecting rooms. It was a pathway designed for convenience, for the quiet transport of anatomical material, but in the hands of a cold-blooded killer, it became a conduit of nightmares. Picture the scene on that fateful, rain-slicked night. Sir Julian had lured Reuben Levy to his house under a pretext of professional confidence. Levy, a man of honor and kindness, entered the spider's web without a single suspicion. With the swift, merciless efficiency of a surgeon who knows exactly where to strike to extinguish life with the least amount of physical struggle, Sir Julian murdered him. There was no passion in the act, no heat of anger. It was as clean and deliberate as an incision. But a body is a heavy, stubborn thing. It does not simply vanish. This is where the macabre genius of the surgeon revealed itself. Sir Julian did not attempt to bury the body or sink it in the Thames. Instead, he carried the lifeless form of Reuben Levy up to the roof, navigating the slick, wet slates in the dead of night, with the wind howling through the chimney pots of London. He opened the trapdoor to the dissecting room, lowering the body of the wealthy financier into the dark, sterile room below. There, among the cold stone slabs and the smell of formaldehyde, lay another body, the corpse of an anonymous pauper, a man who had died in the workhouse, nameless, friendless, and destined for the medical student's knives. Sir Julian, with the practiced hands of a master of anatomy, prepared the pauper's body. He shaved the face, washed the skin, and carefully placed upon its nose the gold pince-nez that belonged to his own collection. He then transported this substitute body to the flat of an unsuspecting architect, depositing it in the bath to create a sensational, baffling mystery that would draw the eyes of Scotland Yard away from his own hospital. Meanwhile, the true body of Reuben Levy remained in the dissecting room. Sir Julian, acting as the instructor of anatomy, stood before his students the next morning. With a steady hand and a calm voice, he pointed his scalpel at the chest of the man he had murdered the night before, using the corpse of his victim to teach young men the structure of the human heart. It is an image of such chilling, visceral horror that it makes the blood run cold. The sheer audacity of it, the monstrous confidence of dissecting your own victim in a room full of witnesses, is a testament to the heights of arrogance to which the human ego can climb. When we analyze this classic dynamic, we are forced to look at our own relationship with deception. Why does this gruesome detail of the body swap resonate so deeply with our collective subconscious? It is because, in a metaphorical sense, we are all practitioners of the body swap. We live in a world that demands we present a sanitized, acceptable facade to the public. We hide our true, wounded selves, our secret shames, our griefs, and our failures, and we substitute them with a polished, presentable mannequin. We place the gold pince-nez of success, intelligence, or happiness on our fake selves and display them for the world to see, while our true selves lie neglected, dissected, and cold in the dark corners of our minds. What does this do to our subconscious? It creates a profound, aching sense of division. We live in constant fear of exposure. We worry that someone will look closely at the body in the bath and realize it is not who we claim it is. We worry that the trapdoor will fly open and our secrets will spill out into the light. This fear holds us back from true connection, because we cannot love or be loved when we are living behind a disguise. To guide you through this pattern, my dear listener, let us offer a soothing, mentor's hand. If you find yourself weary of maintaining the facade, if you feel the exhaustion of the body swap in your own life, the path forward is one of gentle exposure. You do not need to fling open the doors to the world all at once. Begin by finding one safe space, one trusted soul, or even the quiet sanctuary of your own journal, and allow the real you to step out of the shadows. Acknowledge your wounds. Stop trying to dissect your emotions with cold logic. Allow yourself to feel the grief, the anger, or the fear that you have tried so hard to intellectualize away. Reclaim your authenticity, for a life lived in disguise is no life at all. It is merely a beautifully arranged corpse. Now, let us turn our gaze to the dark engine that drove this tragedy. The motive. What could drive a man of Sir Julian Freke's immense stature, a man who possessed wealth, fame, and the respect of his peers, to commit such a heinous act? The answer is as old as humanity itself, yet it is clothed in the sophisticated garments of professional jealousy and personal rejection. Many years before the events of this night, Sir Julian Freke had loved a woman. Her name was Christine, and she was a creature of warmth, beauty, and emotional depth. Sir Julian, with his towering intellect, believed that he was the only logical choice for her husband. He analyzed her, he mapped her, he decided that she belonged in his life as the crowning achievement of his domestic sphere. But love is not a mathematical equation. It cannot be compelled by logic or demanded by prestige. Christine looked into the cold, sterile soul of the brilliant surgeon and shrank away. Instead, she chose Reuben Levy. A man who was not a scientific genius, but who possessed a great, generous heart, a deep capacity for love, and a warmth that made her feel safe. This rejection was a wound that Sir Julian's massive ego could not heal. To be passed over for another man is painful for anyone, but for a man who believed himself to be a superior being, it was an intolerable insult to his very existence. He did not grieve. He did not weep. Instead, he allowed the rejection to curdle into a silent, venomous hatred. For decades, he watched from the sidelines as Reuben Levy lived a life of joy, prosperity, and love with a woman Sir Julian believed should have been his. This personal bitterness was compounded by a growing professional jealousy. Levy was a man of immense influence, a man whose financial decisions shaped the world, while Sir Julian, despite his brilliance, felt confined to the sterile walls of his laboratory. In Sir Julian's twisted mind, Levy's success was an affront to the natural order. Why should this emotional, warm-hearted man flourish while the cold genius was relegated to the sidelines of human power? The murder was not just an act of revenge. It was an attempt by Sir Julian to reassert his dominance over fate, to prove to himself that his intellect could triumph over the messy, unpredictable forces of human emotion. Let us pause and look into the mirror of this motive. How often do we allow the wounds of rejection to dictate our actions? When we are rejected, whether by a lover, an employer, or society itself, it strikes at the very core of our identity. The ego, desperate to protect itself from the pain of insignificance, often responds with anger, bitterness, and a desire to prove our superiority. We create silent rivalries in our minds. We watch the successes of those who have hurt us with a toxic mixture of envy and disdain. We tell ourselves that they are inferior, that their happiness is unearned, and we waste our precious life energy wishing for their downfall. This dynamic holds us back because it chains us to the past. It keeps us locked in a perpetual struggle with ghosts. Sir Julian Freak, for all his brilliant understanding of the physical brain, was a prisoner of a decades-old memory. He could map every nerve pathway, yet he could not navigate the simple terrain of his own grief. He allowed a single rejection to freeze his emotional development, turning his heart into a wasteland where only hatred could grow. If you are carrying the weight of an old rejection, if you feel the toxic warmth of jealousy creeping into your thoughts when you see others succeed where you have failed, let this be the moment you choose a different path. The step-by-step application advice is simple but profound. You must grieve the loss of the dream you were denied. Rejection hurts because it feels like a statement on our worth. But the truth is, another person's inability to love us, choose us, or appreciate us is not a reflection of our value. It is merely a reflection of their own needs, limitations, and journey. When you find yourself spiraling into comparison or resentment, take a deep breath and place your hand over your heart. Say to yourself, I release the need to prove my worth to those who could not see it. I forgive myself for the pain of not being chosen, and I choose myself today. By doing this, you melt the ice of resentment before it can harden into the cold, destructive force that consumed Sir Julian Freak. You reclaim your energy, your peace, and your capacity to love, which are the true measures of a successful life. Let us return once more to the quiet study, where the confrontation is reaching its breathtaking climax. Lord Peter Wimsey stands before Sir Julian, the evidence of the crime laid bare between them like pieces of a broken mirror. There are no shouts, no melodramatic threats. The truth, once spoken, has a weight that crushes all pretense. Sir Julian looks at Peter, and for the first time, we see a flicker of something human in his eyes. Not regret, not sorrow, but a profound, weary realization that his perfect machine of intellect has failed. He has been outmaneuvered not by superior physical force, but by a man who cared enough to look for the lost, a man who refused to let the nameless pauper and the murdered financier be forgotten. The silent battle of wills is over. The confession is not a dramatic cry of guilt, but a cold, detailed recitation of facts, delivered with the same clinical detachment Sir Julian used in his operating theatre. He explains the roof, the trapdoor, the dissection, his voice steady, his hands resting quietly on his desk. It is a confession that seals his fate, yet he speaks as if he is describing the progress of a disease in a patient he has never met. As we bring this chapter of our journey to a close, let us reflect on the profound lessons we have gathered from this dark encounter. We have seen the danger of the cold, untethered intellect, the horror of the mask we wear to hide our true selves, and the destructive power of unhealed rejection. We have also witnessed the quiet, resilient strength of the human heart, represented by Lord Peter's relentless pursuit of truth and justice. The storm outside the study window begins to pass, the rain softening to a gentle, rhythmic patter against the glass. The air in the room, once so tense and suffocating, feels lighter now, as if the departure of the lies has allowed the space to breathe once more. Sir Julian Freke remains in his chair, a monument to a brilliant life ruined by the coldness of his own heart, waiting for the arrival of the law that will take him away from his books, his laboratory, and his freedom. Lord Peter Wimsey turns away from the desk, his task completed, his spirit weary but resolute. He steps out of the study and into the damp London night, pulling his collar up against the chill. He has solved the mystery, he has found the body, but he knows that the true work of healing is only just beginning. As he walks down the quiet street, his footsteps echoing in the wet mist, we are left with a sense of solemn peace. The truth has been revealed, the dark places have been illuminated, and though the cost was high, the light has once again triumphed over the shadow. We stand now at the threshold of the final resolution. The secrets have been spoken, the confrontation is complete, and the pieces of this intricate puzzle are finally falling into their proper places. Let us carry the wisdom of this chapter with us as we move forward into the quiet aftermath, where we will discover how the wounded soul finds its way back to the light, and how the echoes of this great confrontation will shape the destiny of those who survived it. Let us listen, with open hearts, as the final movements of this extraordinary story begin to unfold. Main Chapter 9: The Truth Unveiled. There is a quiet, almost devastating sobriety that descends upon the world when a great storm finally passes. The thunder that shook the heavens is gone. The lightning that illuminated the hidden, terrifying corners of our existence has flickered out, and all that remains is the soft, persistent dripping of rain from the eaves, and the cold, gray light of a morning that demands we look at the wreckage. It is in this quiet, liminal space between the resolution of a crisis and the resumption of ordinary life that we find ourselves today. We must ask ourselves, what happens to the human soul when the mystery is solved, but the wound remains open? How do we find the courage to gather up the broken pieces of lives that were shattered by a single, violent act of malice, and begin the slow, agonizing process of restoration? The great philosopher and writer Thomas Carlyle once wrote that silence is the element in which great things fashion themselves together. that at last they may emerge into the full light of day. But for those who have stood in the shadow of a terrible crime, that silence can feel less like a sanctuary and more like a heavy, suffocating shroud. Let us step together into the aftermath of a storm that has swept through the lives of the innocent and the guilty alike. Imagine the scene as the damp, soot-stained air of London clings to the window panes of a modest flat in Battersea. The smell of cheap tea, dry dust, and the faint, sweet scent of lavender water lingers in the air, a pathetic testament to an ordinary life that was suddenly, brutally interrupted by the extraordinary. In this space, we begin our deep exploration of the wrapping up of the legal aftermath, a process that is never merely about signing papers or closing leather-bound case files, but about the slow, painful resurrection of human dignity. To understand the true weight of restoration, we must first look at the recovery of Sir Reuben Levy's actual remains and the clearing of those innocent souls who were caught in the gears of a monstrous machine. For weeks, the name of Mr. Phipps, a harmless, nervous little architect whose life was measured out in neat blueprints and quiet cups of tea, had been dragged through the mud of public suspicion. He had found a dead body in his bathtub, a grotesque, inexplicable intrusion of mortality into his pristine, predictable world. The world, in its hasty, cruel hunger for a simple narrative, had looked at his trembling hands and his stuttering explanations and seen the guilt of a murderer. How often do we do this in our own lives, looking at the trauma response of a victim and misinterpreting it as the defensive posturing of a culprit? Consider the moment when the truth is finally, unequivocally unveiled. In a desolate, rain-soaked cemetery, beneath the heavy clay of a pauper's grave, the searchers dig. The sound of shovels striking the wet earth is a rhythmic, somber beat, like the ticking of a clock counting down the final moments of a lie. When they reach the coffin, they do not find the nameless, forgotten soul who was supposed to rest there. Instead, they find the mortal remains of Sir Reuben Levy, a man of immense wealth, influence, and kindness, who had been stripped of his identity and hidden away in the dirt, while a nameless vagrant was dressed in his place and left in a Battersea bathtub to mock the living. The sheer, chilling genius of the murderer, Sir Julian Freke, was to hide the body in plain sight, using his position as a preeminent medical authority to dissect the millionaire under the very eyes of his students, pretending the body was nothing more than a common, anatomical specimen. When the news of this discovery reaches Mr. Phipps, the reaction is not one of wild, ecstatic celebration, but of a quiet, trembling deflation. Imagine the scene. Mr. Phipps sits in his small parlor, his hands clasped so tightly between his knees that his knuckles are as white as the teacup on the table beside him. His mother, a frail, deaf old woman who has understood only a fraction of the horror that has surrounded them, watches him with eyes full of a mother's anxious, protective love. Inspector Parker enters the room, his heavy coat damp from the London drizzle. He does not speak with the booming voice of authority, but with a soft, respectful cadence. He tells Mr. Phipps that the charges are dropped, that the true culprit has been found, and that he is, in the eyes of the law and the world, entirely free. The psychological impact of this moment is profound. For weeks, Phipps's subconscious mind had been locked in a state of high alert, a survival mode that convinced him that at any moment, the iron gates of a prison would slam shut behind him. When the threat is suddenly removed, the mind does not instantly heal. Instead, it collapses under the weight of its own exhaustion. The relief is so intense that it feels almost like a physical blow. Why does this classic dynamic of accusation and exoneration matter so deeply to our own lives? It matters because, in our own daily existences, we often carry the heavy, invisible burden of false projections. We are accused of things we did not do, blamed for outcomes we could not control, and we internalize the shame of others. We hide away in our own metaphorical tea shops, terrified of being seen, terrified that our innocence will not be enough to save us. This dynamic holds us back because it teaches us to play small, to keep our heads down, and to distrust the world. But when we witness or experience a true clearing of our name, a profound restoration of our truth, it guides us forward. It teaches us that truth, though slow and painful in its journey, has a weight of its own that eventually breaks through the thickest layers of deception. If you find yourself today carrying the weight of an unjust accusation, or if you are struggling to recover from a period in your life where your character was assassinated and your truth was denied, let this narrative be a soothing mentor's hand upon your shoulder. Step 1 in your recovery is to acknowledge the physical toll that survival has taken on you. You must do as Mr. Phipps did. Allow yourself to tremble. Allow yourself to sit in the quiet of your room and feel the sheer exhaustion of having fought a battle you never asked for. Do not rush to prove your strength to the world. Your survival is proof enough. Step 2 is to actively dismantle the false narrative that was built around you. This requires you to look at the facts of your life with absolute, clinical clarity, separating what actually happened from what others projected onto you. Step 3 is the slow rebuilding of your sanctuary. Return to the simple, daily rituals that bring you peace, whether that is the drawing of a blueprint, the brewing of a cup of tea, or the tending of a garden. These small acts of self-care are not trivial. They are the bricks and mortar with which you rebuild the temple of your dignity. As we move from the quiet relief of the innocent to the dark, labyrinthine corridors of the guilty, we must confront the second key point of our journey: the moral weight of detective work and Lord Peter Wimsey's deeply mixed feelings about sending a genius to the gallows. Lord Peter is not a caricature of a detective. He is a man of intense sensitivity, haunted by the ghosts of the Great War, a man whose mind is a delicate instrument that feels every vibration of human suffering. In Sir Julian Freke, Lord Peter has met an intellectual equal, a man of towering scientific genius who has used his extraordinary gifts not to heal, but to destroy, driven by a cold, narcissistic jealousy and an absolute contempt for the lives of those he deemed inferior. Let us dive into a cinematic, deeply touching scene that reveals the inner torment of the hunter who has successfully trapped his prey. It is midnight in Lord Peter's library at 110A Piccadilly. The room is a sanctuary of civilization, lined with rare books, the warm glow of a wood fire reflecting off the polished mahogany shelves. But tonight, the room feels like a courtroom of the soul. Lord Peter paces the floor, his movements restless, almost frantic. In his hand, he holds a glass of brandy, but he does not drink. He merely watches the amber liquid swirl against the crystal. Across from him sits Inspector Parker, watching his friend with a look of deep, quiet concern. Lord Peter stops by the window, looking out into the dark London night. His voice, when he speaks, is not the light, breezy banter he uses to shield himself from the world, but a low, ragged whisper. He asks Parker if he understands what they have done. They have hunted down a man who was a pioneer of medicine, a surgeon whose hands could have saved thousands of lives, a mind that could have unlocked the secrets of the human brain. And now, because of their cleverness, because they successfully pieced together the clues of a gold-rimmed pince-nez and a dissection table, that brilliant hand will be stilled by a hangman's rope. Lord Peter's mind flashes back to the trenches of Somme, to the senseless, industrialized slaughter of youth and intellect, and he feels a sick, suffocating sense of complicity. He has used his wealth, his privilege, and his intellect to play a game of wits, and the prize of that game is a cold corpse on a wooden scaffold. He confesses to Parker that he feels like a betrayer, a Judas of the intellect, who has delivered a titan into the hands of the mediocre. This psychological conflict is one of the most profound aspects of the human condition. It is the experience of moral injury, a wound that occurs when our actions, even when they are legally or socially correct, conflict with our deep-seated ethical values. Why does this dynamic matter to us? It matters because we live in a world that demands binary thinking. We are told that there are good guys and bad guys, winners and losers, right choices and wrong choices. But the human heart knows that reality is painted in infinite shades of gray. When we are forced to make decisions that cause harm, even when those decisions are necessary for justice or survival, we experience a fracture in our psyche. We grieve for the lost potential of the person we had to cut out of our lives. We feel a strange, haunting empathy for the monster, because we recognize that the line between genius and madness, between love and obsession, between the detective and the criminal, is terrifyingly thin. This moral weight holds us back when it turns into self-doubt and paralysis, but it guides us forward when we use it to cultivate a deep, radical compassion for the complexity of human nature. If you are carrying the burden of a hard decision, if you have had to speak a truth that destroyed a relationship, or if you had to enforce a boundary that caused pain to someone you once respected, let us guide you through this emotional landscape. Step 1 is to stop punishing yourself for feeling grief over a necessary ending. It is entirely possible to believe that a person must face the consequences of their actions while still mourning the tragedy of who they could have been. Your empathy is not a weakness. It is the anchor of your humanity. Step 2 is to externalize your conflict. Talk to a trusted friend, write down your thoughts, or speak them aloud into the quiet of the night, just as Peter did with Parker. Do not let the moral weight fester in the dark chambers of your mind. Step 3 is the practice of integration. Accept that you are a complex being capable of both deep sensitivity and decisive action. You do not have to be a flawless hero to do the right thing. You only have to be a human being who, despite their fear and pain, chooses to stand on the side of truth. This brings us directly to our third key point, the quiet, beautiful resolution of the partnership between Lord Peter Wimsey, his faithful valet Bunter, and Inspector Charles Parker. In a world of chaos, betrayal, and violence, their relationship stands as a monument to loyalty, mutual respect, and the healing power of shared burdens. It is a partnership that is not built on grand, heroic declarations, but on the silent, daily rituals of devotion and understanding. Let us paint a final, deeply moving picture of this partnership in action. The trial is over, the confessions have been signed, and the public clamor has begun to fade into the background. In the library at Piccadilly, the fire has burned down to a heap of glowing, red coals, casting long, warm shadows across the room. Charles Parker sits in his accustomed chair, his face lined with the deep exhaustion of a man who has carried the weight of the law on his shoulders for too long. He looks at Peter, who has finally stopped pacing and is now sitting quietly on the fender of the hearth, his head resting in his hands. Without a word, the door opens, and Bunter enters the room. He carries a tray with 3 glasses of port, their deep red color catching the dying light of the fire. There is no clatter of silver, no unnecessary movement. Bunter sets the tray down with a clinical, quiet precision that is born of years of knowing exactly what his master needs before his master even knows it himself. Bunter does not retreat to the kitchen. Instead, a quiet gesture from Peter, he remains in the room, standing just within the circle of warmth. In this moment, the rigid barriers of social class and professional duty melt away, leaving only 3 men who have descended into the dark underworld together and emerged, battered but unbroken, into the light. Peter raises his glass, his eyes meeting Parker's, and then shifting to Bunter's. No toast is spoken, for none is needed. The silence between them is thick with a shared history of terror, intellect, and survival. It is the silence of an unbreakable bond. Parker takes a slow sip of his port, feeling the warmth of the alcohol chase away the cold dampness of the London streets. He knows that without Peter's brilliant, erratic leaps of intuition, the case would have remained cold, and a monster would still be walking the streets of London, wearing the mask of a savior. Peter knows that without Parker's steady, methodical adherence to the law and his grounding, moral presence, his own mind would have spun out of control, lost in the chaotic depths of his own neuroses. And both men know that without Bunter's silent, protective vigilance, the daily acts of eating, sleeping, and breathing would have been impossible tasks, forgotten in the heat of the chase. This resolution of partnership is a profound psychological metaphor for the integration of our own inner selves. Within each of us, there is a Wimsey, a Parker, and a Bunter. Our inner Wimsey is our intuition, our creativity, our sensitive, brilliant spark that seeks to solve the mysteries of our lives but is easily overwhelmed by the harshness of reality. Our inner Parker is our intellect, our logic, our moral compass that keeps us grounded, follows the rules, and ensures we do not lose our way in the clouds. Our inner Bunter is our self-care, the practical, nurturing force that feeds us, protects our physical body, and maintains the order and beauty of our daily lives. Why does this dynamic matter to our subconscious? It matters because when these 3 aspects of our psyche are in conflict, we experience internal chaos. If we are all Wimsey, we burn out in a blaze of sensitive brilliance. If we are all Parker, we become dry, cynical, and detached. If we are all Bunter, we become servants to routine, devoid of creative spark. It is only when we bring these 3 forces into a harmonious, supportive partnership that we can find true peace and resilience. To apply this profound truth to your own life, let us walk through a practical, step-by-step process of internal alignment. Step 1 is to identify which part of your inner triumvirate is currently neglected. Have you been ignoring your physical well-being and daily rituals in your pursuit of a creative or intellectual goal? If so, you must call upon your inner Bunter. Pause, brew a cup of tea, tidy your space, and tend to the physical vessel that carries your soul. Step 2 is to strengthen your inner Parker when you feel overwhelmed by emotion or intuition. When your sensitive mind begins to spin out of control, return to the facts. Ask yourself, what is true? What is logical? What is the next methodical step I need to take to restore order to my day? Step 3 is to give your inner Wimsey the space to play, to think deeply, and to feel without judgment. Do not stifle your sensitivity or your intuition. They are the keys to your unique brilliance. By consciously nurturing this internal partnership, you create a sanctuary within yourself that no external storm can ever destroy. As we bring this chapter of our journey to a close, let us reflect on the profound transformation we have witnessed. We have seen the cold, clinical truth unveiled in a rain-swept cemetery, releasing the innocent Mr. Phipps from the prison of suspicion and restoring his dignity. We have stood beside Lord Peter Wimsey in the quiet of his library, feeling the crushing moral weight of a victory that ends at the gallows, and we have learned to hold space for the complex, painful realities of justice. And finally, we have warmed ourselves by the fire of a perfect partnership, witnessing the silent, enduring bond of three men who have faced the darkness together and chosen to stand as protectors of one another's souls. Let the weight of these truths settle into your heart like the warm, rich taste of port on a cold night. The mysteries of our lives may be complex, and the scars of our battles may run deep, but we do not have to carry the burden alone. We are, each of us, a tapestry of brilliance, logic, and care, weaving our way through the dark streets of our own Londons, searching for the light of a truth that will set us free. And now, as the fire in the library burns down to a soft, golden ash, and the rain outside stops its persistent pattering against the glass, a quiet, expectant stillness falls over the room. The past has been resolved, the truth has been unveiled, and the lives affected have begun their slow, quiet return to order. But the world does not stand still, and the dawn of a new day brings with it the faint, stirring whispers of new challenges, new mysteries, and new horizons waiting to be explored in the chapters yet to come. Stay in this quiet, peaceful space, let your heart rest, and prepare yourself for the journey that lies ahead. 7-Day Action Plan, Analytical Thinking. Welcome, seeker of clarity, to this quiet corner of contemplation. Take a deep breath, let your shoulders drop, and allow the rush of the outside world to fade into a soft, distant hum. Today, we are stepping onto a path of profound mental transformation. We are embarking on the first 3 days of a journey designed to dismantle the fog of autopilot and awaken the sleeping detective within your own mind. Let us begin by stepping back in time, into the dim, amber-lit sanctuary of Lord Peter Wimsey's library on Piccadilly. Outside, a gentle London rain washes over the cobblestones, reflecting the golden glow of street lamps. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of aged Moroccan leather, the faint, sweet spice of dry sherry, and the crisp, clean aroma of old paper. Wimsey sits in a plush armchair, his long legs stretched toward the hearth, his fingers lightly tracing the edge of a rare folio. To the casual observer, he is the picture of aristocratic leisure, a man drifting aimlessly through life on a cushion of privilege. But look closer. Observe the slight tilt of his head, the way his eyes catch the flickering firelight, reflecting an intense, almost hypernatural focus. His mind is not at rest. It is a finely tuned instrument, registering the subtle creak of a floorboard, the slight hesitation in his manservant Bunter's step, the microscopic trace of red clay on a visitor's boot. Wimsey does not merely look. He observes. He does not merely hear. He listens. And he does not merely react. He analyzes. This is not a superpower reserved for the fictional detectives of the golden age of mystery. It is a collection of deliberate, daily cognitive habits that can be cultivated, practiced, and mastered by anyone willing to slow down and pay attention. In our modern lives, we are bombarded by a relentless torrent of information. We are constantly connected, yet profoundly distracted. We hurry through our days, reacting to emergencies, consuming content, and making snapped judgments based on half-truths and internal biases. We have become cognitive sleepwalkers, moving through a world we look at but rarely truly see. This chapter is your wake-up call. Over the next 3 days, we will translate Wimsey's unmatched analytical brilliance into an actionable, deeply personal cognitive framework. We will learn to perceive the hidden architecture of our daily lives, to strip away the illusions of our assumptions, and to hear the unspoken truths that echo beneath the surface of our conversations. Let us begin with Day 1, the practice of active observation. On this first day, your mission is deceptively simple, yet it requires a profound shift in consciousness. You are tasked with identifying 3 unusual, unnoticed details in your everyday environment. To understand the power of this practice, we must first look at how our brains function. The human brain is a masterpiece of efficiency. To save energy, it creates mental maps of our familiar surroundings. When you walk into your living room, your kitchen, or your office, your brain does not actually process everything in the room. Instead, it projects an image based on memory, filtering out what it deems irrelevant. This is called inattentional blindness. It keeps us from being overwhelmed by sensory data, but it also numbs us to the beauty, the nuance, and the warning signs of our reality. Let us explore this through the eyes of Julian, a man who believed he knew every square inch of his life. Julian was an architectural draftsperson, a man whose very profession demanded precision. Yet, his personal life had settled into a gray, predictable routine. Every morning, he walked the exact same route to his office in the city, his eyes glued to his smartphone, his mind racing with worries about deadlines, bills, and his growing emotional distance from his partner. He was a ghost walking through a ghost world. One Tuesday morning, inspired by the concept of active observation, Julian made a conscious decision. He slipped his phone into his pocket and resolved to find 3 unusual details on his commute that he had never noticed before. At first, his mind rebelled, pulling him back to his internal anxieties. But he persisted, forcing his eyes outward. First, he stopped at the corner of a Victorian-era brick building he passed every single day. He looked up, past a modern storefront on the ground level, and noticed a beautifully carved stone guardrail nestled under the eaves, its face twisted into a comical, winking expression. He had walked past this building thousands of times, yet he had never looked high enough to see this whimsical piece of history. A sudden warmth washed over him, a feeling of connection to the long-dead stonemason who had carved that face a century ago. Second, as he waited for the pedestrian light to change, he looked down at the concrete pavement. There, in a small, jagged crack where the concrete had crumbled, a tiny, vibrant blue wildflower had managed to take root. It was fragile, yet impossibly resilient, swaying gently in the draft of passing buses. It was a miniature testament to life's stubborn persistence, thriving in the most hostile of environments. Julian felt a lump form in his throat, realizing how much quiet beauty he had stepped over in his rush to get nowhere. Finally, Julian arrived at his office building. Instead of rushing past the security desk with his usual perfunctory nod, he looked at the security guard, a quiet, older man named Arthur. Julian noticed that Arthur's desk, usually meticulously clean, had a small, framed photograph of a young woman in a military uniform, beside which sat a tiny, hand-carved wooden bird. He observed the gentle, reverent way. Arthur's hand hovered near the photograph as he signed visitors in. Julian paused. He saw the pride and the worry etched in the deep lines around Arthur's eyes. In that moment, Arthur was no longer just a fixture of the lobby. He was a father, a human being carrying a heavy weight of love and concern. Why does this simple exercise matter so deeply? From a psychological perspective, active observation is the ultimate antidote to cognitive decay. When you actively search for the unusual, you force your brain to disengage its autopilot and fire up the prefrontal cortex. You begin to retrain your mind to see the world as it actually is, rather than how your habits have painted it. This practice lowers anxiety by anchoring you firmly in the present moment, transforming the mundane into a canvas of endless discovery. To apply this in your own life today, I invite you to step into the role of the detective. Sometime in the next few hours, choose a familiar space. It could be your bedroom, your workspace, or the street where you live. Slow your breathing. Put away all digital distractions. Let your eyes wander slowly, as if you are examining a painting in a gallery. Look for the anomalies. Perhaps it is the way the afternoon light casts a specific, dramatic shadow across your bookshelf. Perhaps it is a small, forgotten scratch on your kitchen table that tells the story of a chaotic family dinner years ago. Or perhaps it is the subtle change in the posture of someone you love. Find 3 of these details. Write them down in a notebook. Do not judge them. Simply record them. By doing so, you are telling your subconscious that you are ready to see, to learn, and to truly live. Now, let us transition to day 2, separating assumptions from hard facts. In the brilliant, tangled cases of Lord Peter Wimsey, the greatest danger is never the lack of clues. It is the premature theory. Wimsey often warns his companion, Detective Inspector Charles Parker, about the peril of twisting facts to suit a theory, rather than building a theory from the facts. In our own lives, we are all guilty of this cognitive crime. We are natural storytellers. When we encounter an ambiguous situation, our minds hate the vacuum of uncertainty. To fill the void, we immediately construct a narrative, weaving a tapestry of assumptions, fears, and past traumas, and we mistake this narrative for absolute truth. Consider the story of Sarah, a talented graphic designer working at a high-pressure advertising agency. Sarah's world was shattered one Thursday afternoon when her creative director, a notoriously demanding woman named Elena, sent her a brief, 5-word email. "We need to talk tomorrow." Within seconds, Sarah's mind exploded with worst-case scenarios. The assumptions began to pile up like a multi-car pileup on a foggy highway. She assumed Elena hated her latest campaign pitch. She assumed she was going to be fired. She recalled a minor mistake she had made 2 weeks prior and assumed Elena had finally discovered it. She spent the entire evening in a state of sheer panic, unable to eat, pacing her apartment, imagining the humiliating walk out of the building with her belongings in a cardboard box. She had constructed a complete, terrifying reality based on a 5-word email. The next morning, exhausted and trembling, Sarah sat down across from her notebook. She remembered the Wimsey approach to evidence and decided to perform a clinical, mental autopsy on her panic. She drew a line down the center of a blank page. On the left side, she wrote, "Hard facts." On the right side, she wrote, "My assumptions." Under hard facts, she could only write 3 things. Elena sent an email saying, "We need to talk tomorrow." Elena did not specify the topic. The meeting is scheduled for 10 in the morning. That was it. That was the entirety of the objective reality. Under assumptions, she wrote, I am going to be fired. She hates my work. I am incompetent. The company is downsizing. My career is over. Looking at the page, the contrast was staggering. The towering monument of her terror was built on a foundation of absolute nothingness. Her mind had treated her internal fears as external evidence. When Sarah finally walked into Elena's office at 10, her heart was beating fast, but her mind was grounded in the realization of her own projection. Elena looked up, weary but warm, and said, Sarah, I need your help. The senior designer is leaving, and I want to offer you the promotion. I wanted to tell you in person before the official announcement. Sarah sat there, stunned. The agony of the previous 15 hours had been entirely self-inflicted, born of a mind that had confused its fears with the facts. This psychological dynamic is known as cognitive restructuring. Our brains are hardwired with a negativity bias, an evolutionary relic designed to keep us alert to predators. In the modern world, this bias causes us to interpret neutral stimuli as hostile. We assume our partner's quietness means they are angry with us. We assume a friend's delayed text message is a sign of rejection. We live in a hall of mirrors, reacting to our own distorted reflections. When you practice separating assumptions from facts, you shatter these mirrors. You grant yourself the grace of curiosity instead of the prison of certainty. To practice this on day 2, identify a situation in your life right now that is causing you anxiety, conflict, or stress. It might be a difficult relationship, a project at work, or a financial worry. Take a piece of paper and divide it into 2 columns. On the left, list only the hard, indisputable facts. Imagine you are a detective presenting evidence in a court of law. What could be proven by a video recording or a physical document? On the right, list your thoughts, interpretations, fears, and assumptions about those facts. Notice the space between the 2 columns. That space is where your freedom lies. By recognizing that your stories are not facts, you strip them of their power to hurt you. This brings us to day 3, active listening to identify hidden subtexts and motives. Lord Peter Wimsey is a master of the spoken word, but his true genius lies in his ability to hear what is not being said. He listens to the cadence of a voice, the sudden drop in pitch, the nervous laugh that attempts to cover a lie, and the loaded words that reveal a deep-seated insecurity. In our daily lives, we rarely listen to understand. Instead, we listen to respond. While the other person is speaking, our minds are busy formulating our next point, our counterargument, or our own validating story. We treat conversation as a game of tennis, waiting for our turn to hit the ball back, completely missing the emotional landscape of the person standing right in front of us. Let us step into a quiet, emotionally charged scene. Meet David and his teenage son, Toby. For months, their relationship had been deteriorating into a series of slammed doors and icy silences. David, a successful attorney, was a man of logic and solutions. Whenever Toby spoke of his struggles at school, David immediately jumped into mentor mode, offering strategies, schedules, and lectures on discipline. One evening, David found Toby sitting on the back porch, staring out into the dark yard. Toby looked small, his shoulders hunched. I don't think I want to go to the championship game this weekend, Dad, Toby said quietly, his voice flat. David's instinctual reaction was to fix it. He opened his mouth to say, "What do you mean? You've worked all season for this. You can't just quit now." But he caught himself. He remembered the principle of active listening, of searching for the subtext beneath the surface words. He closed his mouth, took a slow breath, and simply sat down on the step beside his son. "Why is that, Toby?" David asked gently, keeping his tone soft, freed of judgment. "I'm just tired," Toby replied, shrugging his shoulders. David listened deeper. He didn't just hear the word tired. He heard the slight tremor in Toby's breath. He noticed how Toby's hands were tightly clenched in his pockets. He saw the tension in his neck. He realized that tired was a code word for something much heavier. "It's exhausting when there's so much pressure on you, isn't it?" David said, testing the emotional waters, not offering a solution, but reflecting the feeling. Toby was silent for a long moment. Then, a single tear escaped his eye and rolled down his cheek. "I'm terrified, Dad," he whispered. "If I mess up, if I miss the shot, everyone will hate me. I can't carry it anymore." If David had listened only to the surface words, he would have argued against the fatigue, calling his son lazy or unmotivated. By listening to the subtext, by observing the nonverbal clues and the emotional weight behind the hesitation, he uncovered the true motive, a paralyzing fear of failure and disappointment. In that moment of deep, active listening, the wall between father and son crumbled. David did not offer a lecture. He offered a hand on Toby's shoulder and the reassurance that his love was not contingent on a trophy. This level of listening requires immense psychological courage. It requires us to quiet our own egos, to lay down our desire to be right, to be smart, or to be the savior. It requires us to listen with our eyes, our hearts, and our full, undivided presence. When we do this, we create a safe harbor for the other person, allowing them to drop their defenses and speak their truth. To practice active listening on day 3, choose one conversation today. It could be with a colleague, a partner, a child, or even a stranger. Make a silent commitment to yourself. I am not going to offer advice. I am not going to judge. And I am not going to talk about myself. Instead, treat the conversation as a mystery to be solved. Listen to the tone of their voice. Is there anxiety beneath their anger? Is there a plea for connection beneath their indifference? Watch their body language. Do their eyes match their smile? Pay attention to the pauses. What are they holding back? When they finish speaking, pause for a moment before you respond. Reflect back what you heard, not just the words, but the feeling behind them. You will be amazed at how much people will reveal when they finally feel truly heard. As we bring the first 3 days of our action plan to a close, let us look back at the mental landscape we have traversed. We began by stepping out of the fog of distraction, opening our eyes to the rich, hidden details of our everyday world. We then learned to wield the scalpel of analytical thinking, dissecting our anxieties by separating the cold, hard facts of our reality from the elaborate, painful assumptions we build around them. And finally, we opened our ears, learning to listen to the silent frequencies of human emotion, connecting with others at a depth we may have never thought possible. These are not merely exercises to be checked off a list. They are the foundation of a new way of being. They are the keys to a life of greater clarity, deeper peace, and profound connection. But our journey is far from complete. The detective's mind is a restless explorer, always seeking the deeper patterns, the hidden connections, and the ultimate truth. As you rest and integrate these first 3 days, prepare yourself. In our next session, we will venture deeper into the analytical toolkit, exploring how to synthesize this information, how to recognize the patterns of human behavior, and how to make decisions with the calm, unwavering precision of Lord Peter Wimsey himself. The rain continues to fall outside the library windows, but inside, the light of understanding has been lit. Sleep well, carry these practices close to your heart, and prepare your mind for the mysteries that await us on day 4. Welcome, my friend, to the quiet sanctuary of your own mind. Take a deep, slow breath, and let the clamor of the outside world fade into a soft, distant murmur. Imagine yourself sitting in a dimly lit, high-ceilinged library. Outside, a gentle, persistent rain taps against the tall, arched window panes, blurring the gaslights of London into soft halos of gold and amber. The air inside is rich with a comforting, earthy scent of old leather-bound books, polished mahogany, and the faint, sweet trace of tobacco smoke lingering from an earlier hour. A fire crackles softly in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows across the floorboards. This is a place of safety, of deep reflection, and of profound restoration. In Dorothy Sayers' masterpiece, Whose Body, we meet Lord Peter Wimsey, a man of extraordinary intellect, sparkling wit, and aristocratic charm. Yet, beneath his elegant exterior lies a deeply wounded soul, a veteran haunted by the terrifying echoes of the Great War, suffering from what we now recognize as severe post-traumatic stress disorder. When a mysterious, unclothed body appears in a suburban bathtub, Lord Peter does not merely solve a puzzle for the thrill of the chase. He uses the structured, meticulous process of deduction as a scaffold to rebuild his own shattered psyche. For him, investigation is not just a profession or a hobby. It is a lifeline. It is the framework that holds him together when the terrors of his past threaten to drag him back into the mud of the Somme. This chapter is designed for you, the modern seeker, who may also be carrying unseen burdens, navigating the chaotic labyrinth of personal and professional crises, or feeling the heavy, suffocating pressure of cognitive overload. Over the next 4 days of our action plan, we will walk side by side through the process of problem solving and deep recovery. We will learn how to apply the resilience and structured deduction of Lord Peter to your own unique challenges. This is not about forcing your way through obstacles with brute strength. Rather, it is about developing a gentle, elegant, and highly effective methodology to untangle the knots of your life, allowing you to recover your strength, reclaim your peace, and move forward with absolute clarity. Let us begin on day 4 of our journey. This day is dedicated to a fundamental truth of the human condition. We were never meant to carry the weight of our mysteries alone. Lord Peter Wimsey, despite his brilliant, lightning-quick mind, would be utterly lost without his trusted companion and valet, Mervyn Bunter. Bunter is far more than a servant. He is the quiet, immovable anchor of Wimsey's turbulent life. When Peter's mind spins into frantic, sleepless circles, or when the terrifying flashbacks of the war leave him trembling in the dark, Bunter is there, offering a warm cup of cocoa, a perfectly brushed suit, and a silent, completely non-judgmental presence. Bunter is the mirror that reflects Peter's brilliance back to him when he can see only his own darkness. On this 4th day, your task is to create your own dedicated brain trust, or to seek out your very own Bunter. This is a reliable, trustworthy partner, a mentor, or a dear friend who can offer you objective feedback, emotional grounding, and a safe harbor for your thoughts. To understand why this is so critical, let us look at the story of Sarah. Sarah was a brilliant structural engineer who had spent 3 years designing a revolutionary, sustainable apartment complex. She was a perfectionist, carrying the entire weight of the project on her own shoulders. As the construction deadline approached, a microscopic error was discovered in the foundational load-bearing calculations. Sarah was paralyzed. She spent 3 sleepless nights staring at her blue-lit computer screen, her mind spinning in a chaotic loop of panic, self-doubt, and shame. She was convinced that this single mistake would ruin her career, and the more she stared at the numbers, the more incomprehensible they became. Her brain, flooded with stress hormones, had lost its capacity for creative problem-solving. On the 4th morning, remembering the principle of the trusted partner, Sarah did something she had never done before. She reached out for help. She called Thomas, a retired colleague known for his quiet, methodical approach to engineering. Thomas did not judge her. He did not lecture her. He simply sat down beside her, poured 2 cups of black coffee, and said, "Let us look at this together, piece by piece." As Sarah explained the problem aloud to Thomas, she felt the tight knot in her chest begin to loosen. Thomas listened deeply, occasionally asking a simple, clarifying question, acting as her external nervous system. Within 2 hours, they had not only identified the error but had designed an elegant, cost-effective solution. The weight that had felt like a mountain when she was alone turned out to be nothing more than a stone she could easily step over with a partner by her side. From a psychological perspective, why does this dynamic hold such transformative power? When we isolate ourselves during a crisis, our brains naturally default to a state of hypervigilance. The amygdala, the brain's alarm system, takes over, flooding our system with cortisol and adrenaline. In this state, we suffer from cognitive tunnel vision. We can see only the threat, and our capacity for logical deduction is severely compromised. By bringing a trusted partner into our circle of concern, we co-regulate our nervous systems. The simple act of verbalizing our fears to a non-judgmental listener shifts our brain activity from the emotional reactive centers back to the prefrontal cortex, the seat of logic, planning, and creative problem-solving. A true bunter does not solve your problems for you, rather, their calm, steady presence creates the psychological safety you need to solve them yourself. To apply this to your own life today, I invite you to take a practical, gentle step. Think of one person in your life who embodies the qualities of bunter, someone who is analytical yet compassionate, quiet, reliable, and entirely non-judgmental. Reach out to them. You do not need to present a perfectly polished version of your problems. Simply say, "I am working through a complex challenge, and I would value your perspective as a sounding board." When you meet, share your raw, unfiltered thoughts. Give them permission to ask questions and to point out the blind spots you might be too close to see. Let go of the need to appear invulnerable. True strength lies in knowing when to share the burden. As we transition to day 5, we move from the external support of our brain trust to the internal arena of our past mistakes. Day 5 is dedicated to reevaluating a past failure or error using the cold, clear light of logical deduction, rather than the burning, destructive fire of emotional reactivity. In whose body, Lord Peter does not look at the clues of the crime with disgust, anger, or shame. He examines them with a profound, almost detached curiosity. To him, a clue is simply a piece of data, a footprint in the mud that tells a story of where someone has been. Too often, we treat our own past mistakes as evidence of our worthlessness. We wrap them in thick layers of shame, guilt, and self-criticism, hiding them away in the dark closets of our minds where they fester and grow. On this fifth day, we are going to open those closets, pull out one of those painful memories, and examine it with the objective curiosity of a master detective. Let us sit with David for a moment. 5 years ago, David started a small, artisan bakery. He poured his life savings, his passion, and his endless nights of labor into the business. Yet, due to a combination of poor location choice, rising ingredient costs, and his own reluctance to delegate tasks, the bakery went bankrupt within 18 months. David was devastated. He carried the failure like a brand on his chest. Every time he walked past a bakery, his stomach would tighten, and a cruel inner voice would whisper, "You failed. You are a terrible businessman. You ruin everything you touch." For 5 years, this emotional reactivity prevented him from taking any new professional risks. On the 5th day of his own recovery process, David decided to look at his bankruptcy not as a personal tragedy, but as a cold case file. He took out a clean sheet of paper and created 3 columns. In the first column, he wrote down the objective facts of the failure, the exact rental costs, the foot traffic statistics, and the monthly revenue. In the second column, he wrote down his subjective assumptions at the time, such as his belief that high-quality flour would automatically guarantee customer loyalty. In the third column, he wrote down the external variables he could not control, like the sudden closure of the main parking garage nearby. As he filled the page, a profound shift occurred within him. He realized that the business had not failed because he was a fundamentally flawed human being. It had failed due to a highly specific, logical sequence of financial and operational factors. The shame dissolved, replaced by a deep, valuable, and highly practical understanding of retail business dynamics. He was no longer a victim of his past. He was a student of it. This shift from emotional reactivity to logical deduction is one of the most powerful healing mechanisms available to the human mind. When we experience a failure, our ego naturally seeks to protect itself by either externalizing blame onto others or internalizing it as a toxic belief about our identity. This is known as emotional reasoning. I feel like a failure, therefore I am a failure. By adopting a forensic mindset, we break this destructive cycle. We separate our identity from our outcomes. We realize that our mistake is not our definition of who we are. It is simply a feedback loop, a vital piece of information indicating that our current strategy needs adjustment. To practice this today, select a past mistake that still carries a lingering sting of regret or embarrassment. It could be a failed relationship, a missed professional opportunity, or a financial misstep. Sit down with a notebook and treat this event as if it were a case file from Scotland Yard. Write down the facts of what happened, completely stripped of emotional language. Do not write, "I stupidly ruined the meeting." Instead, write, "I arrived 10 minutes late, and I did not have the secondary slide deck prepared." Next, list the contributing factors. Were you tired? Did you lack clear instructions? Were you operating under false assumptions? Finally, write down the single most valuable lesson this data offers you for the future. By doing this, you reclaim the energy trapped in your regrets and convert it into pure, actionable wisdom. Now, let us move gently into day 6. This day is perhaps the most tender, the most deeply human phase of our entire action plan. It is dedicated to mental recovery, sensory grounding, and acknowledging your own unique stress triggers. We must remember that Lord Peter Wimsey's brilliance was not a continuous, unbroken light. It was a flickering flame that often threatened to go out entirely. After periods of intense intellectual exertion or emotional strain, the ghosts of his wartime trauma would return with a vengeance. He would become hypersensitive to noise, his speech would falter, and he would curl up in his room, weeping in the grip of terrifying flashbacks. Wimsey knew that he could not simply think his way out of these states. He had to allow his body and his mind to recover. He relied on sensory grounding, the physical touch of rare, beautifully bound books, the soothing rhythm of playing Scarlatti on his piano, and the absolute silence of his study. Many of us in this fast-paced, digital world suffer from our own modern version of shell shock. We are bombarded by a relentless stream of notifications, demands, and crises, both real and imagined. We pride ourselves on our ability to push through the exhaustion, to burn the candle at both ends, ignoring the quiet warnings of our bodies until we collapse into burnout, anxiety, or physical illness. On day 6, we declare a temporary truce with the world. We acknowledge our limitations, we identify our stress triggers, and we dedicate ourselves to the profound art of sensory recovery. Consider the experience of Julian, a dedicated pediatrician working in a busy metropolitan hospital. Julian loved his patients, but the endless shifts, the high-stakes decisions, and the constant exposure to human suffering had slowly eroded his resilience. One afternoon, after a particularly challenging case, Julian found himself standing in the hospital corridor, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The fluorescent lights overhead felt blindingly bright. The constant beeping of the monitors sounded like physical blows, and he felt a cold, suffocating wave of panic washing over him. He was completely dysregulated. Remembering the importance of sensory grounding, Julian did not try to force himself to go back to work immediately. Instead, he stepped into a quiet, unused linen closet and closed the door, wrapping himself in total darkness and silence. He took off his stethoscope and placed his palms flat against the cool, solid metal shelving. He focused all of his attention on that physical sensation, the contrast between the warmth of his skin and the icy cold of the steel. Next, he drew a slow, deep breath, focusing on the clean, neutral scent of fresh cotton sheets. He slowly counted 5 slow exhales, feeling the rise and fall of his chest. Within minutes, his heart rate slowed, the adrenaline surge receded, and his mind returned to the present moment. He had anchored himself back in reality, not through complex intellectual analysis, but through the simple, physical wisdom of his senses. The psychology of sensory grounding is beautifully elegant. When we are highly stressed or traumatized, our brain's survival network, the sympathetic nervous system, is fully activated. We are in a state of fight, flight, or freeze. In this state, our cognitive brain is effectively offline. We cannot think our way to calm because our body does not feel safe. Sensory grounding acts as a direct, biological intervention. By focusing our attention on tangible, non-threatening sensory inputs, what we can touch, smell, hear, and see in our immediate environment, we send a powerful, nonverbal signal to our brainstem that we are safe. This activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's rest and digest response, allowing our heart rate to drop, our muscles to relax, and our cognitive faculties to restore themselves. On this 6th day, I invite you to create your own personal sensory recovery sanctuary. First, take a moment to identify your primary stress triggers. Is it the glare of a computer screen? The chaotic hum of an open-plan office? The relentless pinging of emails? Once you know what dysregulates you, design a specific, simple sensory grounding ritual to counteract it. This could be as simple as stepping away from your screens for 10 minutes to step outside and feel the cold wind on your face. It could be holding a smooth, heavy stone in your pocket and focusing on its texture when you feel your anxiety rising. It could be listening to a single piece of classical music with your eyes closed, letting the waves of sound wash away the cognitive clutter. Give yourself permission to rest. Recovery is not a reward for hard work. It is the essential preparation for it. Finally, we arrive at day 70, the culmination of our week, the day of integration and long-term mastery. Day 7 is dedicated to documenting your daily deductions to build a structured, long-term approach to solving life's mysteries. In the world of classical detection, a case is never truly solved until it is documented. Lord Peter Wimsey and Inspector Sugg do not merely find the culprit. They compile a meticulous dossier of evidence, testimonies, and logical proofs. They write it down, creating a permanent record that transforms chaotic, fleeting events into a structured, understandable narrative. Without documentation, our lives can feel like a blur of reactive days, a chaotic stream of consciousness where we make the same mistakes over and over again, forgetting the valuable lessons we learned just a week before. On this 7th day, we transition from being passive participants in our lives to becoming the master biographers and lead investigators of our own journeys. We begin the practice of keeping a deduction log. Let us look at Elena, a creative director at a fast-growing marketing agency. Elena often felt like her life was a series of emergency fires she was constantly running to put out. She felt busy but unproductive, exhausted yet unfulfilled. She decided to dedicate her Sunday mornings to the practice of a weekly deduction log. Sitting at her dining table with a beautiful fountain pen and a leather-bound journal, she began to document her week, not as a diary of feelings, but as a series of objective observations and hypotheses. In her journal, she wrote down her daily energy levels, her focus blocks, and her interactions with her team. As she reviewed her entries over several weeks, she made an astonishing series of deductions. She observed that whenever she scheduled her creative writing sessions in the afternoon, she struggled to find inspiration and felt highly frustrated. However, when she moved those sessions to the early morning, before opening her email, her output doubled and her stress levels plummeted. She also deduced that her anxiety spiked every Tuesday evening, a pattern she traced directly to a weekly meeting with a highly critical client. Armed with these documented deductions, Elena restructured her entire weekly schedule. She declined the afternoon creative slots, and she prepared for the Tuesday meetings by scheduling a sensory grounding walk immediately beforehand. By documenting her life, she had decoded the hidden patterns of her own mind, transforming her daily chaos into a beautifully ordered, high-performing routine. From a psychological perspective, writing down our observations and deductions initiates a process known as cognitive journaling. When we write by hand, we engage both our motor skills and our linguistic centers, which helps to slow down our thoughts and externalize our mental models. This creates a healthy psychological distance between ourselves and our experiences, a concept known as self-distancing. Instead of being completely immersed in the emotional drama of our lives, we step back and view our lives from a third-person perspective. We become the observer, the curious detective studying the habits, preferences, and triggers of the character we are playing. This practice dramatically increases our self-awareness, enhances our decision-making capabilities, and builds a deep, unshakable sense of self-trust. To establish this practice in your own life, I recommend starting a simple, 3-step deduction log at the end of each day or week. First, write down the raw observations. What went well? Where did you feel a sense of friction or stress? Who did you interact with, and how did it affect your energy? Simply say, I am working through a complex challenge, and I would value your perspective as a sounding board. When you meet, share your raw, unfiltered thoughts. Give them permission to ask questions and to point out the blind spots you might be too close to see. Let go of the need to appear invulnerable. True strength lies in knowing when to share the burden. As we transition to day 5, we move from the external support of our brain trust to the internal arena of our past mistakes. Day 5 is dedicated to re-evaluating a past failure or error using the cold, clear light of logical deduction, rather than the burning, destructive fire of emotional reactivity. In whose body, Lord Peter does not look at the clues of the crime with disgust, anger, or shame. He examines them with a profound, almost detached curiosity. To him, a clue is simply a piece of data, a footprint in the mud that tells a story of where someone has been. Too often, we treat our own past mistakes as evidence of our worthlessness. We wrap them in thick layers of shame, guilt, and self-criticism, hiding them away in the dark closets of our minds where they fester and grow. On this 5th day, we are going to open those closets, pull out one of those painful memories, and examine it with the objective curiosity of a master detective. Let us sit with David for a moment. 5 years ago, David started a small, artisan bakery. He poured his life savings, his passion, and his endless nights of labor into the business. Yet, due to a combination of poor location choice, rising ingredient costs, and his own reluctance to delegate tasks, the bakery went bankrupt within 18 months. David was devastated. He carried the failure like a brand on his chest. Every time he walked past a bakery, his stomach would tighten, and a cruel inner voice would whisper, "You failed. You are a terrible businessman. You ruin everything you touch." For 5 years, this emotional reactivity prevented him from taking any new professional risks. On the 5th day of his own recovery process, David decided to look at his bankruptcy not as a personal tragedy, but as a cold case file. He took out a clean sheet of paper and created 3 columns. In the first column, he wrote down the objective facts of the failure, the exact rental costs, the foot traffic statistics, and the monthly revenue. In the second column, he wrote down his subjective assumptions at the time, such as his belief that high-quality flour would automatically guarantee customer loyalty. In the third column, he wrote down the external variables he could not control, like the sudden closure of the main parking garage nearby. As he filled the page, a profound shift occurred within him. He realized that the business had not failed because he was a fundamentally flawed human being. It had failed due to a highly specific, logical sequence of financial and operational factors. The shame dissolved, replaced by a deep, valuable, and highly practical understanding of retail business dynamics. He was no longer a victim of his past. He was a student of it. This shift from emotional reactivity to logical deduction is one of the most powerful healing mechanisms available to the human mind. When we experience a failure, Our ego naturally seeks to protect itself by either externalizing blame onto others or internalizing it as a toxic belief about our identity. This is known as emotional reasoning. I feel like a failure, therefore I am a failure. By adopting a forensic mindset, we break this destructive cycle. We separate our identity from our outcomes. We realize that our mistake is not our definition of who we are. It is simply a feedback loop, a vital piece of information indicating that our current strategy needs adjustment. To practice this today, select a past mistake that still carries a lingering sting of regret or embarrassment. It could be a failed relationship, a missed professional opportunity, or a financial misstep. Sit down with a notebook and treat this event as if it were a case file from Scotland Yard. Write down the facts of what happened, completely stripped of emotional language. Do not write, "I stupidly ruined the meeting." Instead, write, "I arrived 10 minutes late, and I did not have the secondary slide deck prepared." Next, list the contributing factors. Were you tired? Did you lack clear instructions? Were you operating under false assumptions? Finally, write down the single most valuable lesson this data offers you for the future. By doing this, you reclaim the energy trapped in your regrets and convert it into pure, actionable wisdom. Now, let us move gently into day 6. This day is perhaps the most tender, the most deeply human phase of our entire action plan. It is dedicated to mental recovery, sensory grounding, and acknowledging your own unique stress triggers. We must remember that Lord Peter Wimsey's brilliance was not a continuous, unbroken light. It was a flickering flame that often threatened to go out entirely. After periods of intense intellectual exertion or emotional strain, the ghosts of his wartime trauma would return with a vengeance. He would become hypersensitive to noise, his speech would falter, and he would curl up in his room, weeping in the grip of terrifying flashbacks. Wimsey knew that he could not simply think his way out of these states. He had to allow his body and his mind to recover. He relied on sensory grounding, the physical touch of rare, beautifully bound books, the soothing rhythm of playing Scarlatti on his piano, and the absolute silence of his study. Many of us in this fast-paced, digital world suffer from our own modern version of shell shock. We are bombarded by a relentless stream of notifications, demands, and crises, both real and imagined. We pride ourselves on our ability to push through the exhaustion, to burn the candle at both ends, ignoring the quiet warnings of our bodies until we collapse into burnout, anxiety, or physical illness. On day 6, we declare a temporary truce with the world. We acknowledge our limitations, we identify our stress triggers, and we dedicate ourselves to the profound art of sensory recovery. Consider the experience of Julian, a dedicated pediatrician working in a busy metropolitan hospital. Julian loved his patients, but the endless shifts, the high-stakes decisions, and the constant exposure to human suffering had slowly eroded his resilience. One afternoon, after a particularly challenging case, Julian found himself standing in the hospital corridor, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The fluorescent lights overhead felt blindingly bright, the constant beeping of the monitors sounded like physical blows, and he felt a cold, suffocating wave of panic washing over him. He was completely dysregulated. Remembering the importance of sensory grounding, Julian did not try to force himself to go back to work immediately. Instead, he stepped into a quiet, unused linen closet and closed the door, wrapping himself in total darkness and silence. He took off his stethoscope and placed his palms flat against the cool, solid metal shelving. He focused all of his attention on that physical sensation, the contrast between the warmth of his skin and the icy cold of the steel. Next, he drew a slow, deep breath, focusing on the clean, neutral scent of fresh cotton sheets. He slowly counted 5 slow exhales, feeling the rise and fall of his chest. Within minutes, his heart rate slowed, the adrenaline surge receded, and his mind returned to the present moment. He had anchored himself back in reality, not through complex intellectual analysis, but through the simple, physical wisdom of his senses. The psychology of sensory grounding is beautifully elegant. When we are highly stressed or traumatized, our brain's survival network, the sympathetic nervous system, is fully activated. We are in a state of fight, flight, or freeze. In this state, our cognitive brain is effectively offline. We cannot think our way to calm because our body does not feel safe. Sensory grounding acts as a direct, biological intervention. By focusing our attention on tangible, non-threatening sensory inputs, what we can touch, smell, hear, and see in our immediate environment, we send a powerful, nonverbal signal to our brainstem that we are safe. This activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's rest and digest response, allowing our heart rate to drop, our muscles to relax, and our cognitive faculties to restore themselves. On this 6th day, I invite you to create your own personal sensory recovery sanctuary. First, take a moment to identify your primary stress triggers. Is it the glare of a computer screen? The chaotic hum of an open-plan office? The relentless pinging of emails? Once you know what dysregulates you, design a specific, simple sensory grounding ritual to counteract it. This could be as simple as stepping away from your screens for 10 minutes to step outside and feel the cold wind on your face. It could be holding a smooth, heavy stone in your pocket and focusing on its texture when you feel your anxiety rising. It could be listening to a single piece of classical music with your eyes closed, letting the waves of sound wash away the cognitive clutter. Give yourself permission to rest. Recovery is not a reward for hard work. It is the essential preparation for it. Finally, we arrive at day 7, the culmination of our week, the day of integration and long-term mastery. Day 7 is dedicated to documenting your daily deductions to build a structured, long-term approach to solving life's mysteries. In the world of classical detection, a case is never truly solved until it is documented. Lord Peter Wimsey and Inspector Sugg do not merely find the culprit. They compile a meticulous dossier of evidence, testimonies, and logical proofs. They write it down, creating a permanent record that transforms chaotic, fleeting events into a structured, understandable narrative. Without documentation, our lives can feel like a blur of reactive days, a chaotic stream of consciousness where we make the same mistakes over and over again, forgetting the valuable lessons we learned just a week before. On this 7th day, we transition from being passive participants in our lives to becoming the master biographers and lead investigators of our own journeys. We begin the practice of keeping a deduction log. Let us look at Elena, a creative director at a fast-growing marketing agency. Elena often felt like her life was a series of emergency fires she was constantly running to put out. She felt busy but unproductive, exhausted yet unfulfilled. She decided to dedicate her Sunday mornings to the practice of a weekly deduction log. Sitting at her dining table with a beautiful fountain pen and a leather-bound journal, she began to document her week, not as a diary of feelings, but as a series of objective observations and hypotheses. In her journal, she wrote down her daily energy levels, her focus blocks, and her interactions with her team. As she reviewed her entries over several weeks, she made an astonishing series of deductions. She observed that whenever she scheduled her creative writing sessions in the afternoon, she struggled to find inspiration and felt highly frustrated. However, when she moved those sessions to the early morning, before opening her email, her output doubled and her stress levels plummeted. She also deduced that her anxiety spiked every Tuesday evening, a pattern she traced directly to a weekly meeting with a highly critical client. Armed with these documented deductions, Elena restructured her entire weekly schedule. She declined the afternoon creative slots, and she prepared for the Tuesday meetings by scheduling a sensory grounding walk immediately beforehand. By documenting her life, she had decoded the hidden patterns of her own mind, transforming her daily chaos into a beautifully ordered, high-performing routine. From a psychological perspective, writing down our observations and deductions initiates a process known as cognitive journaling. When we write by hand, we engage both our motor skills and our linguistic centers, which helps to slow down our thoughts and externalize our mental models. This creates a healthy psychological distance between ourselves and our experiences, a concept known as self-distancing. Instead of being completely immersed in the emotional drama of our lives, we step back and view our lives from a third-person perspective. We become the observer, the curious detective studying the habits, preferences, and triggers of the character we are playing. This practice dramatically increases our self-awareness, enhances our decision-making capabilities, and builds a deep, unshakable sense of self-trust. To establish this practice in your own life, I recommend starting a simple, 3-step deduction log at the end of each day or week. First, write down the raw observations. What went well? Where did you feel a sense of friction or stress? Who did you interact with, and how did it affect your energy? Second, formulate a hypothesis. Why did that friction occur? What was the underlying belief, assumption, or environmental trigger? Third, design a small, low-risk experiment for the coming week. If I suspect my afternoon slump is caused by a heavy lunch, my experiment will be to eat a lighter, protein-rich meal on Monday and observe the results. By approaching your life as a series of gentle, curious experiments, you strip away the pressure of perfectionism and replace it with a joyful, lifelong adventure of self-discovery. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us pause and reflect on the journey we have taken over these last 4 days. We have learned that we do not have to walk the path of problem-solving alone. We can seek out our own bunter to share the cognitive load. We have learned to look at our past mistakes not with the heavy shackles of shame, but with the sharp, healing light of logical deduction. We have embraced the profound necessity of mental recovery and sensory grounding, acknowledging that our minds, like Lord Peter's, require gentle care and quiet sanctuaries to heal. And finally, we have committed to documenting our daily deductions, turning our lives into a beautifully ordered mystery that we have the power, the intellect, and the grace to solve. Take another deep, peaceful breath. Feel the solid ground beneath you, the warmth of the fire in this quiet library of your mind, and the absolute clarity that comes from knowing you possess all the tools you need to navigate whatever lies ahead. In our next chapter, we will step out of the study and back into the world, exploring how to apply these refined deductive skills to the complex, beautiful, and often unpredictable tapestry of our relationships with others. But for now, rest. Let the rain fall outside. Let the fire burn low, and let your mind settle into a deep, restorative peace. You are ready. You are capable. And the mystery of your life is waiting to be beautifully solved. Summary of key takeaways. Welcome, dear listener, to this quiet corner of our journey. Sit back, let the weight of the day lift from your shoulders, and allow your mind to settle into the warm, amber glow of Lord Peter Wimsey's library at Piccadilly. Can you hear it? It is the soft, rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock, the gentle crackle of a dying fire, and the faint, melancholic sigh of the London rain beating against the window pane. In this room, surrounded by leather-bound volumes of rare 17th-century poets, we find ourselves at a profound crossroads. We have reached the final chapter of our exploration, the moment where we must gather the scattered threads of Dorothy L. Sayers' masterpiece, whose body, and weave them into a tapestry of understanding. This is not merely a summary of a detective novel. This is an invitation to look beneath the polished surface of a classic mystery and confront the raw, bleeding tissue of human nature, history, and our own inner lives. As we look back on this journey, we must ask ourselves a fundamental question. Why does a story written in the shadow of the First World War continue to whisper to our souls today? The answer lies in a universal truth. We are all, in some way, detectives in our own lives, searching for order amidst chaos, looking for meaning in the bizarre, discarded fragments of our experiences. Sayers did not just write a puzzle. She wrote a map of the human heart, complete with its dark abysses and its luminous peaks. Let us begin our deeper dive by consolidating the first great theme of this work, a theme that carries both literary historical significance and a profound intellectual lesson. This is the heavy, lingering shadow of post-war trauma. When whose body was published in 1923, the world was reeling. The soil of Europe was still fresh with the graves of millions, and the survivors walked the streets like ghosts, carrying invisible wounds that society was not yet ready to name. Dorothy L. Sayers made a revolutionary choice. She did not give us a flawless, untouchable hero. Instead, she gave us Lord Peter Wimsey, a man who, beneath his foolish monarchical, his babbling society chatter, and his exquisite silk socks, is profoundly broken. He is a victim of shell shock, a survivor of the trenches who hears the ghostly echo of exploding shells in the silence of the night. Imagine, if you will, a young man returning from the front lines. Let us call him Arthur. The war is over, the brass bands have played, and he sits in a sunlit parlor in London, surrounded by his loving family. The tea is poured, the scones are warm, and yet, Arthur is not there. His mind is trapped in a mud-filled trench in Ypres. A door slams down the hallway, a sharp, sudden crack, and in an instant, Arthur's teacup shatters on the floor. He is on his knees, hands over his head, gasping for air as the terror of death floods his nervous system. His family watches in horrified silence, unable to bridge the chasm between their peaceful world and the hell he carries inside. This cinematic image of Arthur is the reality of Lord Peter Wimsey, and it is the reality of so many of us who carry our own silent battles. Psychologically, this dynamic is incredibly powerful. Wimsey's shell shock is not a plot device. It is a representation of the collective trauma of a generation. When we watch Wimsey lapse into his trembling, feverish states, where only the steady, stoic hand of his manservant Bunter can pull him back from the edge, We are witnessing the profound truth that intellectual genius cannot shield us from emotional pain. Why does this matter to your subconscious? Because so often, we believe that if we are smart enough, strong enough, or successful enough, we can outrun our pain. We hide our vulnerabilities behind a facade of humor, charm, or relentless activity, just as Peter hides behind his aristocratic silliness. But the lesson here is gentle yet firm. Healing does not come from denying our fragility. It comes from acknowledging it. It comes from having a bunter, a trusted companion, a safe harbor, who can sit with us in our darkest hours without judgment. To apply this to your own life, take a moment to look at your own coping mechanisms. When you are overwhelmed, do you put on a mask of false cheerfulness? The practical, step-by-step guidance here is to practice radical self-honesty. First, identify your mask. Is it humor? Is it overworking? Second, permit yourself to take the mask off in a safe space. Reach out to someone who, like Bunter, offers quiet, steady support. Let them see your trembling hands. In doing so, you do not lose your strength. You reclaim your humanity. This leads us to our second key point, which is the brilliant collision of social class and the terrifying ethics of scientific progress, embodied so chillingly in the character of Sir Julian Freak. In the early 20th century, science was expanding at a breathtaking pace. With this expansion came a dangerous temptation, the belief that the human soul could be reduced to mere biology, that empathy was a weakness, and that some lives were inherently worth more than others. Sir Julian Freak, the brilliant neurosurgeon, represents the ultimate shadow side of intellect. He is a man who looks at a human being and sees only a specimen, a collection of nerves and tissues to be manipulated for his own glory. Picture a cold, sterile laboratory high above the London streets. The air smells of formaldehyde and rain. Sir Julian stands under the harsh glare of an electric light, holding a scalpel. Before him lies the body of Reuben Levy, a man of wealth, dignity, and family, reduced to a nameless corpse on a dissecting table. Sir Julian's face is a mask of absolute, icy calm. He does not see a husband, a father, or a human soul. He sees only an opportunity to prove his scientific theories, to assert his dominance over life and death. In his mind, he is a god, and the rules of common morality do not apply to him. Contrast this with the utter terror of Mr. John Phipps, the modest, middle-class architect who finds a dead body in his bath. Phipps is a man of simple decencies, paralyzed by a nightmare he cannot comprehend, caught in the gears of a social and scientific machine far larger than himself. The psychological analysis of this dynamic is deeply sobering. Sir Julian Freak represents the danger of unchecked hubris, the intellect divorced from the heart. When we lose our capacity for empathy, when we begin to view other people as mere obstacles, tools, or objects to be analyzed, we lose our moral compass. We see this in our modern world, where algorithms, statistics, and efficiency often override human dignity. It is a subtle poison that whispers that the end justifies the means. How can we guard against this in our own lives? The mentor's hand guides you to cultivate active empathy. When you find yourself frustrated by someone, perhaps a colleague, a stranger in traffic, or even a family member, stop. Before you analyze them, before you judge them, ask yourself, what is their story? What secret pain are they carrying? Remind yourself that every person you meet is a complex universe of dreams, fears, and history. By consciously choosing empathy over cold analysis, You defeat the Sir Julian freak within yourself and keep your heart soft in a hard world. Now, let us turn our attention to our third key takeaway, which is the classic rule of Golden Age detective fiction as mastered by Dorothy L. Sayers. The golden rule is this: the truth often lies in the most bizarre, easily overlooked details. In whose body, the entire mystery hinges on a series of small, seemingly insignificant anomalies. A pair of gold pince-nez perched on the nose of a naked corpse in a bath. The clean, manicured fingernails of a body that supposedly belonged to a vagrant. The smell of disinfectant where there should have been none. Imagine Lord Peter Wimsey kneeling on the damp linoleum of Mr. Phipps's bathroom. The police have already come and gone, dismissed the scene as a bizarre prank or a routine tragedy. But Peter remains. He does not look at the grand picture. He looks closer. He notices the way the light catches the edge of the eyeglasses. He smells the faint, chemical scent of carbolic soap. He runs his fingers over the dead man's hands, noticing the lack of calluses. His mind, like a finely tuned instrument, begins to connect these tiny, disparate dots into a coherent picture. He understands that the universe is orderly, and that even the most chaotic crime scene leaves a trail of truth if one has the patience to look. The psychological significance of this is profound. Our brains are wired for efficiency. To survive the daily barrage of information, we categorize, we assume, and we overlook. We look at our situation and think, I know what this is, and we close our minds to alternative possibilities. This cognitive bias holds us back in our relationships, our careers, and our personal growth. We make assumptions about why someone acted the way they did, or why a project failed, without looking at the quiet, subtle clues that tell a completely different story. The practical application of this lesson is the cultivation of deep observation and mental mindfulness. When you are faced with a complex problem in your life, do not rush to the most obvious conclusion. Step back. Look for the pince-nez in your bath. Ask yourself, what am I ignoring because it does not fit my current narrative? What small, quiet detail is trying to speak to me? Write down the facts of your situation, stripped of your emotional interpretations. Look at them with the detached curiosity of a detective. Often, you will find that the key to unlocking your greatest dilemmas is hidden in plain sight, waiting for you to simply pay attention. As we bring these pieces together, we see the true genius of Dorothy L. Sayers. She did not just write a story about a body in a bath. She wrote a story about the restoration of order in a shattered world. Through the character of Lord Peter Wimsey, she showed us that even when we are broken, we can still be forces for truth and justice. Through the tragedy of Reuben Levy and the madness of Sir Julian Freak, she warned us of the dangers of losing our humanity in the pursuit of power. And through the meticulous clues of the mystery, she reminded us of the beauty of a mind that seeks the truth with patience, humility, and courage. Let us pause for a moment. Take a deep breath. Let these insights settle into your heart. You have journeyed through the foggy streets of London, peered into the minds of killers and heroes, and looked deep into the mirror of your own soul. The lessons of whose body are now a part of you, a reminder that even in the darkest, most confusing moments of life, there is always a thread of truth to be found, if only we have the courage to follow it. And now, as the fire in Lord Peter's grate burns down to glowing embers, and the rain outside begins to soften into a gentle mist, we prepare to leave this cozy room. But our journey is far from over. There are other mysteries to solve, other human hearts to understand, and other deep truths to uncover. In our next phase, we will step out of the quiet sanctuary of 110A Piccadilly and venture into a different landscape, where new questions await and the stakes are higher than ever. Keep your eyes open, your heart soft, and your mind sharp. The path lies ahead, shimmering in the half-light, waiting for your next step. Join the Wimsey Society. The final chord of a symphony does not merely fade. It hangs in the quiet air, vibrating with the ghost of every note that came before it. In this sacred silence, after the last word of a mystery has been spoken, we often find ourselves suspended between two worlds. Behind us lies the dimly lit bathroom in Battersea, the smell of carbolic soap, the meticulous brilliance of Lord Peter Wimsey, and the tragic, twisted path of a killer driven by a cold, calculating intellect. Before us lies the return to our own lives, where the mysteries are rarely so neatly resolved and the truths we seek are often buried beneath the mundane weight of the everyday. It is in this precise threshold of silence that we begin our deepest reflection. What is it within us that craves the resolution of a puzzle? Why do we find such profound solace in the company of a wealthy, whimsical detective who masks his deepest psychological scars with a silver-topped cane and a bright, aristocratic chatter? Perhaps it is because, in a world that often feels chaotic and devoid of justice, the detective story offers a promise. It promises that no matter how deep the shadow, no matter how hidden the crime, there is an intelligence in the universe capable of bringing the truth to light. But this journey was never meant to be taken alone. The search for truth, much like the reading of a great book, is an act of communion. It is an invitation to step out of the isolation of our own minds and join a fellowship of seekers. This is the essence of the Wimsey Society. It is not merely a collection of listeners, nor is it a simple fan club dedicated to the preservation of classic detective fiction. It is a gathering of minds who appreciate the delicate balance of intellect and empathy, who understand that a mystery is not just about a body on a floor, but about the fragile, beautiful, and sometimes terrifying landscape of the human soul. To fully engage with this series is to participate in an ongoing conversation, one that spans decades, connects continents, and bridges the gap between the past and the present. To understand the power of this connection, let us look at a quiet, cinematic moment in the life of a listener named Thomas. Imagine a cold, rainy November evening in a small, modern apartment. The streets outside are slick with wet asphalt, reflecting the amber glare of streetlights. Thomas sits by his window, a mug of tea cooling in his hands, listening to the final chapters of Whose Body. As the narrator's voice brings the intricate web of details to a close, Thomas feels a sudden, sharp pang of loneliness. It is the specific melancholy that comes when a magnificent story ends, leaving the listener alone with their thoughts in an empty room. For hours, Thomas had been walking the streets of 1920s London alongside Lord Peter and Detective Inspector Sugg. He had felt the fog on his face, heard the clip-clop of hansom cabs, and shared the silent, agonizing flashbacks of Peter's war neurosis. Now, the silence of his apartment feels deafening. He wants to talk about the sheer tragedy of Sir Julian Freke's brilliant, ruined mind. He wants to debate whether Peter's sensitivity is a weakness or his greatest strength. In a moment of impulse, Thomas opens his phone and writes a detailed review of the audiobook. He describes how the performance moved him, How the psychological depth of the characters echoed his own struggles with anxiety, and how the production felt like a warm hearth in a cold world. 2 days later, Thomas receives a notification. Another listener, halfway across the world, has replied to his words, saying, "Your reflection on Peter's post-traumatic stress resonated with me so deeply. I thought I was the only one who noticed that quiet moment of panic in Chapter 10. In that single instant, the distance between two strangers vanishes. The digital ether is transformed into a cozy parlor where two minds meet. This is what happens when you leave a rating, write a review, or share your thoughts on a mystery. You are not merely interacting with an algorithm or helping a piece of digital media climb a chart. You are lighting a beacon on a dark, windswept hill, signaling to other weary travelers that they are not alone in their appreciation for beauty, intelligence, and nuance. When you subscribe to this series, you are making a commitment to your own intellectual nourishment. You are claiming a regular space in your life for stories that challenge your mind and touch your heart. From a psychological perspective, this need to share and connect after a narrative experience is deeply rooted in our collective subconscious. Since the dawn of humanity, we have gathered around fires to tell stories. These tales were not just entertainment. They were the vessels through which we processed our fears, celebrated our victories, and made sense of the inexplicable forces of nature and human behavior. When we listen to an audiobook alone, we are experiencing a modern, solitary version of this ancient ritual. But the human mind naturally rebels against total isolation. We possess mirror neurons that fire not only when we perform an action, but when we witness someone else performing it. When we hear of Lord Peter's moral struggle over sending a man to the gallows, our own moral centers light up. By articulating our thoughts in a review or sharing the story with a friend, we externalize this internal neurological symphony. We validate our own emotional responses. When we see that others have felt the same thrill, the same sorrow, or the same intellectual satisfaction, our sense of belonging is reinforced. This is the antidote to the fragmented, superficial communication that dominates our modern lives. It allows us to engage in deep, slow-baked thoughts that require patience, focus, and empathy. If you wish to apply this to your own life, start with a simple, deliberate act. Do not let the end of this chapter be a signal to immediately rush to the next distraction on your playlist. Take 3 slow breaths. Allow the atmosphere of Lord Peter's library to linger in your mind. Then, open your listening app and write down just one honest sentence about how this journey made you feel. Did a particular description paint a picture in your mind that you cannot shake? Did the performance of a certain character remind you of someone you know? Speak your truth clearly and without pretense. In doing so, you take your place in the circle around the fire. But the fire does not go out when the first log burns to ash. The light merely shifts, revealing new shadows and new paths to explore. The resolution of the mystery of the Battersea Bath is but the opening movement of a grander, more complex sonata. The journey of Lord Peter Wimsey is one of constant evolution, and the next installment, Clouds of Witness, promises to plunge us into a world that is vastly different, yet intimately connected to the themes we have just explored. Imagine transitioning from the cramped, brick-lined streets of London to the wild, desolate beauty of the Yorkshire moors. Picture a night so black that the earth and sky seem to merge into a single, suffocating void. The rain does not merely fall. It drives horizontally, sharp as needles, stinging the eyes of a lone figure standing outside a remote, stone-built shooting lodge known as Riddlesdale. Suddenly, a shot rings out through the howling wind. A man falls dead in the heather. But this is no stranger, no nameless clerk or forgotten doctor. The victim is Captain Dennis Cathcart, and the man standing over the body, holding the smoking gun, is none other than Gerald Christian Wimsey, the Duke of Denver, Lord Peter's own brother. This is the starting point of Clouds of Witness. It is a story where the stakes are no longer intellectual or professional, but deeply, painfully personal. Lord Peter is forced to pit his brilliant mind against a web of family secrets, aristocratic pride, and circumstantial evidence that seems to point inexorably to his brother's guilt. He must navigate the rigid, unyielding social codes of his own class while battling the harsh, unforgiving elements of the northern countryside. It is a narrative that will test Peter's loyalty, his sanity, and his faith in the very concept of justice. The psychological draw of this next step is profound. In whose body we watched Lord Peter operate as an outsider, an intellectual playing a high-stakes game of chess with a villain who underestimated him. But in Clouds of Witness, the game is played on his own home turf, and the pieces are his own flesh and blood. Psychologically, we are fascinated by the concept of the family secret. We all carry within us a fear of exposure, a dread that the private vulnerabilities of our households will be dragged into the cold, judgmental light of the public square. When we watch Lord Peter navigate this nightmare, we are witnessing a master class in emotional resilience. We see a man who, despite his paralyzing fear for his brother's life and his own lingering war trauma, refuses to let sentimentality blind him to the facts. It is a powerful reminder that truth is not always comfortable, and that real loyalty sometimes requires us to look at those we love with absolute, uncompromising honesty. To prepare your mind for this next adventure, practice the art of active anticipation. In your daily life, when you are faced with a complex situation involving those close to you, try to adopt a sliver of Peter's analytical detachment. Ask yourself, am I reacting to what is actually happening, or am I reacting to my own fears and expectations of the people involved? By training your mind to look past the surface drama of your own life, you develop the intellectual stamina required to follow Lord Peter through the labyrinth of Riddlesdale. Now, let us step back into the warmth of 110 Piccadilly. The fog is pressing hard against the window panes, but inside, the fire is bright, and the smell of toasted muffins and fine Turkish tobacco fills the air. Lord Peter Wimsey himself stands before the hearth, his hands tucked beneath the tails of his exquisite silk dressing gown. He adjusts his monocle, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of amusement and deep, genuine warmth, and addresses you directly. "My dear friend," he says, his voice carrying that effortless, melodic lilt of the Oxford-bred gentleman. "We have had quite a time of it, haven't we? A rather sticky business, all things considered. I must confess, there were moments when I thought my own poor brain can would split right down the middle under the weight of it all. But we pulled through, thanks in no small part to your remarkably patient company. There is nothing quite so reassuring when one is hunting a murderer as the silent, steady presence of a companion who appreciates the difference between a rare edition of Dante and a rather poorly printed railway timetable." Peter pauses, taking a slow sip from a glass of Cockburn 88 port, his expression turning slightly more serious, though the playful twitch at the corner of his mouth remains. "But look here, you can't possibly think we're done. Can you, heavens, no. The world is far too full of fascinating muddles and delightfully wicked people for us to sit back and polish our boots just yet. My brother Gerald, a dear fellow, though his brains would scarcely fill a moderate-sized egg cup, has gone and got himself into a most frightful scrape up in Yorkshire. They're actually accusing him of murder, of all things. Can you imagine? Gerald murdering someone. He hasn't the imagination for it, poor old chap. But the police, bless their literal-minded souls, seem quite convinced. He sets his glass down on a mahogany table with a soft clink. So, I am packing my bags for the north. Bunter is already fussing over my thickest tweeds and my sturdiest boots, and I should be utterly desolated if you weren't there to join us. We shall need every ounce of our wits to sort this out, I assure you. But before we set off into the damp and dismal moors, do be a good sport and leave a kind word for our mutual friends who helped bring this account to your ears. It helps keep the carriage wheels greased, so to speak, and ensures that we can continue our little excursions into the dark corners of human nature. Peter's aristocratic charm is more than just a pleasing aesthetic. It is a psychological shield. In the aftermath of the Great War, an entire generation found themselves shattered, their belief in a rational, progress-driven world utterly destroyed. Wimsey's light-hearted demeanor, his obsession with rare books, and his seemingly trivial chatter were his ways of keeping the abyss at bay. It is a profound psychological coping mechanism known as sublimation, taking deep, dark, and potentially destructive impulses and turning them into something socially useful, creative, and beautiful. When we listen to Peter, we are learning how to survive. We are learning that it is possible to look directly into the eyes of madness and murder, and yet retain our humanity, our sense of humor, and our appreciation for a glass of good port. We learn that elegance is not a sign of superficiality, but can be a form of courage. To cultivate this Wimsey-esque grace in your own life, try this simple exercise. The next time you find yourself overwhelmed by the trivial frustrations of your day, whether it be a delayed train, a difficult email, or a minor domestic disagreement, pause for a single second. Imagine you are wearing a perfectly tailored suit or a beautiful silk gown. Imagine you have a silver-topped cane in your hand and a witty remark on your lips. Look at the problem not as a personal assault on your peace of mind, but as a minor, slightly amusing puzzle designed to test your ingenuity. You will be astonished at how quickly the tension melts away, replaced by a cool, confident clarity. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us summarize the journey we have taken together. We began by exploring the profound silence that follows the resolution of a great story, recognizing it as a space for connection and reflection. We discussed the vital importance of the Wimsey Society, not just as a community, but as a living network of minds dedicated to the pursuit of truth, beauty, and shared intellectual joy. We looked ahead to the misty, treacherous landscapes of clouds of witness, where family honor and survival hang in the balance, and we received a personal, charming invitation from Lord Peter himself to continue our journey. Now, the fire in the hearth is burning low, casting long, dancing shadows across the book-lined walls of the library. Outside, the London fog is growing thicker, swallowing the street lamps and silencing the distant rumble of the city. The door to Piccadilly is closed, but the carriage is waiting at the curb, its lamps glowing like two warm, golden eyes in the damp dark. The road to Yorkshire is long, windswept, and fraught with peril, but we do not travel it alone. Take your coat, Step out into the night, and let us see what secrets the northern moors are hiding. And so, the final page turns, and the silence settles around us once more. Thank you, my dear friends, for walking this winding, shadowed path with me, and for bringing your own quiet presence to our gathering here at Stories of Crime. Journeying through the intricate labyrinth of whose body has been an exquisite privilege, but it is your companionship that has truly brought these words to life. A story, after all, is merely ink on a page until it finds a home in a listening heart. In the brilliant, whimsical, and sometimes fragile world of Lord Peter Wimsey, we have witnessed more than just a clever puzzle solved. We have gazed into the delicate tapestry of human nature. Dorothy L. Sayers reminds us that underneath the light-hearted banter and the sharpest intellect lies a profound vulnerability. To seek the truth, to ask whose body lies before us, is ultimately to ask who we are to one another. It is a gentle reminder that every life, no matter how lost or forgotten, carries a quiet dignity, and that justice is not merely about finding a culprit, but about restoring a fragile balance to a fractured world. Even in the face of tragedy, it is empathy, wisdom, and our shared humanity that guide us back into the light. If this journey has touched your soul, if it has offered you a sanctuary of thought and mystery, I warmly invite you to stay with us. Please consider subscribing to Stories of Crime, so we may embark on many more adventures together. By leaving a gentle like, sharing your thoughts in the comments, or passing this story along to a fellow seeker of truth, you help our family of listeners grow. Your presence is the very heartbeat of this channel, and every gesture of your support means more than words can fully express. Until our next tale begins, take care of yourselves, and look after one another. Keep the light of curiosity burning in your hearts, and remember that even in the deepest shadows, wisdom and compassion will always find a way. Thank you, from the very bottom of my heart, and sleep well.